Thank you. 30 seconds, you got it. I got to get the fluke here ready for Nick so we can do a toast.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just joking. No, I'm not. Oh.
Hey, hello everybody. This is the SummerSlamm 40K. We had a great turnout. My name is Vic Gager, and I've got Nick here in the booth with me today, back from Las Vegas.
Good to be back, buddy.
Yeah, Tarantula Nick, and what a great turnout. We wound up with a prize pool over $59,000. We had 219 entries, and so what you're seeing on the screen right now is a feature table. That will become our final table until we crown a champion tonight. The champion, by the way, first place, $11,150.
Can you believe it for a one-day tournament?
A one-day tournament.
$300 to get into this thing?
$300, and so we always celebrate our big moments here at the Reserve. We popped a cork earlier. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and we're looking forward to some great action here. All right. So let's get right into it. We're going to see some familiar faces, and boy, Nick, we saw a lot of new faces here today.
It was really exciting, man. I've been gone for a few months, like you said, and seeing all these the new faces along with the familiar faces was really a treat for me today.
Yeah.
Good old Charles in there.
Yep, Charles is in there. Nikki is starting us off here, and the blinds right now are at 4,000, 8,000, and 4,000 for the Annie. The total chip count is somewhere around 10 million, so that'll give you an idea of where people stand with their stacks against what might be the average chip stack.
Yep, everybody started out with 50,000 today.
And in seat 3, a crowd favorite from the last time she was on, Nina, and so I think she's going to have a cheering section out there as soon as they realize.
It sounds like she already does. The room was a buzz about Nina making the feature table again. Nikki to her left, I'm not familiar with her. And Travis, I don't think I know him. Brian, I know. Nick, of course, has played some of our cash games as well as I think he made a deep run in our last $1 million tournament.
Yeah, I believe so. And that Patton is not to be confused with General, a.k.a. Brian Patton.
Well, I'm glad you said that. That's who I thought it was.
If so, he's aged a lot since you went to Vegas.
Oh, see, I did it, didn't I?
Yeah, just a little bit too quick.
I didn't count.
Uh-oh, Nina folding out a turn.
Well,
One banana.
Nikki, the dealer Nikki, is the one that coined the phrase "one banana, two banana," telling the folks when they're here in the live stream table before they make a fold. Got to be able to take our time a little bit here so that we get the cards and the chips read correctly. So three-handed, all kings.
Jackpot flop.
Yeah, this is going to come down to some aggression. See who's got it and who doesn't.
They're just a tad bit heavier, too.
Queen on the turn doesn't change anything.
Check.
Checks around again. Oh, Travis takes the lead.
He's got a full house.
Not gonna bet it.
Not going to bet it, and but he is going to take it down and a profit there of 16,000. So when we're on a 15-minute delay, so when we put this table together right after the second break, we were at 70 players remaining. We had a total of 219 entries. And at one point at our peak, I think, what we have, 8, 12, 13 tables,
13
I think,
tables. That's right.
at one point.
I was on there for a while.
It was a great turnout. And you know what gets me, Nick, for that turnout is the time of the year. You know, it's just when we started this up 3.5 years ago, that first summer, I'm not going to talk out of turn, but we were begging for 15, 20 players.
Right? Yeah, no,
Raise
I mean,
20,000.
and there's a lot of rooms around that, 200 people on a Saturday afternoon in the
Yeah.
middle of summer. It's just unthinkable.
It is.
The tournaments we've put on, the attention we've been able to grab, it's just incredible. I don't mean to brag ourselves up, but
Oh,
it's
always.
just facts,
Brian now needs 12K to complete from the big blind after a raise from Patton to 20,000. So he's got ace jack of clubs, and he is going to complete and make the call. So we're going to go heads up. Ace five of spades against ace jack of clubs.
7, 8, 10
Rainbow, and Brian sensing that he's in the lead here, but he is down to
Yeah, he's only
Just-
got 10 big blinds behind.
just 10 big blinds left, so he's going to push that in.
He has a reasonable hand to do it with here. He has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. If he gets called off, he does still have some equity. I like to play, actually.
Hey, you're raking all the bananas. What do you care?
Put the cards in here.
If they've already been sitting there for a while.
Well, you still, so we want you to wait like one.
Anastasia, this is not the final table. We have about 70 players
Yeah,
left,
when
I
we
think,
came in,
so.
when we set this table up, there were 70 players. In that time, we probably lost at least 5 or 6. So we're pretty close to being down to 6 tables. This is a feature table. So with this table, there are at least 5 more tables out in the main room. Like we do with all of our tables, this is a part of the tournament. So as we start to lose players, we'll keep the tables balanced.
Charlie Fish.
That's right. We will see
That's what you
the
said,
next
what,
big
right,
blind
Charlie Fish?
get moved if there is a short table out on the main floor.
Tuna fish,
Let's keep
Charlie,
that in
you got a new
mind.
name now.
A player absent from this table doesn't necessarily mean they busted.
Charlie
Thank you.
Tuna.
Yeah, we're going to have up on the right-hand corner, Gio just whispered in my ear like he likes to do, that we're going to have the player count up in the right-hand corner here in a little
She's
bit.
Charlie Tuna.
Patton now raises it up, or no, he did call the 8,000 with Jack 10, but Matt's going to push all in with his remaining just under 5 big blinds with pocket twos. Nick is going to isolate here. He's going to push all in. And he does get Patton to fold. So
Pretty classic race here.
it really is.
Deuces.
Yeah,
One more.
You can see
and
if I had to guess, there's a deuce folded, and that is why the equities are what they are.
Yeah.
We're looking at 62-38.
So one other thing we do in here, guys.
It must be a
instead
deuce
of
fold.
y'all
though.
is-
Otherwise, we'd be a lot closer to 50-50.
Kind of early for that.
They've got this, sounds like a good door.
Right in the window.
right in the window, an ace.
5.
And now it's going to be a deuce and a deuce only. Well, now
some
he,
outs.
yeah,
Always a sweat, Nikki.
always a sweat.
Not it. Right.
Can't find it though. Jack of diamonds. Gonna seal the deal for Matt.
This phone be at the table for a minute.
We start our payouts at 22nd place today. It's going to be 500 for 22nd place. First place 11,150. This was a $300 buy-in. There was an optional $10 add-on that was a dealer appreciation add-on for 10,000 in chips.
Maybe.
And Brian, you're welcome for the
Good luck, everybody.
sugar and creamer.
No,
Anytime I
you
can
guys-
help
you
out.
guys are training
I don't know. I should thank you. Really. Dealer change, and now Danielson's coming in. You and I really haven't had a chance to talk. I really want to find out how things went out there for you in Vegas, and were there WSOP events then that you were dealing for?
Yeah, that was all I dealt.
It was all you dealt?
Yep. Until about the end, I got transferred to the cash department,
Mhm.
the cash section. But yeah, until that end part, I dealt
Yeah.
all bracelet events mostly.
Okay.
A few daily deep stacks and stuff like that, but yeah, everything was WSOP events. It was a good time, man. I really enjoyed it. I am happy to be back. I get back in the groove of things here. Much more of a family, less corporate here,
Yeah.
But I did enjoy my time out there for sure.
Charlie's going to come in here with ace-2 of diamonds. Patton now picks up the pocket twos in early action under the gun.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of limping here at this featured table. Would really like to see Charlie, if he's going to play, to come in with a raise first in.
Yes, I agree. He does have, and he's in a good position to do that with over 400,000.
Absolutely. He needs to apply some pressure on these stacks. You see Patton came along with the deuces. And something's not right here. There it goes. Now they updated. And Patton came along with the deuces, and he's in the lead here, where even a small raise might get Patton off those deuces. When you look across and you see the stack that's raising has 5 times the chips you do, it's hard to play those deuces. He gets out of the way anyways.
Yeah, you and I were dealing all day today, right from the beginning, and John there in seat 9. I was just dealing to him before we came from the break, and he will definitely get aggressive. We're going to see some aggression here without tipping Charlie's hand at all. Charlie, I keep an eye on Charlie when I'm playing against him.
I do as well.
He is a notorious check raiser, and not always with the nuts. He has a good sense of the table, and he looks for opportunities.
He does. I've always found him to be a very stubborn player as well.
Yes.
I remember the Winter Classic. I played against him. He called me all the way down one time with like 3rd pair. I was bluffing, and he was right. But I remember in that moment. I remember that. Okay, next time I'm gonna go. When I do have it, I'm going for full value.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's very sticky, but not afraid to get it in there either. He knows these tournaments come and go.
Oh, he's acting out of turn here. Nicky with pocket 9s. And the action changes, so Charlie gets to change his decision, but she's going to raise it up to 20,000 blinds at 4, 8, and 4.
Now, do you like that raise size, Vic?
In that early position with 9s, yes. What I wouldn't want to see there is just a call.
Yeah.
Just a limp in, because she does have a number of players behind her.
Yep, I like the size as well. If she was a little later position, you could even go just at 16. But in her early position, I like it as well.
Years ago playing this game, the rule of thumb was 3x.
Yeah.
And that's really kind of changed.
Yeah.
I heard somebody last night talk about online, where the online players are doing 2.2x or something.
2.2 is the standard.
That's the
online,
standard
yep.
now? Okay.
While I was in Vegas, it was once registration is over, it's almost always just 2x. If the blinds are 5 and 10, you're very rarely going to see a raise for any more than 20,000.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
in the live arena. But yeah, online at the 2.2. It's just strange to me because out in Vegas they use the big blind ante, so there's more in the pot.
Right.
So I'm expecting like a 2.5 to 3x raise.
Yeah.
To kind of account for there being more money in there.
Right.
But it's just not what I saw. Almost all 2x exactly while I was out there. Which is what we see here later in the tournaments normally.
Yeah.
But like I said, our ante is smaller, so I expected to see some sort of compensation for that, but I didn't.
Derek's coming into seat 1 now. He's got 130,000. He is a familiar face.
Yes, he is.
Very familiar face. Doesn't necessarily show up for nightly tournaments, but anytime we've got a big tournament, 95% of the time he's here.
Yep. And about 85% of those times, he's making a deep run.
He's running deep. Yeah. So here's a raise again to 20,000, Nick. And just a call here from John, and a quick fold there from Derek. So heads up action, 56,000 in the pot.
Ooh, and Nick flops the best of it. 3-2-5 rainbow. Takes the lead.
Free card.
Ooh.
And John hits that jack.
betting 30,000 into 56, and I don't think enough. I don't think a deuce is enough to continue here.
Oh,
Nick disagrees. He's gonna put in the call. He's looking for a deuce or 4. They could chop the pot.
check.
Ace jack.
3 of clubs on the river. Ace jack is gonna win it. Looks like the river went check check.
And our next big event, of course, is the $1 million prize pool guarantee, our second event here as a joint venture between ourselves and our good friends down in Dayton, Mad River. And we've got some great ways to get into these via a satellite. And the milestone satellite, August 6th, was a $130 buy-in, and that is, the milestone number is 240. And then we've got just one more of the $65 buy-in milestone. And then every Thursday until we get going here on August 15th.
I know, we're almost there. It's crazy. I think it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
These satellite turnouts have just been fantastic already.
We had 18 spots, was it?
I believe it was 18.
Thursday
Yes.
night?
If it wasn't 18, it was like 17, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Somewhere
yeah,
in there.
it was,
I actually wrote it down. Yeah, it was 17. The satellites get to the point where you got half of a single flight already full.
Yeah, I mean, people have 3-4 seats already. There's so much value in these satellites, guys.
Yeah. Now Charlie's going to get aggressive. He's got the ace jack of clubs and raises it up.
All the way up to 30,000. 9, it gets out of the way. Charlie's going to take down this pot.
I want to thank everybody for joining us. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, and we've got Kiwi Colleen out there, Wayne, Larry, Anastasia, Brian, B-Ron, Sprinkle is on there, John, and Grubba-Bub. Mike Norwood, thanks for joining us.
What's
Big
up, Mikey?
Papa. And Nick is telling us your volume is a little,
Yeah, I saw that. I tried to move the microphone
I
a
think
little
it's
bit.
probably
I'm
better
hoping
now,
it's
but
better.
Big
yeah.
Papa will let us know for sure.
Did you count to Mississippi?
I didn't, but I'm actually kind of like
Banana.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, was it banana?
It's banana.
Not Mississippi.
I just
Patton
kinda
wakes
1,
up
2,
with
3.
pocket kings here
Bluefish.
in the cutoff.
Fish.
98,000 in his stack. See how he decides to do this.
Tuna's a kind of fish, isn't it?
16,000. I think that's exactly the right amount from late position like this.
Well, can we make one up?
Might get the blinds to come along with weak hands.
Yeah.
9 with queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah, speaking of weak hands, that and the 7-4.
Yeah,
Can I check?
no, can't check, Nikki. Gonna cost you 8,000 more. Not gonna do it. So Patton's gonna win this pot. Only had to risk 16,000 to do it rather than, a larger amount like we've seen.
It's on the knee.
It's a kneecap.
Yeah.
My name is Nicky
And you can see now up in the right-hand corner, we've got 50 players left out of the 219 entries.
Wow, they must have really been dropping fast
They
out
dropped, so how long we've been in here, but they went from 70 to 50
Kneecap.
within about 20 minutes.
No, you don't get excused.
And here comes Johnny, another crowd favorite.
there. One of my favorites for sure. Love having him.
I figured they got one before they come on there. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I think we're gonna get Johnny's chip count here, and then we'll get the action started again. There it is, 1 million guarantee. Remember, 200,000 guaranteed to that winner. If last time is
175, 185,
based on last time, what was
Yeah.
it? 275.
270, yeah. and they did a little chopping there in the final 4, but
Yeah.
still the winner took
like 240 or something, right?
221 or
Something like that.
227
Yeah.
or something like that.
Life-changing money either way for $600, guys.
And take a look at these day ones, and what we like to point out is that the very last day one Saturday is a turbo. And actually the winner of our last millie got here after working a full shift in Fort Wayne in the warehouse, got into the turbo just in time. I was standing outside just as he came in. We said, hey, go Bears. And then he winds up getting into day 2. Runs pretty well, nothing fantastic, but got him to day 3, and then he winds up taking life-changing money home.
What a story that was.
Yeah.
Very last minute, decided to play all the way from Fort Wayne, right?
Yeah, Fort Wayne. I asked him what the impact would be of that money, and he said, well, at the warehouse he works at, he won't be taking, he won't be working 60 hours anymore.
I remember that. It really struck home with me. It
Yeah,
was,
not taking,
you know.
not taking the non-mandatory overtime anymore.
might not be able to retire, but
Yeah.
he doesn't have to work quite as hard anymore.
Yeah.
So that last hand, we saw Derek push all in with King Queen, folded around. He took down the blinds and ante.
And does that say now 41?
41. That's why I'm wondering if.
Oh, maybe the 70 wasn't correct.
Yeah,
when we
that's
came in.
yeah.
I might have been, but we're down to 40 now. Average chip stack at this level right now is, and I got to redo the math here, but
I took all sorts of notes. I had Emily print out a slip for me.
yeah,
And I lost it. I went to the grocery store in between, and I don't know what I did with it from here to there.
average chip stack now is 273, and so you get an indication if you look along the top of the screen where people stand in that. But of course, it's always about how many big blinds you've got left if you're a lower chip stack. And, you know, we've had this conversation with before, and Dom and I, you know, you get to that 10 level, it's not quite panic area. Did you see any trends during the World Series of Poker that was different than that?
I did. The ante, it really does make a big difference. So
Yeah.
when you're the big blind, you're paying 2 full big blinds. So every orbit, instead of playing 2 total, you're paying 2.5. You know, so people weren't as concerned. Here at these final tables or these feature tables, we'll see people play down to 6, 5 big blinds.
Exactly.
And, you just didn't see that out there.
Okay.
If you were on a pay bubble or something like that, sure you might. But you know, you saw people at the 12 or 15 big blind mark, kind of playing like we would expect the people here in the 8 and 10 range.
How much is it?
Nick under the gun with Ace Jack raises it up to 20,000.
I can't see that far.
Derek wisely gets out of the way with his ace.
And Nina just not getting any cards yet for this feature table.
No, she hasn't had the opportunity to play anything. Charlie gets very sticky on his button, but nope, not going to play the King-9 suited. Travis and Brian, nothing to defend their blinds with. Nick's going to take this one down.
Looks like Travis has got a cheering section out there. And now Chris has joined us, and Sean. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, this is a feature table. We're still got 4 other tables out there in the main room. And Nick and I are going to be here until we crown a champion. The champion taking home $11,150 with a total prize pool of $59,130. Talking to Jim and Marissa just a little bit ago, and Jim likes to keep track of that stuff, but after 3.5 years, it's hard. But he thinking that if this isn't the biggest one-day tournament we've had, it's pretty close to it. Nina now, very patient, and she picks up queens.
Going to make it 25,000.
25,000.
Hold. Hold. Hold.
And this looks like it's going to go through.
Yeah, I think so.
So she does pick up the blinds in the ante. Nothing to scoff at this level.
Absolutely not. So Jim said Jim said this was our biggest one day ever, huh?
Well, he thought it was close. There was another one day where he thought we were over at 60 or over 60,000.
He would certainly know better than me, but that just feels hard. I feel like we had some 50Ks in a day, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
He would
But
certainly know better than me.
It was a great turnout. And
absolutely.
it was the kind of turnout where we had to, Jim and Marissa had to get on the phone and try to get some folks in here dealing at the last minute. I was supposed to be on call, and it wasn't but 12:15, and I got the call at home. Can you get in here? They knew right away.
Well, that was partly my fault. I was late this morning.
Yeah.
We normally start on Saturdays at 3 o'clock, and all week,
Oh.
I knew we started at noon.
Yeah.
Right? I was excited. I was like, all right, I'll get to come in, deal for 5 or 6 hours, then I'll get to commentate, and I was super excited about it. And then last night, I text my wife about going to breakfast this morning. She asked me what time I worked, and I said 3 o'clock. Just thinking it's Saturday, I work at 3. And that was what stuck in my head. So we didn't end up going to, she didn't want to go to breakfast. So I slept. I got off late last night, and I just completely forgot about the noon start time.
Ace-9 versus Ace-5, and we've got 2 hearts and a diamond. All three now open-ended here for John. Travis was the pre-flop aggressor with a call from John, and he's going to keep the pressure on. But with that open-ender and an ace, he's going to make the call. And he hits it.
He sure does, right away.
This thing, it could slow things down now with the third heart coming out.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, there we go.
Oh, and now we've got a chop pot with the king coming in.
What a terrible card for John.
Yeah.
Call.
That's 35 and call. Straight.
Before the chips were out there, Travis makes the call, and it's chop pot.
Nice.
Blank on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I think if John bets that turn, he probably wins the pot. But at the same time, you have a strong hand. Your opponent showed some weakness on that street by not betting. Tried to let him catch up a little bit, but caught up too much there.
There's a shot of the main room here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, and some notables there. Steve Lang there in table 3, seat 6.
Yeah.
One of the founders of the Reserve, and actually he got the call to come in and help us out a little bit. And as soon as he got cut, he jumped into the tournament.
Yeah, he was excited. He said he had fun.
Yeah.
Got Julie there in seat 1. Tyler's still in. All right. Sean Combs. Yeah, we got a lot of notables still in the tournament. Johnny's going to open this up with ace-10 of diamonds. Opens it up to 25,000.
That little ding, ding, ding in the background meant that the blinds went up, so now we're at 5, 10, and 5.
Travis does have a hand here. So does Brian behind him. Travis gets out of the way with his ace-jack.
Interesting.
Very tight fold there.
Yeah.
See if Patton defends his big blind with an ace.
And he does. Calls 15,000 with the raise to 25 from Johnny. Heads up action.
9-6-5 rainbow.
This could get interesting.
It sure can. Patton takes the lead. Johnny does have a backdoor diamond draw.
30.
Like to see a check raise here.
Call's 30.
Just a call.
King of hearts.
And if Johnny keeps the pressure up, ooh, might have missed an opportunity there.
Yeah, I think so.
2 pair here for Patton with the ace kicker.
Check. How much is it in your hand?
Johnny is going to apply some pressure.
45.
45,000. Not quite enough to put Patton all in, but pretty close. This is essentially his tournament life. Can he call it off with just 6s? Looks like his instincts are telling him he's good. This will be a really good call. Remember, Patton, he checked the turn. Why now is he so confident on the river? Nope, he's going to let it go.
Lets it go. Johnny profits 65,000 there, and Patton takes quite a hit to his stack.
He does. I feel like he committed himself to that pot on the flop when he made the first call. If he wasn't going to continue, he should have just got out of the way then.
Nice putt, Johnny.
It was a tough call on the river, don't get me wrong. It wasn't. But once he makes the call on the flop, and then when Johnny checks the turn, I think he has to make that call on the river. It's tough to do, but looking back, I think he's going to wish he made the call.
Nina.
Another pair for Nina.
Another pair. Where's those Nina fans out there? I know there's a bunch of them. Let us know that you're there watching, cheering her on.
30.
She goes 30,000 here. Nikki behind her with 2 broadways, queen jack off. Hasn't had much to play to this point.
Call.
She's gonna make the call.
Fold.
Charlie and Travis, not much to play with. Brian.
Fold.
That's tuna fish.
Nick with an ace in late position. He's not afraid to squeeze. Let's see. I think he's a little weak, but
Fold.
nope.
I've seen Nick play quite a bit before, and I got to believe that if his stack was twice that, he probably would have put a squeeze on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even if he was just a few pips higher, I think. Or if his ace-5 was suited. Yeah, just a bad combination of things there for it. Derek getting a good price in the big blind.
A good price, but it's almost at the bottom of his range.
It's definitely the bottom of his range.
Yeah, and he lets it go. Keep that in mind. Queen 10. We'll see what happens with this flop coming from Danielson. And a queen, but he would have been behind with the Queen 10 against Nikki's queen.
He's kicking himself right now, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Very well could have saved his tournament life there. Nikki is not going to slow play her top pair. Can't blame her. Looks like 32,000. Only one overcard. Does Nina want to continue? She does not. There you go, Nikki. Takes down 80K in profit there.
She's above average chip stack right now, as is John. And through that hand, I think with John, to me, that kind of shows why John is at an above average chip stack. I mean, he didn't get too attached to that hand.
Nope. Same for Nina. You know, a lot of players they see only one overcard in there on the flop, and they're going to continue with their pair just to fold on the turn of river. You know, it's a disciplined fold from both of them. Yeah.
So, you know, quite often what we see, particularly in our cash game live streams, but in these tournaments on these feature and final tables, we see more than a few players that have a familiarity with each other. And also, with all the new faces that we saw today, we see players that are up against somebody they've never seen before. And oftentimes, those two aspects are a part of people's decision-making, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You go out to the World Series of Poker, you got to have a blank slate, don't you? I mean, you can't try to put, you know, like peg somebody as a certain type of player until you've spent time.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The only saving grace is that the levels are very long out there. You know, like most tournaments are 45-minute or hour levels, so you do typically stay at the same table for most of the day.
Okay.
So. But yeah, you coming into the day, completely blank slate. I mean, especially in the lower buy-in tournaments with thousands of people. In the high rollers, you know, the 10Ks, the 25Ks, all those players kind of know each other.
Sure.
But yeah, the lower buy-in tournaments, yeah, it's a crapshoot. You're put a blank, like you said, a blank slate every tournament.
Brian just put his tournament life at stake, pushing all in, but didn't get a caller, so he takes down the blinds there. We are the reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is our 40K in a day, which now the prize pool, $59,130. First place going Going home with $11,150. We're paying top 22. 219 entries today. The SummerSlamm.
I think WWE has a patent on that, by the way. I think we're going to get in some trouble for this one. Where's Dom at? He would know.
What if we spell it with 2 M's?
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's going to save us.
Yeah, Dom thought he might be listening in from his bachelor party today. Getting married at the end of September. Oh, boy, we got some action going on here.
We sure do. Patton puts in his 5 big blinds with Queen 9 of Hearts. Derek behind him with Ace King rejams
Does that say 50 players now?
with Ace King.
Yeah.
And it looks like we did get heads up now. Ace King versus Queen 9.
How many is there?
Patton is the one at risk.
It keeps going up.
What happened? He called.
Roll the cards over.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought everybody folded.
Patton was ready to rake that pot.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't muck his hand.
But he does need some help here, although it is a bit of a coin toss. I think the hearts is that giving Patton.
Ooh.
And he does hit a 9. Now an ace or a king for Derek, and Patton is going to take this and stay alive.
Yeah, he's going to be about 15 big blinds now, back in the fight. Derek is going to be crippled, I believe. 69,000, 7 big blinds. He is in the cutoff. He does have some time before he has to make a decision. And we got a dealer change. Looks like Patrick in the box. No, Thomas in the box. I think I can be forgiven for confusing the two.
I believe you can. Dom was all about the other night, Patrick cleaning up the whiskers and just going with the mustache.
Yeah,
Yeah.
him and I saw Tim Yeager was in the other night. He was going the way of the mustache too now.
Yeah. Tim was in here last night.
Yeah, last night.
5, 10, 5.
Charlie and Travis in early position. Got to get out of the way. Brian not going to play the 9-10. Nick with 8-6 suited. Not going to mix it up. Now, see Derek back behind with an ace and 7 big blinds. Going to put it in there. And I don't think the blinds can call. This is going to be a big pop for him. Gives him a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, when you've got 70,000 and you're able to take down 20,000,
Yeah, without a fight, that's
you know,
it's a huge pop for you, yeah.
right.
8 jacks, not that good.
Yeah, Tim was playing in the free roll here last night. Jules was here, and I was surprised to find out that Jules' time coming here to play, which has been a lot, or a high volume of events, but she didn't know who Tim was. So as he exited to go get a different job, she must have just started because I overheard. So
Yeah, I
what's
was
your
actually
name? And she said, I've never seen you here before. He says, I used to work here.
Yeah, I was dealing at that table when
That's
that
right.
happened. Actually, yeah, it was a funny interaction.
It was.
Tim said, "I've commentated like 4 of your streams. What are you talking about?" He was I think she felt bad that she didn't know him, and yeah, it was a funny interaction.
Yeah, it was.
We got a real hand here. Brian raises it up with Ace King to 26,000.
Oh, and
Yeah.
a fold there from Patton.
Derek with King Queen, absolutely dominated, but he does only have 9 big blinds. Good fold, Derek. That's some really good poker instincts there to just know you're behind. Also, really good discipline not to just get it in when you
Yeah.
have 9 bigs. Charlie with suited connectors, not one to just give up on his big blind.
No, he does. But he's sitting, well above an average stack
Yeah.
here, so he does make the call.
Can't blame him. Yeah, it's not a super favorable flop for him, but he does pick up a straight draw.
Oh, check, check, free card. Brian gets his ace, and he's able to take that down.
If registration was still open, Charlie's calling with that gut shot all day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, the ebbs and tides of the game, the ranges, the bet sizes really changes from level 1 and 2 to now after the second break, and then as we get closer to a final table.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just putting it in drive and go.
No, and it can't be. Like, if you want to be successful in these tournaments, you have to know the structures. You have to know you have to know the stacks, the structure. You have to know when to change up your game and when to expand your range, when to tighten your range. We just saw that from Derek. Like 9 times out of 10 with 9 big blinds, king queen, you're gonna get all your money in.
Right.
But he knows you had a player open from early position. He knows at this stage of the tournament, his king queen is probably not a favorite there.
Ace king for Patton, and he's going to raise it up to 30,000. We're at 5, 10, and 5. Charlie not going to get sticky this time, I think, with the queen 6.
Nope. And Travis with the king 4.
Not going to defend his big blind. I don't blame him.
Not at all.
And Travis continues to try to hang in here at one point, down to just 5 big blinds. Now trying to build back up.
Patton, yeah.
What did I say? Yeah, Patton.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, Bubba, you know, you really have to pick your spots. I agree with you. That's a big part of this game.
I wouldn't give you any chips and take it out back. Come on now.
I thought we had a deal. You was gonna work it out, gonna split the profit.
I don't think so.
It was
Was
out
that
there.
deal in writing?
Nina keeps picking up the pairs.
She sure does.
Now she's got 9s.
And Nikki behind her with an ace.
Raise.
JPC, we are in Toledo, Ohio, the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. Nikki with an ace does get out of the way. Charlie's going to fold his pair of 8s. I'm surprised to see him get rid of that one.
Yeah.
See, nobody wants to play with me.
Nina has not really had any cards. It probably appears as if she's playing very tight, but in reality, she just hasn't gotten any cards.
Right.
So her raises at this point are going to get a lot of respect, and that's what we saw there.
Yes, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is our live stream. Typically on a Saturday night we do a cash game live stream, but we've got a big tournament today, 40K in a day. Great turnout, making a total prize pool of 59,000 with first place going home with 11,150. Again, this is just a feature table. We still have 4 more tables in the main room as part of this tournament. But at some point, this table will become our final table. Nick and I will be here until we crown a champion.
We sure will. Do we have a trophy today?
I don't believe we do.
They're the ones that won't tell.
I don't believe we do.
I guess the $11,000 we'll just have to do, huh?
Well, we just did a couple weeks ago our Salute to Service, and that was a fundraising tournament, and it was open to active and retired service members to come and enter the tournament for free. They did have $100 rebuys, and we had a great turnout for that.
Yeah, I was really bummed to miss that one.
Well, and our crowd favorite Big Slick Rick wound up taking that down. I interviewed Rick afterwards, and he said, all right, I'm going to call it again. I'm going to point, you'll do the Babe Ruth point to right field. And he says, for the Millie, he says, I'm not taking it down, but I'm going to run deep and make the final table.
Nice.
And he said, then he said, of course, what I really want is the trophy.
Right, absolutely. That hardware is.
So you don't care about the potentially $270,000 first place. And well, he says I wouldn't take it that far.
Right. I think the Millie's like a big exception where the hardware is important. You love the hardware. The hardware is forever, of course, but $250,000, come on now. So that last pot we did see Nick in the big blind with King Jack. He jammed all in against the small blind and took it down. Pretty standard play there. Just not really seeing a good mix of hands right now.
No.
Brian on the button with Queen Jack. Gonna raise it up. Looks like 22. There's that. Nope, 23, excuse me. John's going to look him up with his Jack 9. Figures he has live cards. In this case, of course, he doesn't.
I don't know how.
So we got Jack 9 versus Queen Jack.
No, it's not updated.
King 7-3 Rainbow. I think the first one to bet here is going to win. Let's see who it's going to
It
be.
looked like it was going to
Yeah,
be
it
John
sure
there
did.
for a second, but Brian's going to keep the heat up and do a continuation bet.
Bet's 25,000 here. And John has to get out of the way. Brian Seabet going to take down this pot. Haven't really seen too much. I don't think we've seen any check raises. Everyone's still kind of feeling each other out here.
So this is the VPIP, and again, this is just the feature table, and a couple of these players just joined, but voluntary put into play, so the level of activity that you're, and of course Patton has been trying desperately to hang in there, pushing in several times, so it's no surprise that his is up there. John can play aggressive.
See Travis all the way down there at 8%. I haven't seen him made any big. He did fold the ace jack there one time. Other than that, he just completely card dead since we've been at this featured table. I think that's been the theme. No one's really had a run of cards yet that we tend to see.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Onesies here and onesies there. Really no. No back-to-back pots or even better.
As
than
I
that.
say that, Nick is all in from the button with ace 6. Patton in the middle with 8-3 has to get out of the way, but John K with pocket queens. Man, Nick bets from the button, and the small blind just wakes up with pocket queens. What a tough spot for him.
That's not good. I mean, I just don't like putting that many chips in.
And it is a lot of chips to put in there. It's just over half of his stack. So Nick, tournament life could be at stake, or he could be making a big double up here.
It's 6-4.
Looking for an ace or a 6 now. Oh, the queen instead. Nick is going to go out in 50th place.
We're paying the top 22 here tonight with 219 entries.
Many times it's been on the floor.
First one to get, or the first payout at 22nd place will be $500. As we get closer to the final table, we'll have the complete list of payouts, but just suffice it to say, first place, $11,150. This was a $300 buy-in. Had the option at the beginning when you sat down of a $10 add-on. That's a dealer appreciation add-on for an additional $10,000 in chips.
I think we had 100% success rate today. I think everybody did that add-on.
Yeah.
Right. He tried. That's all he did was try.
So we got Derek in the big blind here. Remember, he is very short. He has 89,000. 15 of that is now in the middle. Brian with ace 9. Has to be very careful about it. Gets out of the way. Players, when the big blind is so short, players have to be very careful about what they enter the pot with because they know it is very likely that Derek is going to get all of his chips in the middle in this hand. Patton with ace-9. Unfortunately for Derek, he has an ace.
You could hear the chimes in the background indicating the end of this level. So the next hand, the blinds will be going up. And you were right, absolutely. Derek does push in with ace-3.
24 grand every round.
Looks like Derek is all in for 84. Patton has 93. Looks like Patton had opened to about 30,000. He would be surrendering a decent chunk of his stack if he were to let this go.
Yeah.
But he does. He gets out of the way, and that is a huge, huge spot for Derek.
Yeah, sure is. He's about to become the small blind, so he picks up a profit there of 30,000.
It's going to be about 120,000 in his stack now. And he's going to have, he has more time now. So he has to pay the small blind, but then he'll be the button. He has full orbit. Find a way to get those chips in the middle.
Around deuce 3, he was making a move. He got away with it.
Yeah, pair 7.
3, 4 of spades. It's a good opportunity to do it.
It is.
12,000 again.
Nine Nicky get out of the way. Charles does as well. Over to Travis now. Can't play. Brian's going to raise this pot up.
I'm proud of you. Come on.
Looks like 31,000 to go now.
Except when you're up against me.
Gio is going to get us caught up. We will see these whole cards in just a minute here. There they are.
I never win with ace queen.
Brian opens it up with ace-4 of spades and wins the pot.
Yeah, it goes all the way through. And now we've got a player coming in to take seat 8. A very familiar face to our, not only our big tournaments, but regular tournaments during the week. We are open 7 days a week. You can go to thereservepoker.com and check out our schedule. We also live stream 3 nights a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays cash game. Tuesday is a big game for us, of course. That's become, since you were in Vegas, it became a 5, 10, 20 now.
Yeah.
With a $1,000 to $3,000 buy-in. That's a 5-hour live stream starting at 6:15.
He was just making a button move. That's what he
Yeah, I've dealt that the last 2 weeks. It's really turned into a really big game.
Yeah, big game.
12,000 again.
Nicky here under the gun with ace-queen of spades. See what she decides to open to here. Blinds are up to 6 and 12.
Raise. 32,000.
We're at 32,000 now. Charlie behind her has to get out of the way with his queen 10. Travis and Brian, not much to play with. T-Mart with a suited king. John with a pair, though. Pair of sixes.
Call me.
He's going to set mine here. Patton and Derek and Johnny get out of the way. Back to 9 in the big blind. So we've got ace queen of spades versus pocket sixes.
Right.
6 in the window. 1 spade. Nicky, unfortunately for her, is going to c-bet this pot. 40,000 now. We'll see how John decides to play his middle set. Really like just a call here. Of course, I can see the cards.
Raise 140.
Makes it 140 to go. Gonna blow Nicky right out of this pot. This is not the time to get froggy, Nikki.
Well, the good news is we're back to 40 players again.
Are we?
Yeah, Mike, it wasn't a rainbow board. There was 2 diamonds out there, but even so, it's...
That was at 40, it went to 50.
Yeah, we can see the cards, but I am not a fan of that raise. So often, you're just so far ahead there. Call. You're in position. But I'm not in the tournament. You know?
Hey, Gio, when you get a chance, give us a shot of the main room if you would. We can maybe spot out some favorites, player favorites out there that are still in it. This is just a feature table. I wouldn't say just, but this is a feature table.
T-Mart with a hand to play here.
Yeah.
He just makes the call. I'm surprised to see that. T-Mart is a
Yeah.
pretty experienced player. Derek behind him.
Does he push?
I think he has to. 10 bigs. Yep.
And he does.
Since there's already a limp, maybe you can limp in there. But I'm a fan of this. Johnny behind him with ace queen off.
113.
Appreciate you, Kiwi. This is a big spot for Johnny. You've got a limp in front of you, a limp, then a jam. You have the button, but the player's all in, so you lose your positional advantage. He's sizing up his stack here, seeing if he can afford to make the call, and he does.
Yeah. 9 of 10 deuce, no thanks. King 3 for Nikki, no thank you.
Eric, it was an interesting spot. Now, T-Mart, if he had raised,
Yeah.
you know, maybe Johnny doesn't feel as good, and probably still call him with. Probably still gonna call with the queen, with ace queen, but it's definitely an even tougher spot if T-Mart came in with a raise. But we got a classic flip here, folks. 9-9 versus ace queen. We saw 1 queen folded at least. 5-5 deuce, no help.
9 still in the lead here. Here comes, and it's going to hold up. And now Derek improving his situation significantly. He was down to, I think, around just 7 or 8 big blinds at one point.
Yeah, he was in the big blind. He had 89,000. He had 9 big blinds, and now up almost to the chip average.
Want to thank everybody for joining us. We are the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. This is the feature table of today's 40K in a day. Please hit the like button. Helps us out a great deal.
Yeah, let's get to that 100 likes here, huh? What are we at? We're only at 19,
We're
folks.
only at 19. I think we can get there pretty soon. Let's get to 100.
Yeah, Eric, I think that was what he was thinking about. I don't think he was going to fold. With T-Mart's limp there, it's so huff because we've seen it over and over at these featured tables where a lot of players, they like to limp their pocket aces, their pocket kings, and wait for someone else to raise, you know? So it's so scary to see that limp, especially from a player like T-Mart that you know is an experienced player.
Yep.
Patton with the aces here.
Pushing all in.
Yep, he has 93,000 here. He's going to put it all in the middle with the nuts. See what Charlie wakes up with here.
The Nina fans are getting a little frustrated. She's just not. She's either seeing big pocket pairs or she's not seeing anything at all.
Yeah. It could really help her out later, though. Like I said, she appears to be really tight, when in reality she is just not getting any hands. So see if she uses that to her advantage later on. I sure hope she does.
Oh, man, these wake up with a real hand.
Then what happened?
Brian now with a pair of 9s. T-Mart behind him with 8s.
Raise. 32.
32,000 is the price from Brian with pocket 9s. Brian or T-Mart behind him with 8s. 191,000 in a stack, and it's all going in the middle, folks.
Mystery
John.
hand there for John K, but he folds it. Couple of hearts. No thanks, Derek. Out of the way. Nina again, not seeing much. Charlie with pocket 3s. Not really calling range after a raise and an all-in for Charlie. And he's going to get Brian to lay down those 9s.
I mean, 8s are just so blah, you know.
Yeah.
You don't like to put so many chips in the middle with 8s. I don't blame him. Or 9s, excuse me. Just goes to show you how powerful aggression is. You know, a T-Mart just makes that call and tries to set mine, and odds are he loses the pot. Instead, he uses his aggression, gets it all in, and gets a hand that has him absolutely dominated to fold. John K. almost silently, kind of silent here, up to 600,000 almost.
He's going to limp in with a couple of spades, queen 7.
You know, I like the decision to play the hand with your chip stack, but make it 25,000 here.
Didn't I count?
Particularly with his stack.
Yeah,
I mean,
Oh, I probably didn't count.
like the instinct that you want to play the pot is correct. You know, you have the stack, use the chips, but put some pressure on these hands. You can see he would have taken down the pot if just puts in 24 instead of 12. Now Brian picks up a gut shot.
Glad I didn't.
and he gets him to fold it. John got more aggressive pre-flop than he did pre-flop.
Yeah.
He got more aggressive post-flop. And there are the other 3 tables as part of this tournament here today.
Look at the faces. Still got Julie Bird. Still got Tyler, Steve, Sean Combs. George in the mix out there.
Yeah, George.
I hadn't seen him today. I wonder if he came in late or if I just missed him.
I think you just missed him. I dealt to him a couple times today.
Well, we go.
Nina and Nikki, man, both of them just nothing to play with.
Man.
Charlie with the ace queen this time. See what size he chooses. Typically typically chooses large sizes for his opens.
Yes, he does. About a little better than 2.5x here.
Yep, 30,000 to go now. T-Mart in the big blind with Jack 9. Decides to let it go. And Charlie's going to pick up that 24K. Yeah, Kiwi, we'll have to see what we can do about that.
What's that?
She wants to wrench by her name, make her a moderator for the channel.
Right over here. Yeah.
Yeah, Kiwi, I was given that like one more time. I did a couple of
Thanks.
reports there on that one, but I was ready to pull the trigger on it for a block, just so you know.
Smooth call
I think you know what I'm saying.
Giving them all away.
I wasn't sure if you're going to fight.
This channel, we are growing and growing. That is something we'll have to think about soon, I think. Getting some moderators in the chat. Especially we had the Millie coming up we're gonna have we had thousands of views last time, you know.
Yeah.
Something we should talk to Jim about, actually.
Nikki, as we mentioned, has been really quiet. Now she picks up ace-9. And she's going to call here. Blinds at 612 with a $6,000 ante. Travis, of course, he's been a little card dead as well.
T-Mar makes a call with his ace-4. And John checks his option with 8 deuce. We're going 3 ways to this flop. 5, 5, 7. Rainbow board. No one really hits any of it. Nikki's still ahead with her ace-9. She's going to c-bet for 20,000. I like the size. And it gets it done. Well done, Nikki.
Yeah, really good position bet there, recognizing that there wasn't a lot of strength there. And she put a big enough or small enough bet out there, big enough to get them out, but small enough that if somebody just rages over the top, she can get out of there.
Absolutely, yep.
Our blinds are 25-minute long blinds, 25-minute levels. And I think for the Millie itself, those will be 30-minute.
Yeah, I believe 30 minutes for day 1, and then, was it 40 or 45 for day 2 and 3?
Right. Derek now is going to raise to 25,000. He's got a little bit breathing room now here with his chip stack. Ace-10 of hearts under the gun.
Holds all the way to the button. T-Mart with 10-5, of course, can't play. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
This could be disastrous for Derek.
Yeah, all in here for Patton. Derek's more than likely
snap
going to...
called,
Oh, and
yeah.
he snap folds or snap calls?
Oh, yeah,
Snap calls. Oh, boy. I thought he was going to call out for a chip count as soon as Thomas wasn't reaching for the chips. I thought it was all over, but it is not. Ace-10 versus aces, and he gets a 10, so he's got some...
That's going to do it. All the aces. Oh, and he even hit the 10. That's so sick.
Wow.
Aces full for Patton. Trip 10s for Derek.
10's full of aces for Derek.
Excuse me.
Yeah, my goodness.
So, kind of reversing roles here. Patton going to be up to 234,000. Derek back down to that 10-12 big blind level. But as we've seen, he is comfortable there. He's made a comeback once, more than capable of doing it again. Just kind of ran into it there. Sometimes the big blind just has aces. And
yeah, that's
what can you do?
What can you do?
We saw the same thing happen to Nick, where the small blind woke up with queens, and really, what can you do?
So there we are at level 15. There is the clock. Total chips 10,950,000. Average chip stack 280. We've got 39 players remaining. 219 entrants. Total prize pool 59,000. And you can see the payouts start out at 22nd place with first place 11,150. This was a $300 buy-in tournament today.
We couldn't get one more entry, just make it even 11 million in chips. Instead of 10 million, 10,950,000. One more, folks. One more.
Yeah. Yep. Nikki now queen 10.
Just a call again, Nikki. Gotta raise first in.
Pocket fours for Brian, and he's going to push all in. He's at 11 or 12 big blinds.
Yep, pretty standard play. T-Mart has to fold. John does have some chips to play with, but ace-7 not very strong. Derek, though, behind him with ace-queen. He's got 10 bigs. 1.5 already in the middle. I think I'm going with this hand. I don't love it, but I think I'm going with it. What do you think, Vic?
Yeah, I think so. I actually think that if he's got twice this amount, Derek's style, he might actually get away from this.
Absolutely, yeah. But the stack to pot ratio, I think it's hard to fold this hand. He does,
yeah,
though.
but he does fold it. And back over to Nikki now. And she almost has too many chips here to call with the
Yeah.
Queen 10. Of course,
This is the problem with limping here. You
yeah,
know,
that is a problem with limping.
She does get out of the way. Brian's going to take this one down.
No, he had pocket 10. I had ace queen.
Starting to pick up some more viewers here today, Saturday evening. We're going to be here, Nick and I, till we crown a champion for our 40K in a day.
Yeah, what's your over-under? What do you think? Midnight?
Well,
One?
we started at noon today, and oftentimes tournaments are anywhere from 8 to 9 hours, but these are 25-minute blinds, and it's a big turnout. So, yeah, I'd say we'll be here till about 11, maybe midnight tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna set the over-under at midnight.
Okay, there it is, folks. Place your bets.
I will take action. You got my number.
Go watch it on your phone.
JPC, we encourage talk about play.
Yeah.
Keep it professional, and
Courteous?
we love it.
Yep. Yeah, we love to have our viewers comment. Also, would like to know where they're listening from, where they're watching from. We know we got Kiwi Colleen over in New Zealand, Big Papa sitting in his lazy boy chair over there in Perrysburg or Sylvania. I forget. Sorry, Big Papa.
My chips as well.
Derek all in with 9-10. Just using his position there.
Yeah, used his position well and takes that down. Mike says he's going to take the under. Says we'll be out of here by midnight. Yeah, Kiwi, we're not going to go with midnight New Zealand time.
What is
nor
New Zealand
after
time?
a beautiful day like today. So it's winter time for Kiwi. And Kiwi, it was just an absolutely beautiful day today. Is one of the reasons Nick and I were commenting on this fantastic turnout. But a beautiful summer day here in Toledo, Ohio. We still had 219 entries.
Yeah, there was a lot going on today too. Like Seneca County has their fair. There's a music festival. Like a lot of stuff going on today, and we still pulled in a full house today. Super impressive. And I also want to point out that we had no satellites for this tournament. Everyone here paid $300.
Yeah.
Don't make slip.
And, you know, if we didn't have all these satellites for the upcoming $1 million prize pool guarantee starting on August 15th, we probably would have had some satellites for this.
sure,
Typically
yeah.
do. But, yeah, everybody came in ready to fire. And we've got Eric, Dallas City, Illinois. $50 Chuck in Michigan, Lapeer. I think I'm saying that right. Larry, a regular on the coming to us from New Jersey.
Johnny. No, usually I have 6.
So we saw a small blind versus big blind pot there. Nobody flopped anything. Johnny took it down.
Only off of 40. Felt like it was 40 for half out.
It was 40, then 50.
Yeah, and then we went back out to 40 and it stayed there for a while.
Colleen says 14C here or 57F for you guys. I love that she knew that she'd have to convert it for us because we'd have no idea what 14C meant. That's a weird conversion. It's like 9 divided by 5.
Yeah,
it's a weird one, yeah.
Yeah, hold up your right leg in the air.
Right.
and then, yeah. Pull on your ear, and then you get the number.
I thought we were all getting
I think
champagne.
Fahrenheit is like the one
What the hell?
unit of measure. Like I wish we'd go to the metric system
Yeah.
except for Fahrenheit.
Except for
Yeah,
Celsius and Fahrenheit,
exactly.
yeah.
He does that all the time.
I get you there.
When they reach the goal.
First time I saw it, I thought the same thing.
It's like
$50 Chuck here on rooting for Travis as he plays every Monday with him.
A $300 shot of champagne.
Brian raising it up with ace-10 to 32,000. Gonna take this pot down, and you heard that noise, folks. Blinds are about to go up.
Yeah, quit raising down there.
16 and 8.
8-16 now.
We got
8-16.
Montrose, Michigan here.
You would like that?
Yeah.
What's your name? She wants
What's your name?
Oh, Brian.
Brian? That's enough of that, Brian.
All right.
And you know, the 3.5 years that we've been open, or just about, and we've really established, I think, a tremendous atmosphere. People like coming here to play. Tim, who we were just talking about, was the one that coined the phrase professional poker room with a home game feel to it. And today was no exception. You know, it was, you've got 12 or plus tables, and there's laughter and a lot of banter between players. Even when we've got so many new faces. I mean, granted, we do see a lot of repeat business, but how different was that then during the World Series of Poker?
Oh, completely. I mean, the World Series of Poker, it's 90% headphones and hoodies and no talk, and it's here. It's kind of like we have that gradient of players, and they kind of bring everyone to their level.
Yeah.
You know, so a player might come in with the headphones and hoodie, but halfway through the day, they're talking it up, they're laughing. You know,
Yeah.
we do such a good job of welcoming new players and making them feel at home. Even during the Millie, I mean, there's literally $1 million being played for, almost
Right.
$2 million last time,
Right.
and it still has that home game atmosphere.
All right, some aggression now here from Derek,
Yeah,
and I
he
think
is
we're going
tired
to
of
continue
waiting
to
for
see
hands.
this. If his stack continues to build, he's definitely a position and opportunity player.
kind of card
He
there.
does switch up his range without a doubt, depending upon where he is on the table and where his chip stack is.
Absolutely.
And once he gets a serious chip stack, look out.
Yeah, I mean, this table, they're going to be in some trouble if he can build up his stack. Like, it's hard to be dangerous with 10 and 12 big blinds. You kind of have two options. But if he can build up a stack, he will absolutely run over all these limps. They're not going to, he won't allow it.
He'll make them pay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the shot of the main room that we saw
Now he's got a real
earlier,
hand.
we do see better than a handful of players that are Derek, that play like Derek. And Derek now with jacks, he's going to push all in. Johnny gets out of the way with pocket fives.
Gonna get
And-
the job done.
It's going to go through. And he continues to build up.
That was. You stole my load.
Brian, I think that's what we're seeing now. You know, he's got tired of waiting for hands. He decided he's going to be aggressive. He's going to try to build his stack that way rather than just waiting for good hands to get it in. You can see, of course, he had it that time. But yeah, I agree with you there, JP. I would have just liked to seen a raise there, but they got the job done.
And you can see up in the right-hand corner, we've got now down to 38 players. As we mentioned, the first payout level will be at 22nd place for $500.
I don't think they were up there yet.
Speaking of aggression, Johnny had been pretty aggressive when he sat down, been kind of quiet, but now with Queen Jack of Hearts, I'm expecting a raise here, Nick.
Yeah, I think so. John has he was very aggressive when he had short stacks.
Yeah.
And now that he's built it up almost 600,000, he's really turned down the volume. I don't know if he's trying to coast into the money but he's definitely missed some opportunities to use his stack to his advantage.
We got 20 minutes to wait.
I ain't gonna make it.
Makes it 40,000 here.
I'm gonna have to run.
I'm going to make you laugh pretty soon.
40,000 to take down 32. Not bad work when you can get it. Just in time for the big blind. Or no.
We got one more.
One more.
All the way over there.
Thank you, Chris. Yep, we are paying 22 spots today. 219 entries. John K. under the gun this time with ace jack. Chose 40,000 last time. Under the gun this time. I believe he said call.
Very interesting. Because Derek now with king, queen of clubs, that's in his range.
We did see him fold this exact hand, but much different scenario before.
Yeah, different circumstances. Looks like it's 55. It
Yep.
is 55,000.
55 over a limp.
Charlie been pretty quiet. If
Been real quiet.
if it was coming around to him with folds and limps, he probably would have bet that hand, but he's going to get out of the way. If they were suited, I'd have called you.
I don't know what John's strategy here is at this
I'm
feature
not
table.
sure.
I'm having a tough time figuring out what his game plan is here.
I was going to say maybe he would have preferred to be in position on that, but he's been doing.
Yeah,
he's been playing out of position, stronger than that.
I thought he had called with the intention of raising.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what John's strategy is here. I hope if I get a chance to talk to him later, I'm really curious to see what his thinking here is the last couple of hands. I wonder if he is just content to kind of cruise into the money. You know, he has the stack where he could go home and be in the money. You know what I mean? So
yeah, he could.
I wonder if that is his game plan. I mean,
Yeah.
when I have that sort of chip stack at this stage of the game, I'm trying to take advantage of everyone else that's trying to cruise into the money, and I'm opening much wider than I normally would, you know, and we're seeing the exact opposite from him, so I'm just curious to see what his game plan is.
Nina took some time to think about that Jack 7 of hearts, and I get that because the cards have been so dead. And when you finally look down at something that looks semi-appealing, you're going to take your time to think about it. In the meantime, in the cutoff, pocket sixes for Travis, and he's going to push in with his remaining 9 big blinds. This time,
Wow.
oh, John. Wow, locking those chips down?
Yeah,
What's
I think
going on there?
that's the only explanation I can come up with, Vic. The
Yeah,
problem
Flamingo,
with-
this is our 40K in a day. This is a tournament. We do not have our cash game live stream tonight. This is 40K in a day, and we mentioned 219 entries means that our total prize pool is 59,130. This is a feature table. We're down to 38 players, so we're down to 4 tables. There's 3 other tables as part of this tournament in the main room. This will, within some time, become our final table until we crown a champion.
Yeah, they got some expensive ones in the series. They used to. I don't think they got them.
And Flamingo, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. If you've come on, please be sure to hit that like button. Helps us out. What really helps us out as well is to hit that subscribe button. When you do that, if you click on the bell right next to it, then you'll get notifications when we are going live.
3 days a week, live poker action from Toledo, Ohio.
Yes. Well, this might be interesting. Pocket twos now for Patton.
And John has been playing.
He's been showing that he has an affection for pocket pair.
John has been playing so tight that I'd really like to see a raise here. I don't know if Patton has picked up on just how tight John has been, but
Crazy amount of time.
And he does raise it up. He's going to make it 41K.
This would be like the most profitable tournament in the series.
Yeah, but
You're instantly in the money if you win it. Plus, you're playing against a bunch of people that just got there randomly. You know?
Flamingo first place money today, 11,000.
11,150. And we start paying, the payouts start at 22nd place. 22nd place takes down 500. As we get closer to our final table here, we'll start to post those, all of those along the bottom part of the screen. The payouts, that is.
That'd be a quick $1,000.
And thank you for hitting that like button, Flamingo. Appreciate it.
32. Third of the way there.
Johnny's going to push in under the gun with ace 10.
Yeah.
There's a table full of pit bulls in here.
Been very quiet for the last, couple orbits. This raise is going to get a lot of respect. Nina with 5-4, getting some camera time, I think. Nikki's been so card dead. That King 10 looks really good to her,
It
but
sure looks good.
But she has to get rid of it wisely. Travis and Brian, nothing to play with. Clean diaper, 7 deuce. I think it's going to get through for Johnny.
And T-Mark's been really quiet.
Derek with an ace, though. He's been out pipped like this multiple times so far. He's been able to get out of the way every time except when he ran into aces, but ace 9 versus ace 10 here. Derek has very good instincts. He's played with Johnny a ton.
Tons and tons.
He knows it's very unlikely Johnny is doing this with a hand worse than ace 9. Maybe thinking it's a flip, pocket 6s, 7s, something like that. Don't think Johnny's ever doing this with ace 8 or a wheel ace.
Yeah, JP, this is a tough call. He's going to let it go.
Good fold, Derek. Really impressed with Derek's instincts at this table so far.
Johnny shows one card, and I'm pretty sure it was the ace. And I think you're right. He looks at ace 9, and he looks at Johnny, who does that under the gun.
Yeah.
And you got to believe that he's doing that with a better hand than,
yeah.
than ace 10.
Best case scenario there is that they're flipping, and Johnny's got something like 6s or 7s, and just no need to put your tournament life at risk for that. Sometimes you gotta flip, but that wasn't one of those situations.
No.
You had deuces? No, you would have called like you said.
And it doesn't even make a difference in that scenario whether Derek's got 3 times the amount of chips.
Nope, not against Johnny.
Still,
yeah.
no, not against John. You talk about looking down at a pretty hand after you've seen just a bunch of junk. Poor Nikki.
You can lot still. You got a couple of them.
Travis,
Yeah.
no thanks. Now Brian has the ace jack.
He's
And he's going to raise this up.
41 from 160 in his stack. 180 in his stack, excuse me. T-Mart with the suited ace 9 behind him with 172.
Jesse, I'm full. I'm full. Okay, I got you. They said in the headset that you were bringing someone.
You said the next big one? Next big one. That's what you saying.
That's me. Take
Uh-oh, sounds like we're losing Nina.
Oh, we might be losing Nina as we do with our tournaments. Got to keep the tables balanced.
Do I take
Probably, you can give it to him.
Over to Patton on the button with ace 4.
Well, bye guys.
Good luck.
We'll see you soon, Nina. Brian's bet is going to go through with a profit of 32,000 there.
Yeah, I'd like that play a lot. A lot of players, excuse me, a lot of players with Brian's stack, 180,000 blinds at 16. They got 12 big blinds. A lot of players are just gonna jam it all in there.
Yeah.
I like that he just raised. Gives you a chance to get one of the tighter players behind you decides to jam.
Well, he had T-Mart thinking
Yep.
hard about that with
Yep.
that ace 9 suited. And part of that is T-Mart's probably frustration is just not seeing any cards.
Absolutely.
Suddenly that becomes the psyche, right?
Yeah. Oh man, if I fold this, I'm gonna get 10 deuce again next hand, and
Right.
what do I do? Charlie continuing to play tighter than I normally see him play. Folds a pair there. I know it's deuces, but it's normally in Charles's range for sure. T-Mart just looks so discouraged.
Yeah, he does.
Patton with king 10 in the cutoff. Gonna raise this up, it looks like. I should say, looks like he's gonna enter the pot. Derek behind him with a pair.
Oh, I was letting you know how much it was.
Raise 32.
Min click here makes it 32,000.
Derek on the button with a pair, 260,000. He's gonna set mine and make this call. Not quite getting the right implied odds he needs, but
16 more?
16 total. 32 total, sorry.
and this just might bring Nikki into the pot.
Yeah, she really just needs another 16,000 here to defend her big blind with an ace.
Almost 100,000 in there. Getting over 5-1. Nope. What was it? Ace 5 or Ace 6? I forget. Was it? Did she fold a 6?
She no, ace 7.
Ace 7. Okay. Patton outflops Derek here.
Checks around.
Goes check though.
Free card. And now 2 pair for each of these guys, but Patton with 10s and queens with a king kicker. Derek wants to see where he's at.
Yeah, he's in danger of getting counterfeited here, so he's gonna bet, protect his hand a little bit. Does get a call though. Derek looking for a 6. Can't find it, but that is a scary card for Patton.
Yeah.
Nope. Patton gonna take it down with the 10s. Queens and 10s with an ace. Gonna be the best hand.
Yeah, Flamingo, today's buy-in was $300. There was an optional add-on of 10,000 in chips. You're starting with a $40,000 starting stack. And then their 25-minute levels. Not sure why we're seeing this, but anyway, we've got the chip. This is what we typically use in our cash game as a cumulative winnings. So I think that graphic was popping up just to see what the.
Yeah, I mean it's still an interesting graphic.
It is an interesting graphic.
You can see John's added almost 300,000 to his stack since reaching this table.
Yeah.
And as soon as we talk about it, Gio takes it down.
You're right. I hadn't been used to seeing it in a tournament, but now that you mention it,
I thought the same thing. I was like, it's
pretty
strange,
interesting.
but then I thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as soon as that's all right. Thank you, Gio. John K with ace 9 here. Just gets out of the way. I'm really interested to talk to John later. I'd like to know what his strategy at this featured table is.
There's 28 players left?
33 players left from what the table says.
The table says, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a 15-minute delay here. Everything that Nick and I see and commentate on and see with you actually happened 15 minutes ago. These cards have a chip in them, and you'll see the rectangle in front of each of the players, and that they have to get those cards in that rectangle so that the card reader can read the chips, so that we have the benefit of seeing those cards. The players are also required to put their phones and smartwatches up on the shelf. We actually have a little locker for that locks up. But 25-minute levels today, so what we did, we played 4 levels, took a break, and then 4 more levels, and the dinner break was 30 minutes. At the end of that second break, which was 30 minutes, then that became the end of the entries and re-entries into this tournament.
Derek going to take this pot down with pocket 8s. Continues to not put himself at risk for elimination. Still steadily building up his stack. There it is, folks. Every Thursday, every every Tuesday and Thursday from now until August 15th, we're going to have satellites. $130 buy-in on August 6th. 240K milestone. Get you a $600 tournament voucher. Then we have our normal satellites every Thursday. One seat for every $600 in the prize pool. $65 buy-in. Come down, get a part of that. We have multiple players with 3-4 seats already.
Yes, for the $1 million prize pool guarantee tournament, our second one here. It's a joint venture between ourselves and our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio, Mad River Poker Club. Jeremy down the chat board rooting for Travis.
Should we just all fold them?
Yeah, let's knock some of them chips down. Leave him alone now. There.
Back to the action.
Here.
Speaking of Travis, he's got pocket 9s, and he's going to push all in here. Brian with one of those 9s folds queen 9. Now Patton.
Pocket jacks, $268,000 in his stack.
And He wasn't too long ago just below 100,000, and now Patton's at 268. Needs 120 to call, so less than half of his stack. That was a quick inventory. See what things might look like.
Travis just been so card dead at this table, and now, oh wow,
Wow. And he gets.
You heard Patton say it. He said that Brian hasn't, or Travis hasn't played a hand. Gave him a lot of credit there.
So the table image there helped him
Yeah.
out.
I don't remember the last time we played it.
think
Table
Jacks
image
are-
can be a double-edged sword sometimes, right?
I think Jacks are. I mean, no one likes to play Jacks, but you're just way too high up in your range there.
I know, they're all keeping track.
I don't know. Can't second guess them. We can see the cards, you know.
Well, they're just 11 players away from
Yeah.
making the payout. That's going to have some impact now, isn't it?
It sure is, especially with a stack like Patton's, 268,000. It's tough. You got to put half your money in the middle with pocket jacks. It's a tough call, but
How many times you been on?
yeah, I don't know. I don't. I don't like criticizing players, but I think you got to put it in the middle there. You need to put yourself in a position to win the tournament. You
Yes,
know what I
you
mean?
do.
Your goal can't be to just min cash, or it's just you can't make money in tournament poker by min cashing. All the money's up top. You have to put yourself in a position to win, and there could have added $120,000 to his stack and put himself in that position.
Nikki with 10 big blinds and not seeing much. She now has ace king offsuit, and she's reaching for raising chips.
36,000 is the price.
You could see the frustration
Yeah, he
with
is.
T-Mart. He has just been very frustrated.
He's staying disciplined. He's not getting out of line, not getting desperate. He might be desperate, but it's not coming across in his play.
After you started thinking about it, I wasn't sure if I wanted you to call or if I wanted you to fold. It was okay.
I like that comment from Travis. He said he wasn't sure if he wanted a call or not.
I thought that Patton was thinking about raising.
Well, he had nobody.
Well, see,
That's what it seemed. Yeah,
yeah.
It did
And,
seem that way.
I wasn't sure if he was aware that he was last to act, or I wasn't sure what was going on there. But
I don't either.
I did not think folding was in the cards there. Charlie with another pair. He's been folding these. Opens up this one. Nope, just calls this one. Travis with ace king. Brian with sevens behind him.
All in by Travis here.
Not much thought there. Just gets rid of the sevens.
Yeah,
John
Charlie.
K with ace 10.
Charlie limped in with the
How
sixes.
long are you gonna think about it? Is the question.
Oh,
Why?
shows his hand.
Didn't matter, I guess, but
I know.
way
but
out of line there. Yeah, can't be doing that.
No, you can't. And he is issuing the warning, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to do that.
Seat 9 pre-exposed cards with action behind him. Is that a pre-exposed hand with
And
action
he's
behind
making the
Sir, this is gonna be your one warning. Please
tournament
call
director
us
here aware of that. Jesse
next time you do it.
today is our tournament director, doing a great job.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah.
He had a little bit of practice last week.
Yeah.
With Nick on vacation, and now he's coming in and just knocked this one out of the park today.
Yeah, Nick went out to the other Nick, folks. Went out to deal a WPT event in Iowa. So Jesse got some shadowing training in, and now doing a big tournament and doing a great job. And I believe we're about to take a break here. Every 4 levels, we've got a break. This is going to be a 10-minute break, and probably are we doing a color up?
Yeah,
Maybe not. And anyway, so while we have a break here, and there you see the break time, and this will stay up on the screen. Nick and I are going to go stretch our legs as well, but we are going to be back for action here till the end.
Till the end, baby.
Till we got a champion, and we're definitely excited about it. Just a great tournament today. So please don't go anywhere, and if you do, please come back here in 9 minutes and 34 seconds.
Yep, just a quick reminder, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, guys. Helps the channel out a ton.
All right.
See you in a few minutes.
We'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, just a little under 2 minutes here to get back to the action. This is our 40K in a day. Wound up, as you can see from the clock there, all the stats, 219 entries, total prize pool, 59,130. You can see the payouts begin at 22nd place. Top place today taken down 11,150. They're going to be coming back from the break with the blinds at 10, 20, and 10. So yes, there was a color up to get the 1,000 chips out, and you've got you found your slip, or you got a new one?
I did, but
yeah,
it's different.
Oh, there's the payout. That's the percent.
Oh, okay, I see it now. All right. Yep, I did not find my slip. I got a new one.
All
but
right.
Emily was nice enough to print me out another one. Shout out to Emily. Nina said she busted out as soon as she got moved from the table.
Oh.
Yeah. She said the blinds got her.
And here we go back to the action. Get this deck spaded up and then shuffled up again. Washy. And you are going to see as we start to go below 32 players or at 30 players, we'll be breaking another table shortly, and start to see some
did they
change
say
up in the players.
Will we have a redraw? Did they say? Should have asked that, huh?
Yeah, I needed to ask that. Gio, I'm not sure. Are we doing a redraw at 27?
Yeah, Gio, if you could find
or
that
18?
one out for us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. No redraw that we're aware of at this point.
Back in the action. Litz in the box, one of our travelers. Again, this kind of hand looks so pretty to Nikki after just being completely card dead the last few hours.
I'm like, something's missing here.
So it's good discipline. Let's it go. Charlie behind her with King Queen. Blinds are 10 and 20 now.
70.
See a raise here. 70. There's that large raise size we were talking about from Charles.
Yes. So when we get to 18 players, there will be a redraw of players for the final two tables. Nice raise there from Charlie, and it goes through, so he takes down the small, the big, and the ante.
Yep, going up to 40,000 now to take those down.
They got you colored up down there. What's the greens worth?
Got rid of the orange chips now. There is a new denomination in play, 100,000. Those will be black and green. So we have three denominations in play now. The purple 5,000, yellow and black 25,000, and the black and green 100,000.
You're supposed to give it to me, though.
Different colors.
Out there, really?
One guy has 600, he told me. So one guy said he has 600. Two people at one guy table got over.
Charlie with the hand. Nope, gotta get out of the way with the 7-8 suited. Travis with the hand to play. That's 26 blinds now.
5.
No, I'm sorry, 10 blinds. Can't count. Gets it all in. Ace Queen.
I think it's number 5. I'm counting.
John and Patton with nothing to play with. Derek and Johnny, similar hands. They have to fold. Travis going to take down that 40K.
Travis has got a cheering section out there, so they're going to be happy about that. Total chips in play. Is that on your slip?
Just
'cause I
under
wrote it
11
down,
million.
So it's just 11 million is what we're going to call it, right?
I like it.
Yeah, we're just going to call it 11 million.
With the color ups, probably close to that now, yeah.
Yeah. That puts the average chip stack at about 345,000.
Yeah,
Point of reference here.
Only 2 players above that at this feature table.
Yeah. And again, this is the feature table.
John K. with a big hand, ace king. We've seen him be very tight.
Going to raise it up here to 50,000. First a smirk and then a smile from Nicky. But a smile, and he does show the ace-king.
I forgot that you were gonna bet. I forgot that you get my $12.
What do you
I want to thank everybody for coming back, and if you're just joining us, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. In lieu of our typical Saturday night cash game live stream, we're live streaming a feature table, soon to be the final table of our 40K in a day. If you haven't done so, please hit that like button.
Almost a $60,000 prize pool today. $59,000.
Yeah.
One day, $300 entry, $11,000 for the winner.
Aces, kings, or queens. She snap called me.
These kind of prize pool for one-day tournaments just don't happen anymore. Like outside of like Las Vegas, you just don't see these around. I was so grateful to have a place like this to be able to.
Oh, and Charlie, Battle of the Blinds, Jack 10, and he checks his option. That surprises me a little bit.
See how it works out.
And he hits open-ended here. Nikki wants to see where she's at.
I'm sorry, 20,000.
Well, I can't see his hand.
Bet of 20,000, and then a call from Charlie, and Charlie hits it.
He sure does right away. No sweat at all. Nikki looks like she is gonna continue this bluff.
And a smooth call, as you'd expect. And the board pairs.
She decides to shut it down. Only gonna have 5 big blinds behind. Unfortunate series of events there for Nikki. Would have liked to see her just fold the small blind and move on. Or if she's gonna play it, raise it up. Gives Charles something to think about.
Yeah, Flamingo, there's the main room here, and it's on a 15-minute delay. There I am shaking hands with a couple of the players. But we only have the capability of broadcasting our live stream table. And we utilize the live stream table for our live stream cash games and then big tournaments like this. T-Mark, yes, still continues to be, and continues to show some discipline and patience there.
He sure does. He's coming up on that. I mean, he's in that kind of danger zone, as Dominic likes to call it. He's got 7 big blinds. He's going to have to take a stand here soon. Blinds are coming up to him. Derek all in with 5s. Charlie with King Jack suited. He's got 10,000 in the middle. It's a 10 big blind shove.
I think we're seeing an inventory here taken by Charlie. Looks like he's put a calling stack in front of him. See where he stands after that. Decides nope. Gets out of the way.
And Derek again continues to chip up.
We had that lucky 3 again.
I had a 5.
5-3.
Flamingo, thanks for that. I appreciate that comment, but really that's why I'm commentating, because I've got a great face for radio. That's a dad joke.
Yeah, but I was
And
going to let it
it's-
slide. You called yourself on it.
A little bit less.
How is Eve, by the way?
Eve is doing really well. She's just finished up another season, the summer season of lady rugby team here in Toledo, and they had a really good season. She's going to start getting ready for the fall season.
Oh, so she plays
And
two seasons out of the year, huh?
yeah, and three
wow.
seasons, rugby seasons. But grandson number 1 going to be 15 years old here in September, and grandson number 2 is going to be 6 on
wow.
the 8th next week or 2 weeks. Patton now, pocket jacks. John K with Jack 9 limps in. Oh, and a limp in here from Patton.
We talked about it earlier. These
did.
players do like to do this. We talked about it with Kings and Aces specifically, and it gets Derek to jam all in here with Ace 5.
Yeah, with the suited ace.
We saw Patton fold these jacks just a few minutes before break.
Yeah, to Travis. Right now, he doesn't look happy about this decision because it is a decision time for Patton.
Stretch that far if I really have to, but it means grinding a rib into the table. So.
All right, what do we got here? 234,000. Patton has 214.
It would be Patton's tournament life
Yeah,
at
it
stake,
sure
and he
would.
lets
Folds
it
them
go.
again.
And Derek shows one of his cards, and it's the ace of clubs. And Derek now in a much better position than he was a few levels ago.
So we've now seen Patton fold jacks twice in one orbit. Better. They must know. Must know something I don't. I'm not that disciplined. I would have had to make both those calls.
Yeah. And Rose has joined us on the chat board, ladies and gentlemen. If you are new to the reserve and new to the chat, I must make you aware of one of the reserve's favorite citizens. Rose, we miss you as well. Kind of hoped you would have been here for this big tournament. Can't wait to see you again.
Yeah, I haven't
Hope
seen
you're
Rose
doing
in
well.
months now. Yeah.
If you make it to the reserve and Rose is in the house, make sure you get a hug. Nothing like getting a hug from Rose. Love you, Rose.
That is definitely a reserve checklist item.
Yeah, got to check that off.
I wanted to say bucket list, but that was too morbid. I saw.
So, Manuel, if you look up there in the right-hand corner, with this player coming into C3, the fourth table was just broken, so it does say 32 players, but we are now down to 30 players, 3 tables. This is a featured table, so it's one of 3 tables remaining, starting at noon today, and we had 219 entries.
Alright, when you get your cards, you need to make sure you pull them back.
Derek takes this one down with King Queen. T-Mark not able to defend his blind, just not getting playable hands.
Don't do the normal bend, just lift.
His VPIP has to be around 5 or 6%, but through no fault of his own.
Can we swear on the left? They do all the time. I take my shirt off.
I mean, I win, I'll take my shirt off.
I'm not, if I lose, I'm taking it off too.
I'm probably not gonna take mine off.
Do we have to wear pants? Are pants required?
I don't have any on right now.
Biggest thing is
The question was, can you swear on the live stream? We do like to keep a PG-13, would you say?
It's PG-13, yeah.
No, you can listen to music.
Yeah,
But we can't listen
We,
to it loud because
How do you know that's not connected to his phone?
Just to let you know, we are on YouTube, and there are things that do get monitored by the YouTube They've got an algorithm here that certain things get discussed and suddenly it raises a flag. Occasional F-bombs are not the ones that necessarily get the attention. But we prefer nice, friendly banter here.
Yeah, I know. Like when I'm on the live stream, my kids like to watch me play, so
Yeah.
I'm very conscious of that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure that there are definitely some kids watching at home. So I
absolutely.
try to be very conscious of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have info on this new player?
Well, according to Rose, if that's who Rose is referring to, his name is Bill. And it sounds like he might be up from Rose's area, Metamora, Michigan.
Okay. I did deal to him one down today.
Yeah,
I
me
didn't
too.
catch his name.
King Queen. King Queen. Even better? That's impressive. Good place to be.
Parking lot.
Big one.
Jeremy says Lapeer, Michigan, being represented.
How long do I have to keep them there? Just a second or three to fix it up?
Yeah.
2 bananas.
2 bananas.
Either way,
3
1
bananas.
banana, 2 bananas.
2 Tennessee, 1 Tennessee, 1 Mississippi.
I was just talking with
1 banana, 2 bananas.
What are we doing?
Tyler about getting up to Michigan more so I can play some of these WSOP online events.
Okay.
Ah,
You guys mentioned all these Michigan cities, and I just don't know any. Like I have no frame of reference.
Oh, really?
You know, like
Okay.
if you like a city in Ohio, like if you can tell me what it's near, and I can figure it out where it is. But these Michigan cities, I just have no idea. Brian,
yeah.
gonna use his position here and try and get one through with his Jack 5 offsuit. He does only have 7 big blinds, so he's gonna use his position. I like the aggressiveness.
How come you call me but not him?
And it's going to work out for him.
Yeah, it's going to work out for him just in time.
Just make me feel like you don't like me.
We are the reserve in Toledo, Ohio, Matthew, and we've been open since April 26 I have to do my math anyway. We've been here 3.5 years. We've been live streaming here coming up on 2 years. Family-owned business.
I know. I don't like copycats.
And shufflers just are not part of our makeup at this point. Those are a little bit more expensive proposition than I think most people realize.
Yeah, especially when we're running 12, 14 tables like this. It's just not something I see in our future.
You don't even know your own birthday?
Oh, I played my birthday here at 73, so I'm confused.
20 to go.
I'm a simple man. Just leave me alone.
My understanding, the ones you see at like casinos, you can't buy them. You have to rent them.
Yeah.
So that they're a monthly expense.
Yep.
Brian all in with King 9. King 9 suited as Kmart and John behind him. I just called him Kmart, didn't I? T-Mart. T-Mart.
T-Mart.
It's so funny. Me and Emily were talking about that on the break.
Best fool in the world.
2 hands in a row now where he's
Yeah.
going to shove in and take down the big blinds.
Yeah, he is.
So in the matter of 2 hands, he ups his stack by 80 grand.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you only have 100, that's...
If you had your lucky 3,
Oh, you're getting feedback again, or getting some input again about your mic being need to be a little closer. Thank you very much, Buck. Appreciate that.
Sorry about that.
4-card flush, though.
It's the mustache. I got to get rid of it. When I was commentating last time, I cut it off, but then I left for a few months, and I didn't think about it this morning. Got to get rid of the mustache.
Well, this could be an all-in moment here for Nikki. She just has not been seeing cards. She's down to 105,000 with the blinds at 10, 20, and 10, and she's going to push in for her remaining with the ace-10.
This is Nikki's all-in moment. 5 big blinds. Uh-oh. T-Mart finally wakes up with a hand.
Finally, and you talk about going from rags to riches.
T-Mark can fade the 10 here, he'll be back up to that 12, 14 big blind mark. Feel much more comfortable there than you do at 5 or 6. So we're
And
gonna.
it is Nikki's tournament life at stake here. Oh no, she's got
I think they each have 100K exactly.
They each have 100, yeah.
Yep.
So somebody's doubling up and somebody's going home.
Yep. Nikki might. Is that 5,000? I'm not sure. We'll see. T-Mart's gonna hold. Nikki is eliminated from this tournament in 28th place.
So Rose, it's myself, Vic, and my good friend Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, in the booth tonight. Dom is off on a vacation day today, and Rose, Dom is getting married the end of September, and this is his bachelor party weekend. He had said on Thursday that he might be, chiming into the chat board, but the odds are against it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to spend my bachelor party no, it's too much like work,
Yeah.
T-Mark back-to-back nice hands here. Ace Jack. 12 big blinds. He could just come in with the min click here. Let's see what he aims for.
You got 2 live cards, and your cards add up to 12. Talk yourself into it. Yeah. That's a huge. That gives you a huge boost.
Where's the 60,000?
And there's no cloud.
What the hell is
A
that?
little better than a min click. He's going to make it 60. Actually, it's 3x. He's going to make it 60,000 to go.
Yep, leaves him with 120 behind.
And nothing there for the small and big blind, so he takes that down.
Sure does. Without having to put his tournament life at risk. I like the play. I would have just min clicked it, but I like the play.
Rose, I've had the pleasure of meeting Dom's fiance, Judith, and you're right, she's a very special person. And it's a great shout out. Thank you, Rose. We want to wish Dom and Judith all the best.
Yeah, I've met her once. She was here for something. Can't remember what we were doing, but she came in and said hello to everybody. I think it was right after their engagement.
Yeah. Anthony Hall says when he grows up, I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but he wants to have as many vacations as Dom does.
I need a good fishing trip.
Johnny all in with Jack 7. No, it's not a tough decision here for Charlie. He calls. He's got King 5. This is Johnny's tournament life at stake here. And a 5, but a Jack.
Johnny going to double up, stay alive.
Johnny's going to double up and stay alive.
Gets him back up to that 10 big blind mark. There we go. We got the name updated. Billy O.
Billy O.
420,000.
And as you can see from the upper right-hand corner, we are down to 27 players now. Two other tables in the main room. This table is just a part of that tournament structure. So as we start to lose players and continue to keep those tables balanced, we will do a redraw when we get down to 18.
Yep, so we'll go to 9-handed at that point. A little extra elbow room. Johnny all in again, this time with ace queen. Derek had raised it up with queen jack to 75,000. Patton behind him had just limped in with queen jack suited.
And the queens are all but spent here.
Yeah, Johnny's going to be in very good position here. Ooh, Derek makes a call.
Derek makes the call.
It was only 85,000 more, I guess.
Yeah.
Johnny in very good position here.
And Derek needs a jack. And if he gets the jack, he needs to fade the ace.
Yes, he does. And that's just about going to do it. Johnny, right back in the mix of things. Almost 400,000 now.
You know, it's nice to see some good cards and run early, but it's more important to run good later.
Absolutely. It's so fun to run good early, but
Yeah.
always in the back of my head, I'm thinking, man, I need this on the bubble.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. As Jim, our fearless leader here, likes to say, nobody's ever won a tournament in the first level. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I think my new tournament strategy is just skip that first couple levels, I think.
Yeah.
T-Mart staying very disciplined, folds the nemesis under the gun here. Patton with a pair of fours also folds. Derek, 9 big blinds, is all in with ace-queen suited.
Billy O, really card dead here since he sat down. Charlie, let's go of ace-10.
Ooh, Travis behind him, though. Pair of queens.
And he's going to try to isolate here, and he does. So it's Derek's tournament life at stake.
Yep, Derek has really picked his spots well at this featured table. Just kind of runs into it here. The small blind wakes up with pocket queens. Derek got to be looking for an ace or some spades here. Don't remember an ace folded. Oh, spades on the flop. Ace it is.
Ace. Wow.
Kara told me on the break that Derek was waiting for her. Derek says Kara is his dealer. And she sure came through for him there.
So Buddha did play the tournament today and ran pretty well. I don't think he's still in it down to these final 27 players. Somebody just asked about him, and we did not have an appearance from MGM Bob. We will see a return of those guys, though. Tuesday night will be our next live stream. That is our cash game. It is a 5, 10, 20 game with a $1,000 to $3,000 buy-in and a match the stack. That's a 5-hour live stream starting at 6:15. We cash game live stream here Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturday nights.
That game does fill up quick. If you are interested in playing that Tuesday live stream, give us a call. Let us know. We love to see new faces on live at the Reserve. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. If the 510 is a little out of your bankroll, we have the regular Joe normal Saturdays. $500 max buy-in, 1-3. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Travis has got to push here. He's only down
Oh,
to 40,000.
my goodness. Look at John K. behind him.
Oh, boy. Look at this. Kings and now queens.
And a call.
Give me this.
So Kara's going to do a great job here. We got a side pot and then the main pot. Travis can only triple up here with the and also get the the ante.
140 for the side. Can you sign me those cards, please?
But we're going to see a new. We could possibly see a new feature table chip leader here at the conclusion of this hand.
Yeah, if we don't see a queen here, the table dynamics are going to be completely changed. And it
Wow.
doesn't come.
And
Travis will be eliminated in 27th place. John Kay, who has been the chip leader at this featured table for, I think, its entirety, gonna take a big hit to his stack there. 320,000 now, just about the chip average.
We're at 22.
Win the money.
Win the money?
And we've really leveled off here.
Now we can shove it.
Yeah, Kiwi Colleen, Marty got knocked out just before or just after the big break. She had a decent run, made it down to the final 4 tables.
Vic, I think we are in the money. I think we had
we are in the
eliminations all together there.
Yeah, and we heard a little celebration there from the table.
So at this point, all players are guaranteed at least $500. Once we hit 20, all players will be guaranteed $600. I love that we skipped the hand-for-hand section.
Yeah.
You know, it's always tough on the live stream waiting. You know, I'm so glad we skipped that one. Patton with a pair of 10s here on his big blind.
What's going on here? It's on you, Reach. Come on. You and me, huh?
Battle of the blinds here. Johnny limping in with his queen 8. Now here comes a raise from Patton. Going to make it 75 with the blinds at 15, 25, and 15.
Gets the job done.
You had 20. Starts at 5. Yeah. First 2 out at
21 and 22.
Yeah, before it was 6 for all the bottom 4.
I think they added 2 more
I
places.
texted it out as soon as I saw it.
Oh, no.
Right. Probably added 2 more plates.
Down to 22. When we get to 18, there will be a pause and a redraw.
Yeah, we'll take a short break to get that done. Billy O with 9-10 offsuit. Lets it go. Charlie as well. Brian. Folds over to John K with 8 deuce on his button. Patton with an ace.
I saw that over there. I saw it.
We will have another battle of the blinds as Derek checks his option.
Watch this guy. He might have a lucky 3.
Oh, and an ace right in the window, but also a 3 for Derek.
Yeah, both pick up a piece. Patton with a much bigger piece here.
What was that, Tony?
You got the lucky 3.
Oh, speculate.
Check.
Check.
All
All in.
And Patton moves all in. No, the opposite.
No, Derek hit
oh
2
my
pair
goodness.
here with
Yeah.
what we call the Dorothy, the queen 3. This is a tough decision here for Patton. It would be all of his chips here to make this call.
He has 170,000 for. It's hard to fold a pair with only 5 or 6 big blinds. Hard to fold a pair, but it looks like his instincts are telling him to let it go. We are in the money now. That will come into players' decision making.
And he does make the call, and he needs some help here.
He sure does. He's looking for an ace. He's looking for a 6.
He does not want to see a 3 or a
Or
queen.
4. Ace 6 4 are his outs. 21%.
Nice job, Kara. I love this view. Here it comes, and that is not the card he was looking for. He does make it into the money.
Sure did. Gonna take home $500 for his efforts today. And given where he was 2 hours ago,
yeah,
you know, that's a fair result. He had about 7 big blinds, I think, to start this feature table, if I recall. Definitely grinded. Good for him. Enjoyed having you on the screen, Patton.
Very much so.
Good luck, everybody.
And don't forget your phone. Don't forget your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Players are required to lock up their phones before entering this live stream. So Kara just reminded him not to forget that on his way out.
He had that big old, he flopped that big old ace and wouldn't bet.
20, correct.
He folded a straight flush and there he's so scared of him. I ain't scared of you. I tell you to do that to me.
Billy O just continues to not get anything on this featured table.
He's five.
Brian mixing it up here.
I like this.
I do too. He's been using his position. Unfortunately, this time Derek wakes up with a hand in the small blind.
Oh, Derek let it go.
He sure did. Wow.
Wow. Well, and there's the table image from Brian.
Yep, absolutely.
Who's been very, very quiet card dead. So he's giving him a lot of respect there with that raise.
Yeah, his credit is good here at the table. Got it through there. Brian with King 10 lets this one go. Johnny, Derek and Johnny. Johnny has a suited ace in the small blind.
And he does raise it up to 65,000, and Billy O's going to come along with 9-8, and Billy O had yet to see a flop, and here we go.
Yeah, I think that was purely a result of him wanting to play a hand.
Yeah.
All right, so we had a check from Johnny, and Billy decided to
Put
take a
the pressure
stab
on.
at it, and it
Yeah.
worked for him.
It worked for him. Push all in. Interesting turn of events there, and while we have this, transition of moving players, playing short-handed now, these card values are going to change.
Yeah, absolutely. Ranges are going to open up. Going to see people use their position more. People with the bigger stacks, you're going to see them leverage those.
And Charlie gets a walk.
First one I've seen, I believe.
Yeah, I think it is the first one we've seen tonight. And there are the other two tables still left for this, and looks like we're going to be breaking a table soon because now we are down to 20. And Big Slick Rick must have been in a big hand there. He got up on his feet to see that final card.
He got a thumbs up, so I think it worked out for him. Saw Julie Bird still in the mix. Sean Combs. Did look like we lost one of our founders, Steve Lang. Who knows? Maybe he's just taking a break. But Charlie with the jiggities. Gonna put 320 in the middle. Derek with an ace. 560,000 in a stack. Charlie's played very snug. Derek correctly gets out of the way. Man, Derek's comeback here has just been incredible.
Yeah. Blinds are at 15, 25, and 15. Actions on Derek with Jack 8. Johnny waiting in the wings with Ace 7 of hearts. And he's going to raise it up to 60,000.
I like this play a lot. Again, a lot of players would just go all in here, but Johnny's giving himself a chance to fold if one of the tighter players were to shove on top. It's all about leaving yourself options. 6-handed at this featured table. 20 remaining. Every player is guaranteed at least $600 now, double their buy-in. Our next pay jump will come at 18. That'll be $720.
Damn.
Oh, I see. Cool.
I'll gladly lose to you, my friend.
I be doing the opposite when I go somewhere else. I be throwing half, man. They be like, what you doing? Yeah. Uh-oh.
John K. gonna play a hand. Queen Jack suited. Oh, excuse me. It is offsuit.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was 30.
Just calls the 25,000.
So you was gonna call the 30?
Derek with King 6. Gonna check his option. Battle of the blinds. Queen Jack, King 6. Queen in the window. 2 of them. John gonna slow play his trips and get Derek to bet right into him.
Let out some rope, and unfortunately Derek grabs a hold of that rope and bets.
Snap call from John. Learned his lesson from fast playing his set earlier. Check, check. River's the 10 of diamonds. Unless Derek really wants to get out of line here, I think that should win the pot. And it does. 65,000 profit going John's way.
And he shows the queen.
I was shipping it, no matter what you did. Before the plot. Something good to go with that.
Baloo, thanks for joining us. Always appreciate your participation in our chat room, and starting to get some more viewers as we close in closer to this final table for our 40K in a day.
We are closing in on it. I think the smart money was on the under. We're only at 8:30. We're almost down to 2 tables here. Couple aces. Ace 8 for Brian. Opens it up to 65,000. John K gets out of the way with his ace 6.
I ain't gonna keep folding ace king to you. I just don't never win with it.
Tells the table he folded with ace king.
And here comes another familiar face to our from our big tournaments and occasionally in a cash game.
Break another table? Yeah.
Yeah, we're down to 2 tables now.
What do you want your name to be?
Rick.
Rick. And then
Rick
how
coming
many
in.
chips do you have?
155.
155 is what he's got.
6 big blinds for Rick.
What's your name on there?
They put my name in. They didn't put Slayer.
Oh, man, you have to let them know, man.
You want me to tell him?
They don't
We can
have
switch it out, man.
Oh, okay.
When I first walked through the
Well,
door,
continue to
they knew me, so they just told me my real
have a face for radio.
I
Then.
was going to say no loss there. Yeah. No loss.
Small blind for Johnny with Jack 9. And he makes the call and checking his option. These two guys going at it again. And open-ended here for Johnny. And here comes a free card. Let's see if Johnny wants to fire, and he does. And that'll be a quick fold there from Billy O.
Johnny not going silently. Keeps building. He's another one that was down to 4 or 5 big blinds,
Yeah.
right? You know.
Hey, 2 clubs, man. I couldn't bet that.
What's up, big dog?
Here's a triple here. Flex.
Okay.
Well, I'm
What's your-
beginning
what do you
to
want
wonder
your
if
name
we
to
are
be?
going to
Yeah,
do that
that's
redraw.
yeah.
Because now,
Okay. Rick R. Do you have?
well, no, we're at 9 here.
1,150,000.
Did you hear that? 1,150,000.
You asked the one that sat in my lap. Oh, Joe Roderick.
Joe,
Yeah, we are down to 2 tables here.
chip count.
1,400,000.
10 players at each. And I believe the plan is to do a redraw when we get to 18. They'll take a little time to do that redraw. Do not go anywhere.
600 grand here. I was a millionaire.
We
Nope,
just
that'll
saw a
just be
couple
it.
of really big stacks coming into the room. Going to change things up. I think change the dynamics up quite a bit.
Yeah, sounds like 2 players over $1 million.
25,
50.
Remember, only 11 million in play, so those guys, have 10%. Each have 10% of the chips available.
Rick R. with 1.2. Joe coming in with 1.5. Brian close to $500,000.
Someone told you that before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Like,
I don't know if that's good or bad. But
That's good. I love him. He's a good actor. Yeah. He's got character.
kind of like the way you talk, boy.
I'm glad someone told it to you.
yeah, they do.
Derek with an ace.
Iffy in C10, Jack 10 of clubs, and he's coming in with $500,000. He's going to make the call, and now a raise from Derek in the cutoff, making it $80,000. But he's doing that right into pocket sixes here.
Sixes for Slayer, and Billy O also with the big hand. So it looks like we changed Johnny's name to Slayer.
Yes.
All right. I thought one of the new players was Slayer. I was a little confused. But. Billy O, 415 in the stack. It's 65,000 to make the call. Decides to move all in. Now he has enough here that I don't think even these big stacks like that I think this wins the pot, but we'll see. I don't know Rick R's play style. I don't know Iffy's play style, but Rick R decides to fold. Iffy and Derek both fold. This wins the pot.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Nice increase to Billy O stack there. Well over 100,000 in profit.
Tom, first place is going to pay $11,150 today. We had 219 entries. So the payouts have just started at 22nd place. 22nd took 500. 21st took 500. The next pay break is at 20th place for $600. We wound up with a total prize pool of $59,130. Things got started today at noon, and it was just it was a great turnout.
Looks like we got a special viewer out there. Abby.
Yeah, Rose says that she wants us to say hello to her granddaughter, Abby.
Hello, Abby. Thanks for watching us.
Alfredo says he's really enjoying this. Thank you for that comment. Back to the action. Derek 10-7. Blinds at 15-25. There was a raise to 100,000 from Joe with King Jack. If you're a regular viewer of our live stream, you know that Dominic, our other commentator, refers to that as the nemesis. But right now, Billy O, Ace King, and he's going to put the pressure on again. He's going to jam.
And gets it through. Billy O, 155,000 that one. So he's almost up to 800,000. His patience early paid off. Was just getting a terrible run of cards. Now he is cashing in on his little run here.
And we've got a dealer change coming up. Again, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We are open 7 days a week. We've been here just about 3.5 years. We've been live streaming, coming up on our 2-year anniversary in September. Go to thereservepoker.com and you can check out all of our 7 days a week, all of our tournament action, cash game action, special events like this with a big one coming up, the $1 million prize pool guarantee starting on August 15th.
It's a ring that shows it.
You gotta chew it more.
Just by looking at it, I get fat.
You gotta chew more.
What is the metabolism?
Yeah, right.
John K with the suited ace has been played very snug. Billy O with a suited connector. Only 2 people behind him. Does he play the heater?
It's tempting, isn't it?
It sure is.
But not with a call. And I don't think he's going to call. He's either going to raise or fold.
Nope, it's going to be 65 or... There it is, 65,000.
65.
And it gets the job done. Oh, I'm sorry, one more player to get through. Now it gets the job done.
It's a kill pot, right?
That's your official heater.
Yeah, where's the old kill pot?
Abby, if you are a fan of Rose, we're a fan of you. When Rose is here in the building or on the live stream, it's hard not to root for her. She's one of our favorites.
Yeah, the only complaint I have about Rose is that she doesn't come more often.
That's right. Yeah. Paying top 22 places here, so everybody that you see at this table plus the other table in the main room is in the money, with top prize being $11,150. And if you've just joined us, please hit that thumbs up. It helps us a great deal. We appreciate that. Helps us even more if you subscribe.
Please,
when you
please, please
subscribe,
hit
hit
that
that
button.
bell so that you get notifications when we do go live. Greg just not getting anything till he sat down, but he's in a tough situation now coming up soon to be the big blind.
No, it's tough one.
Derek with the suited ace. Likes to play these hands. Comes in for a raise. Looks like 60.
Billy O, suited ace, ace 3 of clubs.
Suited wheel ace really has power to it. A lot of players like to use these as their 3-bet bluff candidates. Just a call.
So we're going to go heads up here. Derek with the ace 8 of diamonds and Billy O with the ace 3 of clubs.
Yeah, really a battle of clubs versus spades, clubs versus diamonds here.
And I think it's going to come down to a battle of aggression depending upon what we see here. Oh boy.
2 clubs. Open-ended for Derek. 2 clubs for Billy O. Who wants it most?
Pot is 175 and Billy O is coming out with a bet.
And a call.
All in a call. This pot got big.
So
quick,
a bet
folks.
from Derek and then a bet from Billy O and an all-in from Derek and a snap call from Billy O.
Almost a pure flip here. 45-55.
Yeah.
855,000 in the middle.
Derek's tournament life here is at stake.
That was smooth.
He is.
That was smooth.
Ooh, the 8 for Derek.
Wow.
Derek holds.
Derek holds up.
Had to fade a lot of cards there.
He sure did.
Derek, 900,000 now, just under 900,000. Was down to 79,000 at one point, folks. Had 8 big blinds. Now he's right up there with our chip leaders.
That's my bad.
Double up, he is the chip leader.
The reverse deal.
Bring Karen back.
Come on. That's a dangerous man. Oh, double up right there.
That's all right.
I was praying that club game. Set him on out.
He didn't like it when he saw it.
Slayer was rooting against Derek there. Man, oh man, tough table. Those are the kind of things you think but don't say typically, you know?
Yeah, well,
It's just a sensor.
truth be told, they're pretty good friends.
Yeah.
So-
You have to be to say something like that.
Yeah. Some good-natured ribbing going on there. John Kay looks like he got a little frustrated, and he better not turn that into impatience right now with just Jack 6.
Slayer folding the ace with 10 big blinds. He is in an early-ish position.
Looks like Joe coming out with a raise.
Yeah.
Or the blind? No, the blinds have gone up to 15, 30, 15. So Joe's going to call in position with the 9-6.
Put them in here for a couple of seconds. You can move them back out.
Okay. I don't want to think like I'm
And Greg, he's going to push all in here with 7-3.
He says, I see two limps. I see a limp in front of me. I'm going to try and win this pot.
Yeah.
And he does.
And he does. Good timing.
Now, if Joe comes in with a raise there on his button, he just wins the pot, you know. Instead, he limps in and loses 30,000. I feel like I keep saying the same thing over and over, but these limps first in are just, they really just eat away at your stack. Over the time span of a tournament, it makes a significant difference.
Joey, thank you for joining us. There is the other table of the two. We're down to 2 tables. 20th place, going to be taking home $600.
All the way up to first place, $11,150. And the bragging rights, SummerSlamm 2020. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot the year, Vic. SummerSlamm champion, 11,000
with 2 M's.
Yeah. Not trademarked.
Billy O. He limps in with King 4 of spades, and it goes all the way back to the big blind, so we're heads up, and a 5 right in the window there for John Kay.
Yeah, but I think Billy O is going to use his position here. No, he just checks.
Yeah, check, free card. 40,000.
Oh, Billy was getting ready to put in a call there. John limps in with King 4, excuse me. And then just folds. Doesn't make any play at the pot.
Yeah, Billy O did, yep. This is the 40K in a day.
SummerSlamm.
SummerSlamm with 2 M's. Business as usual the rest of the week.
2 chances. 2 chances this week to satellite into our $1 million tournament for as little as $65. $200,000 guaranteed for the winner, and you can satellite in this week for as little as $65, folks.
$145.
Charlie with ace queen here. We're gonna see a pot here. Billy O raises to 145 with queens. Rick R calls with ace queen. Charlie now also calls with ace queen. And we still got lots of players left to act.
I know that feeling of Greg's being on the button and you see that kind of action, and before you look at the cards you think to yourself, oh man,
this
I
is
hope
my
I
spot.
have something.
Yeah.
I hope I have something. And then he looks down at something like 9-3. So nice pot here, 495 pre-flop.
And Billy O is in great shape. He's a fading ace. He does on the flop.
Yep, there's the push from Billy O.
Now Charlie's put himself in a position here where he only has 9 big blinds. If he folds, he might feel pot committed here. Figure he has 2 overs. Rick, of course, has plenty of chips he can fold and move on to the next one, but Charlie behind him might feel committed to this pot. Is this posturing from Rick, or is he really thinking about making this call with ace queen high?
He's thinking that Billy O is doing this just because the flop is so weak.
Any pocket pair beats him.
Ace king
Ace
beats
king
him.
beats him.
And Billy O was the pre-flop aggressor.
He makes this call for 200,000.
Wow, and now over to Charlie.
And now Charlie has to. Man, he's getting such incredible pot odds here with his stack to pot ratio is. What do we got in the middle? 900,000.
Yeah.
He has 200. You have to think you're beat, but you also have to think that an ace or a queen wins the pot for you. As you can see, he only has 5% equity, but it's hard for him to put these players on the exact hands they have. Yep.
Oh, wow. Big pot here.
Yeah, and Billy O is just loving life here. No runner flush options. They're looking for aces and aces only here, Vic.
There is going to be a smaller side pot here between Rick and Charlie, which will probably result in them chopping that. Because neither one of them has...
I want to get a look at Billy's face, Gio. Can you do that? I want to see his face when he sees their hands. No. All right, so we're looking for an ace and an ace only. Rick and Charlie would chop. Billy O would be eliminated from that from this tournament with an ace. Charlie will be eliminated without the ace. Rick does cover both players. He is not at risk. Suits are not. Let me double check. Yep.
Yeah, suits are
not
not
relevant here. Ace and an ace only. Doesn't come. Charlie is going to be eliminated in 20th place.
Charlie, I think. Charlie chops that side pot.
He will have about 25,000 left.
Yeah.
Billy O gonna have just a massive turnaround here. 1.1 million.
I see you, Ryan and Bobby.
He wants to know where his cheering section is.
Two no chop. Lieutenant Colonel no chop.
Billy O now up over $1 million, and Rick, who had been sat down here over $1 million, down to 750,000.
I think Rick's call there really kind of forced Charles's hand. He was just almost 900,000 in the middle. He had just a really bad situation once he calls. His pot odds were just too good to let go of. Would have had 9 big blinds.
And he is going to want to push this in before he gets to be the big blind, because with just 25,000 in front of him, he has to cover the ante first.
Yeah, we are still doing ante first here at the reserve until the new TDA rules are published.
So Charlie does push in his remaining 25,000, but it's 30,000 to call here with the blinds at 15, 30, and 15.
He does have a good hand. I mean, the kind of the top of what you can realistically hope for in this situation where you're.
And we see we are down to 19 players. if he can hang on to 18th place, he improves
pay
his
jump,
payout
yeah.
from 600 to 720.
And he's got Derek dominated here. Unfortunately for Charles, even if he wins this pot, he has the blinds coming up. The ICM pressure on these other stacks,
Ain't raising no king goose.
with his being less than 2 big blinds, it's going to be a tough road for Charles. Let's see if he can do it.
Rainbow board.
Deuce and only a deuce.
Only a deuce.
Charles quadruples up.
Look at that. Get back in it to win it.
Mr. Coffee, I don't believe Pizza Steve is still in it. We just had a shot of the main room a minute ago, and Nick and I were trying to pan that a little bit, see if we could spot him, but we don't think that Steve is still in.
Yeah, he is either out or he was on a break.
Yeah, Steve doesn't really take
breaks.
breaks.
Especially not at this stage of the tournament. Just trying to give him a little bit of hope.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, Gio confirms that Pizza Steve is indeed no longer in the tournament.
Thank you, Gio. Billy O with 7-3. Rick behind him with 9-7. Let's see what Charles has. Yep, he's going to get this in.
Yep. This time it's 80,000 with King 9. Greg also pushing all in with pocket 10s. And Iffy all in here with ace queen of spades.
This is exactly what Charles wants to see.
It is exactly what Charles wants to see. Do you know who Rose is talking about? Tracy?
I
Moon?
don't.
Not sure. I don't think Rose, but
I do know who Tracy is, but I don't recall seeing him at all today, Rose, so
Okay.
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry, dear.
Whatever he has, you gotta put out there. Ace,
I saw him last night, actually, when I left here at the gas station.
We didn't get it back.
But I have not seen him today.
so Iffy is in position to take 2 people out here. Charlie is in position to move up if he can hit here.
He's looking for a king.
Right now, the 10s. And Greg. And Charlie's going to take 19th place here, going to the cage to collect $600. And down to 18 players, and I believe we're going to do a redraw. The redraw takes just a couple of minutes, but we'll see if that is taking place at this point. Oh, that's fine. We might actually step away for a little bit, real quickly, Gio, during that redraw. And yes, we've got a redraw coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big event coming up here at the Reserve in tandem with Mad River Poker Club. This is a joint venture. We did this earlier in the year. Great success. We had a prize pool that was guaranteed of $200,000, just like it is this time, but it exceeded that, well exceeded that, to $270,000. Go to thereservepoker.com and you're going to get all the information you need on these day 1 flights. Day 1, if you make it to day 2, you automatically receive $1,000. And then if you double bag, you're going to get $3,000 as a bonus. And we do have a few more satellites. And again, if you go to thereservepoker.com, you'll be able to get all this information.
And there's the details on those satellites, guys. Excuse me. We have on August 6th, $130 buy-in, 15-minute levels, 30K starting stack. We're going to start that one at 6 p.m. Milestone will be $240,000 tournament chips for that satellite. On August 13th, a little bit of a cheaper buy-in, $65, 440K will be our milestone. And then every Thursday we will run a $65 one seat for every $600 in the prize pool. So about 1 in 10, not quite, I guess, about 1 in 10 people will get a seat. $1 million satellites, guys, 2 of them every week. All right, we are going to do a quick redraw, guys. We will be back with the action. Please stay with us. If you haven't yet, please hit that like and subscribe button. Please hit back out of the chat real quick. Hit the thumbs up for us. Like to get to 100 for these. We appreciate it. Gets us boosted in the algorithm. Gets random traffic to our channel. It helps us out a ton. All right, and with that, we're going to take a quick break, guys. Thank you. I am, yeah. I can ride solo if I need. Yep. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. You're going to see some new faces as we are down to 18 players. We have completely redrawn. So we have some new faces. Some will stay the same, but we are down to 2 tables. 720. 2 tables remaining, 18 players. Everyone seated is guaranteed $720. All the way up to first place, $11,150. We're going to get you introduced to these new players just a few minutes here. We see Just Todd raising it up, 7-6 suited, raised it to 70,000. Blinds have increased. We're now 30,000 with a 15K ante. Gets Smitty to fold his 9-3 suited. Gonna take down this pot. I like the aggression there. 7-6 suited. At this stage of the tournament, you can't sit around and wait for the good hands because they might not come. Have to make things happen. Alright, so we got T-Mart back at the featured table. The end seat one with 730K. Derek just moved over a spot, 800K. John, 355. The newly renamed Slayer, formerly known as John, 285K. Just Todd, 555. JD, new to the table, 945,000. T-Mart looks down at Queen 5 of clubs. Derek behind him with jacks. Oh, and John behind him with ace jack.
65.
So Derek raises this up, 65,000. John with a decision to make now, 355,000. Just 10 big blinds. I guess 11. Just makes the call. Slayer gets out of the way.
Yes. Right, Andy. See you soon. Right, bye.
Over to JD, Queen 7. Welcome back, Vic.
Yeah. Had to make a quick phone call. I'm
Yeah.
back.
Well, you
Looking
came back
forward
to
to
a-
this action and the redraw. Now we're seeing some faces we hadn't seen earlier.
Yeah, you came back to a good one. Eric with 4-5 here. Only 35,000 more for him to call. He elects to do so. So we got 4-5, Jack, Jack, Ace, Jack. Ace in the window. Ace, 7-9, 2 clubs. Derek, the only one with the club.
$140. $140. Cool.
John bets his ace. And Derek folds his jacks. So John going to improve his chip stack there pretty well. Adds 160,000. Brings him up to 515.
All right. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, and we've got a dealer change. We are down to 2 tables here for our 40K in a day. Great turnout, 219 entries, making our prize pool 59,000. And first place, 11,150.
Patrick.
Nick and I are going to be calling the action here until we crown a champion, and young Patrick coming into the box.
It's 9:01. Good luck, guys. Can you reset the boxes? Raise.
Derek under the gun with Queen 10. Looks like he pumps it up to, what is it, 60, 65 maybe? 65 it is. John behind him with a pair of threes. Makes a call. Slayer folds an ace 8. JD behind him with another ace.
Raise.
Ooh, and Smitty's got the big one. Ace king. 2 aces folded though.
Yep. 200.
So Smitty's all in for 200.
Even 200,000.
Raise.
135 for Derek to call.
Derek wants to isolate this, so he's going to push all in and try to get John out of the hand, and he does.
Gets him to fold the 3s. So
Derek not in such bad shape as you might think.
no, 2 live cards, 41%, especially with these aces folded.
Ooh, and a couple of
spades are big.
spades.
Now a gut shot. Oh, can't find it.
Wow. And all of those cards that Smitty dodged
Any spade. Any
to do
queen,
close
any
to a
10, and the
triple
gut
up
shot.
here, or better than that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was the raise, the call. Yeah. Gonna put him at what, 600,000 or so? Just under 525, it looks like.
So, Rose, during this redraw, Billy O got moved to the other table. He is still in this, and I do recall him saying when I was dealing to him that it is his birthday today. You are correct.
Well, happy birthday.
And that chime in the background means that next hand the blinds will be going up.
If he doesn't shove, I call him 65. I will. Right. So.
John, ace 10 of clubs.
Raise.
See how he decides to play this.
I was already in for 30, so I was gonna call 19 suited.
Raise it to 65,000. Uh-oh, Greg's got a pair.
Yeah, Brian brings up a good point. That last hand, those 3s would have held up.
Yeah, that was my thinking of how
Yeah.
the isolation. Like I understand what Derek's doing,
Mhm.
but at this point in the tournament, you also want to knock people out and ladder up.
Yeah.
So sometimes isolating is, you're hurting yourself sometimes. It's a tough decision. Either way, I think I just like the call there, but. Like I said, I'm not in the tournament. I can see the cards.
Makes a difference. Greg's going to push all in with pocket 9s here. He sat down at this feature table not too long ago with just about 100,000.
Derek with queens now. John gets out of the way with his ace 10. So we're going to have queens versus 9s. Derek in good position here. We'll put him over the million mark, I believe.
And Greg, for if he gets knocked out here for 18th place, looking to go to the cage to collect 720. But he needs some help. 9s versus queens.
His diamond is live.
Oh. And that'll be it. Nice run, Greg.
Absolutely.
Always a pleasure to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming out today. Appreciate it.
Gonna bring home, what do we say?
720. And so will 17th place. And then we do a jump at 16th place to 870.
Yeah, so there is a $150 pay jump here. Experienced players will factor that into their decision making. It's half of buy-in and equity. And then we have up to 1,000 after that. So 15th place and up is guaranteed at least $1,000.
He only fired once today, right?
Figure it'd be 9. Figure it'd be 9 queen queen if there's a 9 on the window.
Right.
Just out with his first real hand here. Queen 10 of diamonds. Raises it up all the way up to 100K. Oh, the blinds went up. Okay, we're
Yeah.
at 2040 now. So, according to the top right, it looks like we are at 16 players now. Must have lost one at the outer table.
Yes.
So we're at 870 now. And the next pay jump is to $1,130 pay jump there.
And here we got heads-up action, ace-queen versus queen-10 of diamonds. 260 in the pot.
Oh, diamonds flop the world.
Wow.
Fortunately for Derek, he didn't really pick up a piece of this flop. Shouldn't get himself into too much trouble.
80.
And just Todd takes it down.
You might have a slightly bigger one if you really try hard. Yeah, 2040. 2040. It's a lucky flop.
I should have pretty bet you free. That was a big hand.
Average chip stack now just at around 700,000. T-Mart close to that. Derek at $1 million. Just Todd now gets to that average. JD 945.
Yeah, I wish I would have had the foresight to check out the other table while we did that redraw. See what everyone's chip stack looked like. But I didn't do that. Did you by chance?
I did not look at the stacks. I did notice that Big Slick Rick is still in. Julie had just gotten knocked out.
Oh. I was looking forward to seeing her at one of these tables.
Alex Erd is still in. And I can usually tell by his body posture whether he's got a good stack or not.
Yeah.
And he seemed pretty pumped up.
So we got Eric raising this up with 8-9 of clubs. And John is all in for 325.
John going into this flop just dominating.
I thought he had a pair.
Yeah, Eric's going to need an 8 or a 9 here. And he finds the 8 on the flop. Now it's John looking for the ace or the king. He can't find it.
Wow. And that'll be John's tournament life there. Going to the cage to collect $870.
Good run for John.
Very good run.
He was just our massive chip leader for a while at that feature table. Just never got anything going after that, I guess. So, 15 players now. Everybody guaranteed 4-digit money. $1,000 minimum payout now. I imagine our final table will be 10-handed. So we're looking for 5 more players to be eliminated before we will reach our final table.
JD under the gun.
The suited nemesis.
He's got well over 20 big blinds here. We will be 9-handed for final table. Gio lets us know.
9-handed, okay. So looking for 6 more eliminations.
JD making the call here for 40,000. T-Mart now, pocket queens.
T-Mart. His patience earlier has paid off. He's built himself a nice stack.
Raise 140,000.
No, he does raise. Okay.
Yeah, he raises up to 140,000 after there's two limpers and the big blind here. Just Todd folds the king deuce. And a call here from JD.
JD's going to play the nemesis. He knows Dom's not here. Jack. 1 spade.
This could be trouble for JD.
Yeah, it sure could. He's lucky he's got the ace out there. It would really be trouble for him.
150.
Might be able to get away with the ace on board, but he does have backdoor spades. And a backdoor, well, kind of a backdoor straight draw.
And he does make the call.
7 of clubs is no help. So now he's looking for just the king or the jack. 635 and 380 behind. Check on the turn. Check on the river.
A free card, and then JD takes the initiative here to make a big bet and takes down that pot. Nice poker play there from JD.
Absolutely. I thought it went check. I missed the
Yeah,
action
it went
there.
check on the turn, check on the turn, but then on the river, JD pushed out 200,000.
Like that aggression from JD.
That aggression pays off big time. Now JD at 1.4 million, he now becomes the chip leader here at this feature table.
If he bluffed, it's a great bluff.
I say you gonna cry like a baby when you look at this game.
Eric with king queen.
Did I say you bluff, Jay-Z?
Another big pair here for T-Mark.
Wow. This one's he's going to
all in here.
With, yep. Just under 10 big blinds. Really his only play. If he can get Eric to call here, he will have him absolutely dominated. It is a significant raise. JD with Jack 10.
He's in the big blind. He's already into this hand for 60,000.
Thank you.
Putting some serious thought into this. He has the chips to call, but I think he's just a little too far down in his range. Has to be thinking he could possibly eliminate 2 players with a favorable flop. He does get rid of it, okay. Now 275 more for Eric to call. That's 650 in his stack. Let's it go. So T-Mark going to take down 185,000 in profit there without having to see a flop. Has to be happy with that result. I feel like you have aces, you want the call. If you have kings, you don't want the call.
That table we were at before we got in here. Oh no, I'm sorry. The table before they moved me over there with you guys. Same thing. I call myself raising with a very good hand and had to let it go because of the percentage of the stack that went over the top. So you know what? Okay.
I'm not mad at you, but
No.
I'm mad at the run out.
Yeah. No, I
Eric
get it.
has
That's why I said
5-3.
I get what you're saying.
He hasn't looked at his hand yet. I thought he was counting out his chips to raise. He just hadn't looked yet. All right. Just odd with ace-10.
In position on the button. Needs 40 to call.
Like to see him make it about 90 here.
Just has the small and the big blind behind him, and already we see JD's small blind have Jack 7.
He does have to account for the fact that JD has a pretty big stack. His range is going to be wider than some of the other players at the table. So, what's he going to make it? 90K. Finally called one right. JD gets out of the way. Smitty has the 10 deuce.
Does he want to play the Doyle?
50,000 more to call.
Nope.
No, sir. So Todd going to take one down with ace 10 on the button. It's always nice to win your button.
No, I said tell him.
And again, we are the reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. This is our 40K in a day. Great turnout. 219 entries. Total payout 59,130. And at first place, 11,150. We are down to 15 players.
15 remain, folks.
We'll go to a final table here when we get down to 9.
Who's it going to be? I feel like at this point in the tournament, we normally have one, kind of standout player with that massive stack that would really have to mess things up. But
right.
Now everyone's kind of bunched together. You can see our chip leader JD at 1.3, but Derek just behind him at 1 million. And every player at the table, is within reach. Slayer
yeah.
needs some help. He needs to pick a spot, but everybody else, right in that, they double up, and if they double up through JD, they're right. The roles are reversed, So very close race here. Now, Smitty wakes up with the aces. Haven't seen aces too many times at this featured table. Smitty's all in.
Got the aces.
And he has some hands behind him. He has 465. Derek can't play, but JD might be able to play. 1.2. He made the call with King Jack earlier. Just a few hands ago. That one was suited. This one's not. See how much gamble JD has in him.
Just Todd and JD with the same hand, but just Todd with the suited King Jack.
Yeah, unfortunately, Todd just doesn't have the chips, I don't think. He'd be essentially putting his tournament life at risk here. Not quite, but JD does have the chips to call.
And he's asking for a count.
It's only a 10 big blind shove. King Jack isn't super far behind a 10 big blind shove. 10 big blinds, you're gonna shove Queen Jack, Queen 10, things like that, you know?
Right.
I mean, I don't think he's, I don't know. It's a tough one.
It is a tough situation.
He's going to be flipping with all the under pairs.
Yep.
$15. It's a $150 pay jump. Curious what the solver would say on this one. If it was more, if it was 15 or 16 big blinds, and I feel like it's an easy fold, but it's a 10 big blind shove, a little less. It is an early position big blind shove, or 10 big blind shove though. I think if I'm JD, I fold this one and move on, but yep. Has the same line of thought. Gonna live to see another day.
Yeah. And to answer your question about the payouts, we with 219 entries, we had payout starting at 22nd place, so top 22 players. 22nd paid 500, and now we're down to 14 players. So the next person to the cage is going to go to collect 1,150.
Not a bad day at the office.
The last person to go to the cage is going to collect 11,150.
Yeah, so it's actually 10x from right now.
I mean, I don't know if I really want to beat your aces. I can only imagine what they're saying about me in the booth. I can't believe we've been respecting him all this time for what?
No, JD, I was.
We're quite the opposite,
yeah,
JD.
I was just as torn as you. It was a 10 big blind shove.
Smitty, 7-6 of diamonds, now has a little more breathing room with that last pot. And this looks like a call. It is. Back over to T-Mark in the big blind, checks his option. So we're going to go 3 ways to the flop here. Quite a range of cards, and here comes the flop from young Patrick. Eric's going to hit the best of this with his Queen 10.
I know I can be a bit annoying sometimes. I don't mean to, but some people, like George put his headphones on me today.
Smitty wants to see where he's at, puts out a bet of 80,000.
Yeah, we was sitting there, we were chopping it up.
And a raise here
I turned like this to go say something.
with top pair and a queen kicker.
Makes it 2:10 to go.
I was dying laughing.
Smitty, of course, has to get out of the way.
He says enough of you, Brady. The crazy part though is he started talking to me for the day.
14 remain. Who do we got? Who
Yeah,
do
we got
Rick out there. I don't know the other. We got Billy O left. I don't know the other player. Alex, there's Alex. Okay.
Alex Erd there. Eric's going to raise on the button here with King 6, but right into T-Mart's Ace 10 in the small blind. Right behind him. Oh, boy. Derek, pocket queens. And T-Mart gets out of the way. I don't know if he picked up a read there, but I don't believe Derek had even looked at his hand yet.
Yeah,
he needs 45,000 to call in the big blind. Expect a raise here, ladies and gentlemen.
A couple lines of thought here. Eric raising from the button. You know, the button obviously has the widest opening range. Yeah, he just makes the call. That's what I was going to get at, is that wide range from the button. A 3-bet is going to fold out all the better hand. Ooh,
oh, wow.
That happens, though.
So Derek checks first to act, back over to Eric, who hits top pair here.
Yeah, this is going to be disastrous for Derek.
That was a snap call from Derek.
Yep.
There's a brick.
Looking for a queen and a queen only. Derek is content to just check call here. He calls on the flop. I think he has to call on the turn. And then the same as the river. Once you call the flop, you... Oh. Eric does have a very weak kicker, but he only has 10 big blinds behind. Half of his stack already in the middle. Not quite half. Eric has to think, what hands would call me from the big blind, check call, then check jam all in. Good play, Derek.
Wow, that's poker play right there.
Yeah.
Nice move. And
Derek's
that
line
improved.
just doesn't. Derek's line doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me there. From Eric's position, you know, I can see Derek's card, so it makes sense. But from Eric's point of view, he just calls me on the big blind. He check calls the flop, then check jams a deuce of spades turn. What hands is Derek representing there? I think once Eric puts some more thought into that one, he is going to wish he had called.
And Gio has just provided us with the top 10 payouts on the bottom of our screen. As we mentioned, we're down to 14 players, so 14th place is going to be $11.50. 13th place, $12.95. 12th place, $14.40. We'll continue to keep that posted. Now, Eric with ace-10 of spades, is he going to push all in here with his little better than 10 big blinds? In the cutoff, King 10 for Derek. The table chip leader.
Up to 1.2. Slayer has to go all in with his what, 5, 6 big blinds here.
Yeah, he's going to push. He's going to push all in with ace 4.
Unfortunately, he is going to be dominated by the ace 10 of Eric. Looking for a 4, looking for some clubs or diamonds. Looking for a 4, looking for a 6.
6.
Deuce. Oh, 3 or 6 now. It's a great card for him, actually.
Making Eric sweat.
Yeah.
But the sweat is over, and the tournament life here for
Slayer.
Johnny, for Slayer, and he's going to go to the booth and collect 1,150. Nice run, Slayer.
I think.
He's got it out there.
I think we're gonna have. I think he might have lucked out there. He might have got the pay jump at the last second. It is showing 12 now, so he might have got the 12.95. Might have got 13th. Might have lost someone at that outer table.
He's cussing himself off for not paying attention.
You're kicking him on the way out.
He went out
getting
13th.
confirmation there. Got
All right.
13th place. 12.95 for Slayer, a.k.a. Johnny. Almost $1,300. Almost $1,000 in profit today.
being just a big alone.
Not quite 10 hours of work. Nice hourly.
Take your time.
Blinds are going up next hand. And actually, this is indication that we've got a break coming up. This is a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be here until we crown a champion, so please don't go anywhere.
Closing in on that final table, folks. Don't miss it.
Be back here in 9 minutes and 42 seconds.
All right.
I know we will.
Okay, you're right there. Are we coloring up a little purple?
There's no color up, but you can color up a little bit.
Okay.
2 minutes. Well, just under 2 minutes before we get back to the action here, and as you can see, 12 players remaining. 12th place, 1440. First place, 11,150. There's the payouts along the bottom of the screen. Gio has provided us with 1st through 10th payouts. Average chip stack now just under $1 million. We've got a couple of people at the feature table that are there. And I didn't do any chip counts on that other table on our break, but I did see Alex Erd still in. I'm Vic Gager, ladies and gentlemen, and I've got Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, in the booth with me. We're going to be calling this action until we crown a champion. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins. This is a good one.
Yeah, and we are almost there. 12 left. Going to be at the final table in no time. Stick with us, folks. Going to be some good action. Like Vic said, about $1 million is the average here. Excuse me, about $1 million is the average here, so we are going to see some action. Players are going to have to open up their ranges. Not going to want to blind out of this tournament. Get ready.
These are 25-minute levels. So level 25, level 21 with the blinds at 25, 50, 25. Right back to the action now. Smitty under the gun with ace-8 offsuit.
50,000 to play now.
He's got about 12 big blinds. Eric folds back over to T-Mart. Derek, ace-2 of heart, 8-2 of hearts, lets it go. Just Todd now in the small blind. We've got a dead button. Pocket sixes. Right behind him, JD, waiting in the wings with ace-10.
Raised to 140.
Yeah,
and he's going to raise this up.
JD's going to want to play this hand from the big blind.
Makes it 140. 90,000 to call, and a quick call there from JD after he looks down at that ace-10. Heads up action. Kara in the box, and here comes the flop.
Queen 9-5 rainbow. No help for JD. Todd's still ahead with his sixes.
Check.
And he checks.
200.
JD. I like this.
Yes, absolutely. If you're not going to see bet, I'm going to take a shot at it. Twelfth place makes 1,400. 11th makes 1,725. So players are going to be conscious of that pay jump. They're not going to put themselves at risk unless they. They're not going to put themselves at risk unless they see some advantage to it. Sixes there, just not strong enough to do so.
Sorry. You're okay. No, you're good.
With that pot, JD does climb just over Derek for the table chip lead. Just Todd with a playable hand from his button. He does only have 10 big blinds, though.
There's only 6 players at the table, so short-handed that in that position.
Definitely becomes a much stronger hand than it would if we were 10-handed again. But he does have the chip leader to his left.
reaching for raising chips.
Raised to 125.
And he makes it 125.
I'm sorry.
Ish. Let me buy a ish.
Ooh, Smitty with ace jack from his big blind.
Could see a push here.
Yeah, he only has 11 bigs. It's a button raise. Gonna be very wide, much wider than it needs to be for Smitty to play back at him here.
I don't know, 370 or so.
Nine-handed.
Thank you.
I don't like a call. Though. Like to see a raise here from Smitty.
But he does make the call.
Yep, he's got the chips, not me. So here we go, ace jack versus king 9.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
each
yeah.
get a piece of this.
Jack 9, 10 rainbow. Smitty flops the best of it. He just leads out with an open jam. Takes down the pot.
Someone's been in this one. With a watch. I bet it was an Apple Watch too.
Now, whether you're at a feature table, a big tournament, or a small tournament, when you're playing with JD, there's going to be some smiles and laughter. He always likes to mix things up. JD's a pleasure to have at the table. Well, if you're a dealer, I mean, he always very pleasant. JD was here. We opened 3.5 years ago, and he was a regular with coming in with his son, and the father and son duo. Always a pleasure to see them come in. His son has since moved to Alaska, and whenever I ask JD how his son's doing, just a big smile on his face.
I didn't know that.
He misses him, but he's very proud of the job that he's got up there. Back to the action now. Smitty, ace king of spades. Small blind. Push all in and a quick fold there with the 10 deuce for Eric.
Yeah, short-handed like this, we're going to see a lot of that.
And he does show the ace king.
It's going to be blind versus blind a lot, 6-handed.
Now, we talk a lot about showing or not showing. In that particular case, I like Smitty showing that. He made a raise in the small blind because, and he had a bigger chip stack. And by showing that ace king, he's sending a message, I think, to the rest of the table that if I'm going to come in strong, it's because I'm strong.
Yeah, he doesn't want players to think he's just opening.
Yeah.
Trying to be aggressive for aggressive's sake. He only had the goods, and he wanted the table to know it.
Now, whether that was the strategy or not, or he's just being friendly.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Either way, I like it.
I kind of take the opposite approach. I very rarely will show my hand in a tournament.
Me too.
Cash games, I'll show my hand. It's,
yeah.
It's better for the game. But tournaments, it's a zero-sum game. I want first place every time. I don't want any player to have. I want to keep them guessing, I guess. But I do understand his decision to show that hand.
It's interesting that early on, a couple hours ago, when we were full table, we weren't seeing these kinds of hands, and now suddenly short-handed, and we're seeing some great starting hands.
Yeah, the first hour or so of the live stream, it was hard to even see a flop. We might have one ace-queen, but then the rest were, bottom 5% hands. We couldn't even see flops, and now it's every hand. We've got action, folks. Now Eric makes this call with Jack 9 suited. Giving Timar a really good price to call, but Jack 6 just isn't enough, even with the good price.
Isn't. Yeah, good point.
So we're gonna go 3 ways to this flop. Interesting matchup here. Ten, king 6. Derek flops the best of it. Eric does flop a gut shot. Smitty as well. But you can see that 3 ways, Derek does hold 72% of the equity here. In strong command of this pot.
Check.
He likes to check.
Checks around.
Gonna see a free card here. And Smitty.
And Eric now.
Eric takes the lead. Wow.
Yeah.
Check.
What a swing in equity.
Hits that gut shot.
97%.
Check.
Now neither Derek nor Smitty can win this pot outright. They could only chop with each other.
150.
Oh, okay. It's Smitty that bets out on the queen. I would love to see just a call here from Eric. It's a full rainbow board.
All in. Fold.
And a fold.
Yep.
And a big improvement there for Eric. Now he's up over 1,000 or over $1 million in chips.
1.1 million for Eric now, yep. So we have 3 players over $1 million now. Just Todd and T-Mar both really falling behind here. Both under 10 big blinds. They need to find a way to get their chips in. Todd especially, he's going to have the big blind next hand. Gonna take up 75,000 of his 370. Here's his shot. Pair of threes. Doesn't feel great, but gotta do what you gotta do. Ooh, he lets it go. Thinks he's gonna have a better shot in the next couple hands. Smitty with king deuce. Eric with a suited queen behind him on the button. Gonna raise this up, I'm sure.
Raised to 125.
125 it is. Derek with the wheel ace behind him though, going nowhere. Makes the call. Ace 3 versus queen 10. Clubs, diamonds.
Derek's going to be first act after this flop.
7-8-4 rainbow.
He does have the lead.
Check.
He checks it to the pre-flop aggressor, and he check, free card.
10 for Eric, takes the lead. Don't think we'll see any more free cards here.
Check. 150.
Half the size of the pot. Nothing really for Derek to hang his hat on here other than his ace.
Thought he was thinking about a
It
raise
looked
there,
like he
but
was thinking
yeah.
about a raise there, which really he can either raise or fold. It's
Sure,
no
yeah.
sense in calling there.
So now we got Todd in the big blind. He has 370 total. 75 is in the middle right now. Highly incentivized here to see, put the chips in and see what happens.
Fold.
Smitty, 8-6 of diamonds. He's now down to just 11 big blinds, 12, 11 big blinds. Boy, just feast or famine here for T-Mart
absolutely, yeah.
tonight.
Todd could get a walk here. Oh, nope. All in. And I feel like those are his two options. All in or fold. Can't just call with the guy that only has 300 behind.
Good steal.
All right, so Todd is now under 300,000. I'm on camera.
Yeah, there's evidence of our 15-minute delay here for our live streams. Nick and I heading back to the commentating booth.
Billy? No, it's 12.
Is it still 12?
No, we just lost 2.
Oh, you're right.
Takes the next big line.
So we're at 10?
Sounds like we just lost 2 players out of there, so we're going to be down to 10 players now.
Good luck.
We are on the final table bubble.
I'll see you guys here shortly.
Right. Hey, go out there and take care of business.
On the button, King 9, short-handed here. Derek is going to raise this up.
Be glad to see you.
I'm not going over
Looks
there.
like 120. 115, pardon me.
JD 7.5 needs 65 here to complete.
Everyone keeps asking.
Already has 75,000 between the big blind and the ante. Decides not to defend.
Oh, doesn't want to tangle with the big stack of Derek there. Can't blame him.
As soon as we lose one more player, we will go to our final table. We'll do a redraw for that. We'll be playing 9-handed on our final table tonight. And we want to thank everybody for joining us here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We're just 30 likes away from 100. I know we're going to be able to get there. We continue to get some more viewership here tonight. And when we get to that final table, going to be real interested, A, to find out where everybody's watching from. Not yet. Don't tell me yet. And B, who you're going to be rooting for on that final table.
Yeah, let us know who your horse is. Get your picks in now. Holy Toledo, we have 11 million chips in play. 11 million in play.
JD makes a raise and takes that down. T-Bold, thank you so much for that comment. We love this room too. We just have a passion here for poker, but we have a passion for our customers, our players.
Try to offer the best product we can at week in and week out. Todd just can't catch a break here.
In the cutoff, King 9 for JD. And he's going to raise this up. T-Mart has to be wondering how long it's going to be before he sees another ace, so he's going to push all in.
All in for 360. 7 big blinds.
If JD makes this call, it's going to be pretty much a coin flip.
Yeah, and I don't think JD can fold for 200 more. Chance to eliminate a player. So we're going to see Ace 8 versus King 9. Both a club and a spade.
This is T-Mart's tournament life at stake. Slightly ahead, going to the flop, and here it is.
Clean
and
flop for him.
Keeps the lead so far.
He's going to double up. Puts him at 770 now. Right back in the fight.
Cheeseburger, thanks for joining us. Yeah, it was great to see you as well.
Uh-oh, looks like Alex took a hit. Unless he's got some blacks I'm not seeing.
I think at the top he might have one black up there, but yeah.
All right, here's Todd's shot. Queen Jack suited. 5 big blinds. He's the blind next hand. He's got to pull the trigger now. He does.
He does, yep.
Eric behind him with an ace. Gonna have to call. think. No.
Is this in Derek's calling range?
It's a 4 big blind shove. I think it has to be.
Yeah, he's got 220 here just to defend his big blind. He's up over $1 million.
That's very important. The ish is very important.
Derek's wondering, will these chips be more valuable to me later? He decides they will be and folds. Todd gets a huge walk there. Or not a walk, I guess, but a huge win there, uncontested.
Flamingo, I don't ever have a horse in the race. I know Nick and I both know probably 80% of the players that come in here very well, as being part of the Toledo poker scene for a number of years. And we're almost, I don't know, we're never unhappy when we see the faces that are here.
Right, it's too hard to pick one. You know? You have so much love for so many of these players. It's hard to pick one.
Too late.
JD with that big raise here, 250. Todd with 6 deuce. Can't defend. JD gonna take this one down.
Having said that, Flamingo, I think that what Nick and I will start talking about here when we get down to 9-handed is the experience level of the players that come to this final table at being at final tables, because it's a totally different game when you get to that point. It's also going to be a totally different game when we get short-handed to 4 or 5-handed. And consistently, the players that come here to play at the reserve and consistently wind up in the in the payouts and in the top 10 and in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I was really thinking about that now. We're playing 5-handed, and the players that make these final tables, they're the only ones that have experience playing 5-handed. And and again, so many of our players also, there's a large portion of them that like to chop when they get shorthanded.
Yeah.
So they don't have this shorthanded experience. Players like Derek and T-Mart, they do.
Yes.
JD as well. They have this short-handed final table experience, playing on a live stream with all the lights, and it serves them well. It really does. They know when to pick their spots. It's a huge advantage.
Yeah, Flamingo, if you hear any enthusiasm in our voices, really what we do, there's some of these players that we come in and we don't really have a bio on them. And so we don't have the opportunity to share information that about them. Other players, like I just mentioned about JD, we've got experience with them, not only their play, but their family and their friends and that type of thing. And so then we'll talk about their bios, not only poker, but personal bios.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback, Flamingo. I appreciate that. It's good to... We don't want to give off the impression that we have playing favorites or anything like that, so appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
And we got Litz back in the box.
Once in a while, we get some close friends in here.
Just Todd. King 10.
Just Todd. Just has to do it here.
He does, and I think JD behind him will just have to call.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good for Todd. One of his tens is dead behind him with Eric.
Thank you very much.
370.
Okay. Thank you.
270. I'm like, I
I thought I heard.
Yeah, I was like, you gave him extra 100.
Buck definitely right about that. Must be a lot more chips at the outer table.
Yeah, Buck. I believe Buck is right.
I hadn't really
That's what I said too.
counted up these stacks, but yeah, once he says that, it's, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
very good point, Buck.
JD has not put this call in yet. He has lost some chips. He is down to 940. 245. If he were to call and lose, he'd be down to 700. Only, what's that, 14 big blinds, something like that? Yeah, I guess there's more thought into this hand than I originally considered. Now, Eric behind him will have a tough decision, too.
Yeah.
Nope, just lets it go. No reason to double up the short stack, they say. And they let him get away with it. 10 left here, folks. One more. We will be down to our final table. 10th place will receive $2,015. Remember, today was a $300 buy-in.
Okay. Well, then, yes. Is it better?
Yeah.
I had 2 suited overs.
Yeah, I just didn't feel confident it was going to hold up. That's all.
I get it.
We do live stream here at the Toledo, at the Reserve here in Toledo, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday nights. Cash game. The next live stream will be this Tuesday.
The blinds moved to 45 minutes.
And there is
You heard it.
the bell in the background. The blinds are going up next hand. Again, a suited king for just Todd. King taking a spades this time.
The next one's a bend you over the couch.
Still well under 10 big blinds.
So y'all can't stay here all night.
Yeah, exactly. The lights turn off.
Gotta go with it, he says.
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to.
And it looks like, I mean, again, the people behind him just don't have hands they can defend with.
Not as strong as the last one. Yes, sir.
Todd continues to chip up.
Say it works until it doesn't.
That's true. That is true. Pretty much the same hand I had last time.
Come on, I did.
Let's see what these new big blinds are. Gotta be 50, 75, something like that. Maybe
They need to stop playing out there.
maybe 50, 100 now. Oh, I guess we do still have purple in play. I was thinking they were gone. So we can do 30, 60.
We sent someone out there. What's he?
Right, exactly.
I mean, he's not
we
doing
sent
his
him out
job.
there with a task.
He's not doing his job.
Yeah, he's fired.
Yep, new blinds 30, 60, 30. Each orbit's gonna cost you 120. Eric with ace jack on his button. See what he decides to raise to. Keeps adding to it.
170.
170. 170,000 now. T. Martin Derek with nothing to defend with.
Yeah, almost.
Eric's going to add 120 to his stack. There they are, folks. The 5 at the outer table, contending for the final 9 spots at our final table. Billy O still in there. Alex Erd, I'm not familiar with the other 3 players, but I'm sure we'll learn soon. King 7 for JD. Eric. T-Mart. 8-7 on the button. He is very short, only 10 bigs. Gets out of the way though. Derek with king 5 on the small blind. Has 30 invested. Might feel the need to put some pressure on Todd, and I think Todd has a hand he'd have to go with. Makes the call. Todd can check for free. See what he decides to do. Derek has 1 million. Todd just under 400,000. Does Todd put him to the test, or does he take the free flop? What do you think, folks? What would you do? He's going to see the free flop.
Oh, he's going to check it.
So I'm like, I'm looking at it going, okay, something's wrong.
Just took a minute there to make sure the pot was right, and it is. 150,000 in the pot. Derek's going to be first to act.
Queen and a 10 in the window.
Oh, boy.
That would have been interesting.
Todd on a little bit of a run good now.
He sure is. Only a king. Oh, my goodness. I was going to say only a king would make it even better. This run good for Todd does continue. All right, we got Todd all in. Derek calls. He hits his king on the turn. 2 pair for Todd.
And we're getting a message from Gio that the camera angles graphics are a little messed up, so we're going to give you the final result here, which is a
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Woo. It was too damn close.
which is a win
Very close.
For
Todd. So
Gets the
look
double
at
up.
where he has come from. 225,000 just what, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, not even. Yeah. Now he's going to be well over 800,000 here. Closing in on $1 million, I think. And big hit to Derek's stack.
Yeah.
I think Derek will be just above, where, yeah, he's going to be about 600,000. Going to be at the bottom of our featured table here. But he came back before. We know he can do it.
For my next trick. That looks a little better.
They're all right with it.
Yeah, I saw you get away with that. And mine was more than half.
These chip counts will be corrected here shortly, folks. Just had a slight technical hiccup on that last one. We'll get them fixed here in a minute.
I should have just let you call. Probably wouldn't call you.
See if JD can get a walk with the old 7 deuce. He does.
And he does.
Thank you. I thought so too. Oh, damn it.
Yeah. Nothing like getting a walk, but it's even better when you look down at 7 deuce and you get a walk.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling right there.
So the table dynamics really have changed here. JD just under $1 million. Eric just over $1 million. T-Mart is 600. Remember, Derek's count is not correct. I believe he has about 600,000. And just Todd, I believe, has just under $1 million.
And as Buck pointed out earlier, with 11 million total chips in play, that means there's substantial stacks at that other table in the other room, where we are looking to have another player. As soon as we get another player knocked out, we will be down to the final table, 9-handed. And if you and now T-Mart, 10 big
Ooh,
blinds.
just gets out of the way. He wants to
lets it
make this
go.
final table.
Yeah.
It is almost a $300 pay jump.
645.
Yeah, 10th place will go to the cage for $2,015. And as Nick pointed out, Ninth place, $2,300. Almost a buy-in difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the payout.
Yeah, at this point in the tournament, if you're T-Mart, you have to decide what matters most to you. What do you favor more? Do you want that extra $300 more than you want the chance of winning the whole thing? And it's different players have different priorities, different ways of looking at spots. Some players want to ladder up. Some players would rather get their chips in the middle and give themselves the best shot at winning the tournament.
And as we mentioned, we've got Derek's chip count adjusted, and he's got 10 big blinds.
And they're
so
all
now
in there.
King 10 pushes all in, leaving it to T-Mart in the big blind with Queen 5. And there's a $120,000 profit for Derek just in time to be the big blind. Yeah, Flamingo fatigue is definitely going to come into play now. This tournament started at noon. $300 buy-in, $40,000 starting stack. Everybody had the option of paying an additional $10 for 10,000 chips, and that was a dealer appreciation add-on. But it can be a grind. You've got to be, if you want to take it all the way, you've got to be ready to do that.
Ace 5 of spades for Todd here. Definitely strong enough to open 5-handed. Eric staring him down. He said, "This is my big blind." So we're up to 120 now. T-Mart with the suited ace himself and less than 10 big blinds. We saw him fold the king queen a minute ago. Is ace 4 good enough? No. Puts it in the muck. Kenneth, we have 10 players left. 5 at this table, 5 at the other table. 1 away from our final table.
Kenneth, as soon as we lose one more, we will be at the final table, 9-handed. You can see the payout scrolling down there at the bottom. We paid the top 22 players, 22nd place, took $500.
All the way up to first place, $11,150. JD's first to act. He's got the king 10 this time.
Got a cheering section going here now for JD.
He's going to open.
325.
125 to go.
No, I think it was bigger than that. It's 325.
325, okay.
Yeah.
Very big raise.
Bit of a grin there from Just Todd, and I think we know what that grin means. He's very well familiar with our live stream. Dominic refers to the King Jack as the nemesis.
So Derek picks up the 120 this time. Excuse me, JD. T-Mart. Really getting down there. 520.
Here's a battle of the blinds now. Just Todd, Queen 6, needs 30 to complete. JD waiting in the wings with 9-7 offsuit. And a call from Just Todd.
JD checks his option. We're going to see a flop here. 51-49, about as close as it gets. Jack, deuce, deuce. Check, check. 6 spades on the river. On the turn, excuse me.
And Todd's going to bet it. He's going to bet that 6.
He sure is. And JD just doesn't have anything to continue here. Todd going to take this one down.
As we mentioned 15-20 minutes ago, Todd was down to what, 225,000. Now he has eclipsed 1 million.
Yep, closing in on Eric for the chip leader at this table.
Kenneth Green, we are going to be live streaming this week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Tuesday being the 5, 10, 20 game, $1,000 to $3,000 buy-in with a match the stack. Thursday is our no knit Thursday. That is a 1-3 game, $500 buy-in. And then Saturday, we will be back to our regular Joe Poker show. And that is also a 1-3 game with a $500 buy-in. If you are interested in playing in the live stream cash games, it's as simple as picking up the phone and giving us a call.
Todd wakes up with it on the button here.
Pocket queens.
$160.
100,000 on top. JD with the 9-4, Eric with the Jack deuce. Pretty sure that pot makes Just Todd the leader, chip leader at this featured table.
You know, and we talked, and we've talked a lot about early stages of a tournament, middle stages of a tournament, late stages, and then getting to short-handed and being able to mix up your game. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the way Todd has mixed up his game. He came to this feature table really playing quite conservatively, playing tight, and he is now ramped up, I believe, his action in this game, and it's starting to pay off. Granted, he did, you've got to get lucky, right? You've got to hit some, you've got to win those coin tosses or better. But on the other hand, I think he's mixed it up really well.
Yeah, he's definitely using his position, and now it's stacked to his advantage. And it's paid off. I mean, he has 5 times what he had 15, 20 minutes ago.
Queen
JD
Jack.
on the button with
Queen Jack, and he's going to raise this up.
Makes it 325 again. Very large raise for this stage of the tournament.
I'm thinking he just likes that number.
Yeah, I think so. T-Mark can't continue. Yeah, guys, as we creep up on this final table, it does help us out a ton. If you can back out of the chat for just a second and hit that thumbs up button, if we can get up to 100, it boosts us up in the YouTube algorithm, and it gets us random traffic. Does help us out a ton, gets us more viewers, more interaction on the chat board. Just takes a second. We sure would appreciate it.
Under the gun here for Just Todd, and he's picking up King Queen. And he raises this to 120. K9 out of the way for JD. T-Mart. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Just quite the dry spell. 60,000 here for Derek to defend his big blind, and he does.
But you remember, Derek is very short now as well. Less than 10 big blinds himself. Todd outflops him, hits the king. Todd playing well and now running well.
And running well, absolutely. Reaches for chips, and that's enough for Derek to quickly fold.
Another 180 for Todd.
Yeah, Flamingo, you can only hit the like button once. I wish it was more. It would be terrific if it was, but if you hit it once and then you hit it again, it actually unlikes, or the like button goes off, and so then you got to make sure. Just make sure we've got thumbs up from you. In the meantime, now we're up to 85 likes, and we greatly appreciate that. Here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio.
We are the Reserve, folks.
And we're calling this a SummerSlamm with 2 M's. JD, under the gun, 9-7. Continues to maintain his stack at around or above 1 million.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him drop under that for quite a while now. Eric with an ace. Bumps it up, 130 to go now. T-Mart behind him, man, cannot catch a break.
No. And just Todd in the big blind. Get our graphics caught up here in a minute, and he's going to look down at Jack 5 of clubs. He does need 70,000 here to defend. And he's going to make the call. So we're going to see a flop. Just Todd
minutes.
will be first to act with the Jack 5 of clubs.
20 minutes ago, Todd didn't have the chips to make this kind of call. Now,
No.
you know, he's got the chip stack where he can see flops, especially when he's in the blinds like this.
Check, check to a free card. And the turn is a 7.
Spades. Okay, so it went check, and Eric bet 150, and Todd folds. So Eric's going to take that one down. Seven, 7-7. I tend to agree with you, man.
Yeah. It's going to be soon here for T-Mart to try to make a move.
Keep in mind there is a $300 pay jump. I'm sure that is on his mind, but he is getting down to that the kind of zone where even if he doubles up, he's still in trouble. So he needs to make a decision.
Because, oh girl, I told you, what's her name, Jules? She's got that one. Oh, yeah. She showed me tonight.
At the Robbie for Eric.
That place, I don't know his name, but he's got a black one with the silver.
T-Mart with 10-6.
I kept meaning to get
It's not going to do it.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Last time I ran into him,
Derek with Queen 10 though is going to do it.
He's going to push all in.
Ooh, and JD behind him has an ace.
Yeah.
I know it's only ace 8, but it's less than a 10 big blind shove. I think theory says you have to call with any ace here. See if JD agrees. 405 to call.
Second time you've done that to me.
It is almost half his stack to make this call.
It's. I feel like you can't look at it that way. You have to look at the terms of big blinds, and I think.
And being 5-handed.
Yeah, I mean Derek's gonna do that with so many hands, like the hand he had, Queen 10, King Jack, King Queen, and just the ace 8 is ahead of those. I think you have to make that call, but he's gonna fold and preserve his chip stack, try to take in this million chips to the final table. I don't blame him. I just think I would have approached it differently.
You were dominated. I'm sure. I folded. I'm doing. I'll put some work in there. hurry to get this money away.
Look at this. Man. 7-4.
Yeah, in the very next pot, he's going to have to put in 90,000 of his 400.
We're stealing.
So now he's committing half of his, or a quarter of his stack blind next hand.
Samuel L. and Bernie.
Really put himself in a tough spot here.
Man in there, Lester.
Praying for that pay ladder.
He was a little goofy character in there, I felt.
Potential walk here, and it is.
I was gonna drop a line from the movie. I'm like, let me kick your ass one time.
And as you mentioned, now T-Mart is going to be on the big blind.
That's good.
90,000 of his 400 in the middle.
Hell, they doing out.
I think they on break.
So it's funny because he says, I wonder what they're doing out there. And you got to believe that the guys at that other table are saying, what the hell are they doing in there?
Thing, yep. Only difference is the outer table has almost twice as many chips as this table.
Yes.
So things are looking good for T-Mart so far. Derek with 10-7, Todd with 10-4. Nope, but JD's got a pair. He's going to play. Eric with a pair as well.
We got a big hand brewing here.
Throw at least one chip, please.
And he's going to push all in with the 7s.
Uh-oh. Think we have a large misstep here from JD. Oh, my goodness. The 9 go in the
folding
muck.
the 9s. And T-Mart, unfortunately, 8-3 of diamonds, and the blinds are going up next hand.
Now, that's where ICM... if I had to guess, Eric is very familiar with... Eric has studied some ICM charts. When you have that small stack like T-Mart,
yeah,
you do not want to bust before that stack. You don't want to put yourself at risk. The ICM pressure on you to fold there is very intense. Your risk premium is just sky high when you have a stack that short to your left. I don't know if it's the right fold or not, but I can see why he did it. I mean, ICM pressure is real, folks.
DFG in the house. DFG, I'm going to give you an update as soon as this hand is over here. But do know that we are down to 10 players. As soon as we lose one more, we'll be at our final table playing 9-handed.
And our blinds are up to 40-80, making it that much tougher for T-Mart. Now has less than 4 big blinds.
It's 225.
225 here, putting the pressure on those 2 small stacks behind him.
Wow, and T-Mart Jack 6.
And his timing pays off, and he takes down 160,000 here with that move. So DFG, this is the SummerSlamm with 2 M's. This is a 40K in a day. We wound up having 219 entries, so the total prize pool is $59,130. There's $11 million in chips in play. First place, $11,150. We paid the top 22. And there is the outer table. Just as soon as we lose one more player, we will be down to 9-handed on our final table. It's been one heck of a day, DFG. We started today at noon. Great turnout.
I feel like we've been 10-handed for, what, 2 whole levels? I think so, right?
Yeah, yeah, we have. Yeah, DFG, this is a very solid field, without a doubt. I agree with you.
T-Mart.
Walk it out.
And another walk.
Yes, sir. He had the goods that time, though.
You did get 8 deuce.
7 deuce.
I would have loved 8 deuce. I would have still shown. Shit. 9-7.
Yeah, buy-in of $300. Thank you. Yep.
All right, T-Mart has a hand he can play now.
Now, finally, gets something, and he's going to push all in. Let's see if he can get any callers here.
Just tied with Queen 6. JD behind him with the suited ace. Makes the call.
Yeah, there's the call.
So T-Mart will be at risk here. Ace 4, King 10. T-Mart at risk, looking for a king or a 10. Not on the flop.
No, 4 for JD.
King or a 10 only. Oh, I thought it was a 10. That's going to do it for T-Mart, folks. And we're going to reach our final table. T-Mart's going to take home $2,015. Rest of the players are guaranteed $2,300 now. Solid run for T-Mart. Just didn't get any cards there at the end.
You're welcome, Derek. Thank you.
We're going to do a redraw. All 9 players will be randomly assigned a seat at this final table.
So he went to the cage to collect 2015. Next player out collects 2,300.
Well, congratulations, fellas. Good job. Go ahead, final table. Yeah.
JD, well said. Like a true gentleman.
It would have all been different.
And our next big event is a big event. Our second $1 million prize pool joint venture tournament between ourselves with our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio, Mad River Poker Club. And this all gets kicked off August 15th. Go to thereservepoker.com to check out all of the day one times and flights, or do a screenshot if you can. One of the things we like to bring up is that last day one available is the Turbo on Saturday evening at 7 p.m., August 31st. And that happens to be the same day one flight that our last champion of the million got into at the last minute, made it to day 2, and then made it to day 3. Day 3, of course, is going to be here at the Reserve Poker Club and live streamed on Monday, September 2nd, starting at 2 p.m. Great money to be had here, but also we've got some more satellites coming up. Talk about life-changing money for either $130 in our satellite, our milestone satellite. There's 2 of those left, one at 130 and one at 65, and then every Thursday now until we start the tournament is satellites for $65 buy-in.
$65 buy-in, one entry for every $600 in the prize pool.
And you brought up earlier that so far with all these satellites, we've got players out there ready to play with like 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Charles, who we saw earlier, has 3 seats already. Still have 2 full weeks, at least 4 more satellites to go. Plenty of opportunities to get a chance at life-changing money for as little as $65, folks.
So August 6th is the $130 buy-in, and that is a milestone amount of $240. And then on August 13th, $65 buy-in, but you'll need a milestone amount of $440. The milestones have been now we weren't doing those before.
No,
and they've been quite an addition to these satellite tournaments.
Yeah, they're great. I mean,
have you ever played in one?
I have. Yeah, every night in Vegas they had these $135 ones where 1 in 10 people got $1,000. So I spent way too much time playing those. But, yeah, it's just a really cool format. what's the? So once you get to 240, you bag up, you go home. You know?
So it's very interesting. Say in this $130 buy-in, the next one being August 6th. Once you get to chip level of 240,000, you're done. You get your voucher, and then your chips come out of play. Now the interesting thing is, Nick, if you happen to do that before the end of registration, you can turn around, buy in again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have seen multiple satellite winners, or I should say baggers. Neil, Mr. Coffee, in our very first one, he did that. He wound up getting 2 vouchers in the same night.
I mean, hypothetically, you could win all of them.
Yeah.
You know, how much better can you get? It's awesome. Come play. $65 on August 13th. $130 on August 6th. Come play, folks. 15-minute levels, 30K starting stacks, optional $10 dealer add-on, 40K there. So only the 6x your buy-in for the 130. Chance at life-changing money should be guaranteed to be at least $200,000 for first. Last time around was about $275. Pay off the mortgage, buy a second car, buy a vacation home, whatever you want to do. Life-changing money, folks.
Life-changing money, without a doubt. So we are doing a redraw here for the final table, 9-handed. Anxious to see who's here. I know Alex heard. So we were asked just a little bit ago if we have a horse. I have to say that my sentimental favorite going into this final table is going to be Alex Erd. I've known Alex since he was a teenager.
Oh, wow.
I used to work with his mom, and he's been a very, very good friend of our family over the years. So interesting to see, and I actually just text my wife and my 2 daughters, hey, Alex is going to be on the final table, the live stream tonight. My wife is already watching. She says, is that Dom with you tonight? He sounds different.
Yeah, Dom's got a cold tonight.
Dom's got a cold tonight. And actually, it's myself, Vic Gager, and Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, here in the booth. Dom is up north at his bachelor party, getting married here at the end of September. And so he has the night off. I will actually be out this week as well. Tuesday, I'll be in Wisconsin doing some fishing. So Nick will be back in the box. Nick has now become our third wing, if you will, our third, how do we call this? Our third leg.
Yeah, the third wheel, whatever you want to call it.
So the three amigos, that's what we are, the
There
three
you go.
amigos. So now it's Dom, Nick, and Vic. And so don't be surprised. You will be hearing Nick in the booth a lot more. This Thursday, however, with our Cash Game live stream, we've got a special guest coming in all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, Dwayne.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dwayne is coming in for his annual trip, and on Monday, August 5th, the Dwayne Invitational. So it'll be our regular Monday night tournament, but it'll be featuring our good friend, longtime friend here in Toledo, Dwayne.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Dwayne has gotten the green light to come in here and commentate on Thursday.
With you or with Dom?
With Dom.
With Dom, okay.
With Dom, yeah.
Yeah, so, man, you're going to have a show. You're gone all week next week?
I'll be back on Thursday.
Okay.
But I'm passing the torch to
I like it,
Dwayne as a special guest coming in. Yeah.
I thought you planned an extra day fishing or something since he's going to be.
Well, here's the thing, and we're waiting here so I could tell that this story. So I'm going with a buddy to the Wisconsin River near Portage, Wisconsin. It's called the Crash. So the smallmouth actually school up, and couple of weeks in the summer, they crash against these sandbars, the bait fish. And so if you get it just right, you can be catching a smallmouth bass almost every other cast.
Okay. So
Never
it's
done
like
it before.
Fish in a barrel?
Neither has my friend. So it's going to be fly rods.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm really looking forward to it. My friend is my buddy Andy Bonk. I've known him since kindergarten, and He's never done this before. I've never done it before, but we're giving it a try.
I've done a lot of real fishing. I've never done any fly fishing though.
Yeah.
I have to. Don't have that in my repertoire. But
I'll be sending you some pictures, I hope.
yeah, please do.
And yeah, Max, a shout out to Dom. And now the action continues, and there's Alex Erd in seat 3. We've got Doug in seat 4, and Joe, as we mentioned, comes to the table with $4.6 million in chips.
Yeah, so it wasn't that the other table had all the chips. It was that Joe just had them all, huh?
Seems like Joe just had them all.
Wow, 4 times the next stack. 25% of the chips in play, just about. 10-handed, wow. So we see some familiar faces, some people that were on the feature table earlier. A couple new faces. Alex, Doug, Smitty makes his return.
And
Derek
Joe
moved back to seat 1. He went to 1. He started at 1, went to 2, back to 1.
And we must have lost another player at the same time, so we are now 8-handed.
Who do we lose? That's what I'm trying to...
Well, from our table, we lost T-Mart.
T-Mart was 10th. Who was it? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not sure who it was from the outer table, but...
So we are down to 9 players here at this final table. 8 players. Excuse
players.
Me. Everyone guaranteed $2,700 for 8th place.
This is a $300 buy-in. Tournament started at noon today. 219 entries. We paid top 22. $59,000 in the prize pool. And you can see the payouts from this point forward being scrolled across the bottom of the screen.
Got multiple short stacks here. This is going to be a battle to see who ladders up. Derek in the best position here on the button. He's going to have the most hands, free hands to see. Alex with 415, but in the big blind this hand. Todd calls. King 7 for Alex. What's he want to do? Gonna check. Gonna see a free flop. Six, ace, 4, 2 spades. Nobody improves, but Alex does have the king of spades. Backdoor spade draw.
Check.
All in. I was just going to say, if I were going to pick a player
bet,
here
yeah.
that likes to get aggressive, there he is, Alex Erd, Toledo, Ohio. Robert Enright, Mr. Enright, joining the chat. Good to see you today, buddy.
Kenneth, I missed your question, pal. I'm sorry about that. You do not have to play in the satellite. You can just buy in for $600 any of the day 1 flights.
That's correct.
Starting August 15th.
Alex just said what we were talking about. It's been a long day.
Coming up on the 11-hour mark. Just past the 11-hour mark. Just Todd with a suited king on the button. I like to see these hands opened. User position. Alex with a suited king on the small blind.
I'm expecting a raise here.
He does have Doug dominated.
And he does. He raises, pushes all in. Doug now looking down at 8-7.
Cost him half a stack to call.
Pretty easy decision there to fold.
Yeah, so far 2 hands in a row. Alex using aggression to his benefit. Taking down the first 2 pots at this final table. Unfortunate for Alex that his button ends up with Joe being on the big blind. Joe has almost 5 million in chips. Alex would like to use his button to, do what he just did and show some aggression pre-flop. But when the when the big blind, who's already committed 120,000, has 5 million. It's tough to do. It's unfortunate seat draw for him. But we both know we can overcome that. Eric gonna open it up with Jack 10 of spades, make it 160 to go. Smitty folds his 8-7. Derek folds the 9-3. Just tied with the nemesis.
He keeps picking this hand up.
He does, yeah. The offsuit variety this time. In the cutoff, only a few players behind him. Decides to get out of the way. Alex with the queen 7 suited. We saw him shove the suited king. Alex is very aware of this dynamic that the big blind has 5 million.
Yes, he is.
It's not
very
something
aware.
he will overlook.
Yeah. He did that last hand with just one player behind him. It's a big difference looking over 2 players, and one of them has
5 times what everyone else has.
Yeah, almost half the chips in play.
Yeah.
So he is going to make the call here. We're going to go heads up, I believe.
Ooh.
Between
Jack 10 for
Joe
Eric.
and Eric.
Eric just flops 2 pair. He's going to bet it right away. I think I actually like this bet. Joe is going to call there with definitely some Broadway hands that have gut shots or open enders. Don't want to give him a free card in that situation. I like the bet. I know it's top 2 pair. You want to let him catch up a little, but
yeah,
I like the bet. Like I said, Joe's range is going to contain a lot of Broadway cards that are open ended or gut shots. Don't want to give him a free card. Flamingo, I'm not sure. The only player I really know here is JD and Alex. I don't know. Oh, I guess Derek. I don't think these are guys that typically chop, but I am not real familiar with most of the players at the table. If I had to guess, we're going to play down to a winner today.
If I were to have to guess that, I would too. Depends on who the chip leader is when we get closer to, say, 3 or 4 players.
Yep.
But I would say, Derek is typically not one to chop. Alex doesn't mind if he's getting some good value. JD, when he comes to a weekly tournament, he's usually faced with getting up early and going to work in the morning, and that plays a factor.
Yep.
Alex now 9-8 offsuit in the cutoff. And JD's going to get a walk here.
Yep, saw Eric had to fold 9-4.
Yeah, Kenneth, no trophy this time. Just $11,150 for first place.
Like you said,
tired and hungry. Tired and hungry.
Oh, Nick, that's a complicated question. Big fields like this, I mean, large 200 player, 500 player. I'd like to play to a winner, man. There's so much money up top. Let's get it. Let's let somebody have that life-changing, maybe not life-changing in this scenario, but something like the million. You know, I mean, let's win that life-changing money.
Yeah.
But small sit and goes, things like that, daily tournaments. You want to chop, get home early. It's hard to blame you.
Smitty's going to go all in here with pocket 8s. He's got 400,000 left. Easy decision here for Alex with 6-4 offsuit. Doug 5-4. Now decision time for Joe. Just a tenth of his stack here to make this call.
Yeah, I think it's easy.
He does have 2 players behind him, so if he's going to come into this, you would think he'd want to come in with going over the top of that all in. and not just a call. But he does call. Oh boy. Big pot brewing here.
Yeah.
JD pocket tens.
I think all options are available to JD here. He can fold and have a shot at laddering up, which I don't like, of course. You can call and see a flop with your tens, or you can raise here. All options available to him. I don't think either one is necessarily wrong. He's going to move all in and put Joe in a spot here where, with the opportunity to knock out 2 people, it only cost him. It does cost him. What is he have?
1.1 million here to make this call.
Cost him exactly 25% of his stack. Knock out 2 people.
It's about 700.
I think Joe's going to make this call. He still has 3 times what everyone else has, even if he loses. Jack 10 is the kind of hand that has equity against anything except, jacks.
Kings or aces.
Yeah. I think Joe's going to make this call. He hasn't folded yet. I say that only because he hasn't folded yet.
And he asked for the count.
Yep.
This is a terrible call, but it gets me closer to a cheeseburger.
Joe wants to go home, he says. Looks like he's making the call.
So 1.4.
1.495.
Makes the call.
Makes the call, and so young Patrick is going to get this pot right. Make sure we've got the main pot and the side pot counted out correctly, and all cards are rolled over in an all-in situation. So we're going to see it's JD and Smitty's tournament life at stake, and this would be a huge pot for Joe if he can catch up and pass up these tens and eights.
This is a huge spot for
This
Derek,
is a huge
Alex,
pot. Biggest one
Smitty,
we've seen
all
on
the
the
guys,
live stream here tonight.
Huge pot for everybody. We could be down to 6 players. No spades out there besides Joe's. Gut shot. Double gutter.
Come on, 5 or 10.
8's going to win for Smitty.
Wow, and Smitty is going to hit his straight with his 8s.
And the 10s for JD will win the side.
So we don't lose any players in that hand. And the
That's-
dynamics change considerably.
Yeah, that was worst case scenario for Derek, Alex, all the short stacks at the table.
Where's the jack dealer?
Joe now 3 million still the chip leader, almost $1 million ahead of JD.
They know that too. Don't worry.
Oh, I know it.
But JD still made. How much does Smitty have? 400. So huge pop for everybody involved.
Couldn't hate here and know it's a bad call, but it gets me closer to the cheeseburger.
I don't know if you can hear that, folks. Joe said, "I know this is a bad call, but it gets me one step closer to a cheeseburger." He must be hungry.
He must be
Must
hungry.
not have got those hot dogs at break.
He must be hungry.
Yeah, that really levels out the field quite a bit.
Blinds are at 40, 80, and 40,000 for the ante.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they've been that way for a while, so I think they're due to go up any moment.
Yeah, I think so. We did take just a little break here in the action while we redrew for the final table. Joe, ace-7 of clubs now, and he's going to raise this up to 400,000. Triple seven. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you. And no callers, so he takes that down.
Yep, Joe takes down one uncontested. Adds to his 3 million.
So I'm going to chime in on this chop discussion from a different vantage point. Not so much about the money, the chop value, But when you get down to shorthanded, you get below 5 players, 4 players in that range, and if you're playing tournaments on a regular basis and you get to that level and you continue to chop, you miss out on the opportunity to learn a different game, and that game is shorthanded.
Absolutely.
And at some point in your poker career, you're going to be in a situation where it is now serious money. And I'm not, I'm talking about, say, a nightly game where first place is $1,200 or something like that. But all of a sudden, you're in a situation where first place is $11,150, and if you are coming to the table with the least amount of experience playing shorthanded, you're missing out, and it makes a difference.
You're at a huge disadvantage.
It's a different game to learn, and you have to learn it by playing it. So that's the wise words that I was given once upon a time.
Keep in mind too that there are like the World Series. If you go out there, you're not allowed to chop. You have to play it down. You don't want to be in the biggest spot, the biggest situation, the most intense situation of your poker career, being 5-handed and not have the ability to chop when that's what you normally do. You need that experience shorthanded, or the people that are experienced at that shorthanded play will just run all over you.
Yes.
You have to know how your ranges expand shorthanded, or how they tighten up when you have a short stack when you're shorthanded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I said, in these large field tournaments, I'm not a fan of chopping. Let's find a winner.
Gio just pointed out, or someone just pointed out to us that the 7th and 8th place payouts dropped off after that last hand. It's only showing 6, even though we're down to 8 players. I don't know if that's something you can fix.
Flamingo, you're right. I mean, that is something to take into consideration.
Absolutely, Flamingo. Right. There's no absolute in this game.
Nope, absolutely not. And like, there are situations where when the whole, like, the biggest stack at the table is 8 or 10 big blinds, and it's, it's pretty much all luck at that point. Like, sure, there is definitely some skill edge there still, but a lot of it's taken out when your only option is all in or fold. So yeah, I mean, I definitely get what you're saying. Alex all in here with the jacks,
and he had been considering, I think, pushing on that last hand. Because he's faced with the big blinds coming his way, and the timing is terrific. Now he picks up pocket jacks just before he's going to go into the big blind and push all in. There's a jack going into the muck. Oh, maybe not. Derek with king jack. And he just has 225. He's going to let it go, but just Todd, ace queen, needs greater than half of his stack to make this call. He is asking for a count.
All right. So all the jacks are gone. Todd would actually be the favorite here.
6-15.
6-15.
2 of them.
And he makes the call. And so here it is, Alex Erd's tournament life at stake.
Essentially Todd's as well. I mean, he's only going to have...
He's not going to have much left if these jacks hold up.
Ace in the window, 2 of them.
2 of them. So now a jack and a jack only, and now that locks it up. And Alex Erd, nice run today, going to the cage to collect $2,725.
Yep, good run, Alex. Gonna have 7 players left, guys. There's no right way to play jacks. Like I said, 7 players left, $3,150 for the next payout.
No, I'm talking when you made it for.
I'm not talking about
We're not talking about that.
And Kara's going to take the helm here.
That's just in the past, man.
I was doing what I was trying to do.
We ain't talking about no past now.
I counted my chips. I said I got 275. Then I had a budget with 2.25. And I knew Kara was coming to save the day.
Hey,
I told you earlier, Derek said Kara is his dealer. He's in need of some help here. JD with an ace and 2.2 million. Think we'll see an open. And 200,000 should get this done. JD continues to build, chasing Joe.
I knew you'd get there. I had all the trust and confidence in the world.
Well, Nick, you set the over-under earlier
I
at
was just thinking
midnight.
that, yeah.
And looks like we might be going over here before we've crowned a champion. But Nick and I are going to be here until that happens. JD now.
Yeah, I think I
Ace
set a
King.
pretty good line there.
Raised to 400,000.
400 to go. Big raise from JD.
I think it's a comfort and it's next to fair keeper.
Derek was 6'5", can't play.
Cod in my car.
Todd and ace three.
It's from a couple days
Don't
ago.
think he
but
wants
you
to
can
risk
have it.
400 with that.
Sorry, I caught some fresh milk this morning.
Joe with Jack 10. Called 1.1 million with it earlier. Nope.
Well,
JD gonna,
that was suited.
yeah,
And he had over 4 million in front of him.
yeah. Well, and had the opportunity to take two people out.
Right.
Don't apply.
Yep.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
You can watch those videos, but don't use that shit. Only when I'm not around.
7 players remain.
JD goes from ace king down to 7 deuce.
Yeah,
it's
quite a
about as
swing there.
wide apart as you can get. And here we go, Derek. Now king 9 is going to push all in. 6-5 for Doug. Jack deuce for Joe, but behind him is Eric with Jack 10. And there is the chimes. The blinds are going up next hand. And Eric does make the call. So here is Derek's tournament life at stake.
Jack 10 versus King 9. Derek has fought hard all day.
He really has.
He is ahead here. It's basically a coin flip, but he's got the edge. Still does. Not
Oh,
anymore.
Eric hits a 10 there.
Oh, and that's going to do it.
That'll do it for Derek. Derek will go to the cage. 7th place. Collecting $3,150.
Well done, Derek.
Nice run, buddy.
Brings us down to 6 players. $3,700 up for grabs next, folks. Getting to be in some real money here. 10 times your buy-in now.
You like seafood?
Flamingo, I am still working on a big mug of coffee right here.
You know the you know the hotel.
I don't know if I need a refill or not.
Quality. Dude, they got a nice little restaurant in there.
Good.
Yeah.
100 to go. 50
My cousin
another
used to
now.
live out there.
Yeah,
Well, he
that
lives
was
out there
just
farther
good.
now, but he lived out there for like 10, 12 years. He didn't know about the place.
I'm assuming it's a seafood restaurant.
Yeah, with like New Orleans style kind of shit.
Okay.
Kiwi, thanks for asking. We were talking about that earlier. Where are you watching from tonight?
Yeah, let us know.
And it looks like we've got
Do you know what time to help? I can look it up.
Mike D from New
I
Hampshire.
don't think it's a breakfast spot.
I was gonna say maybe I'll do a pregame game.
Raised to 325.
Back to the action, though. Joe
Hey man.
That's not good enough.
on the button, raising it up with Queen 7, makes it 325.
10 more. It's 50 and 100.
Quick fold there.
Turnabout call this fair play?
from Eric, and now JD. And good timing there for Joe. Oh, and I love the responses we're getting. We've got Nick in Boston, Wayne in Virginia.
I've only had an opportunity to play in it once. I'd
And
love to be able to play in it. Obviously,
by the way, Kara always likes to do a shout out to Wayne in Virginia.
Okay.
And then
We've got Trenton, Michigan.
like whenever October, September last year.
Gio in his timeout shelter.
I had a ball. I didn't make no money, but I had a ball.
Alfredo in Chicago. I'll be going through there tomorrow. Flamingo from Vegas. And Kenneth, Worcester, Ohio. Thank you very much for that feedback. And now, the other question, now that we're down to 6 players, who's your horse? The chip levels have kind of evened out a little bit here from when we started this final table.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pick. I'm not gonna pick. It's too close. I'll let the chat pick, but
Yeah, we want to hear from the chat on that.
I wasn't there last time. I was in Vegas last time, so
That's a better place to be.
I don't know. I didn't make any money, so it might have been a worse place to be.
Eric on the button with King Queen after a raise from Just Todd. And he does make the call. Smitty now needs 150 to call in the big blind with 9-6 offsuit. And Just Todd hits a jack, but he's going to check it. Continuation bet here from Eric. Bets out 250. Now top pair for Just Todd.
and the nut flush draw.
And so
not
it's
the nut flush draw. Excuse
it's
me.
not just
Yeah.
the top pair. He's
Yeah.
got more for Just Todd. Sorry, it's getting late.
I missed it too. I missed that he had top pair. I just saw he had the flush draw. So together we had it all.
And a raise, a check raise, and he takes that down. We have seen Todd running well and playing well.
Absolutely.
He now has 10 times as many chips as he had about 2 hours ago, or an hour and a half ago.
Incredible, yeah.
Yeah.
The momentum was definitely on his side here. JD as well.
Mike saying Todd has the momentum. And he says, I'm in his corner. Buck's going with Todd. Alfredo's going with JD. Kenneth pulling for Eric. Buck, he meant to say Eric. Wayne rooting for JD here. Joe's going to raise this up to 400,000. Todd's going to defend his big blind. And remember, he has been running well. And look at this.
Look at that is right.
Oh, my goodness. Joe, the pre-flop aggressor, hits his top pair with a 9 kicker. Runner, diamonds. But Todd, 2 pair.
God, it's up against Joe, who just has all the chips. This is going to be an interesting pot here. See if Joe can sniff out that he is behind. Todd double checking. He said, I can't really run this good, can I? You can, Todd.
And there's an all in.
of it. Let's see if Joe can sniff this out. This looks a lot like a diamond draw. Maybe ace jack of diamonds. That's what this looks like here. He said a few minutes ago he's hungry. He wants to go home.
He's aching for a cheeseburger.
This looks a lot like ace jack of diamonds. He does call.
And he does make the call. Big hand here, ladies and gentlemen. Big pot.
Joe's looking for a jack. Or a 9. Didn't find it.
Didn't
Todd.
find it. And Todd now becomes our
$4.5 million.
now becomes our chip leader. Yeah, Bongo, you checked out and you missed Alex. Alex went out in 8th place, taking down 27.25. Derek took 7th place, taking down 31.50. We are 6-handed, and the fortunes have changed significantly. Joe coming to this final table, clear chip leader, well over $4 million, and now Todd taking the crown over as terms of chip leader. Significant swing here.
1 million. You got 5.
10.
1 million.
15.
500. 775.
Yep, you're right. Sorry.
No, you're okay. So 1 million.
Wow.
Yeah,
Nope.
what a change of events. I mean,
Big change
Joe
of events.
just came into this final table with all the chips, literally half the chips in play, and now they're all over Todd's way. I think Joe just has to fold there, but like I said, it does look a lot like ace jack of diamonds. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Todd would ever make that play with just the nut flush draw. He just has too many chips to put him at risk with just a draw. But, you know, a jack plus the flush draw, that's what it looked like to me. I think it's a great shove from Todd. The one player at the table they can call you. You know, when he bets 500,000, he's got something. He's not just he's not bluffing there.
Right.
I think it's a great play.
JD close to $2.5 million. He's got Queen 10. He's in the cutoff.
Continuing to
Blinds
see
are 50,
very large raises from
150,
JD.
and so he's going to raise this up. He's been making these kind of raises.
Yeah, continue to see these 5x, 6x type raises. Are you a fan of these raise sizes late in the game, or?
Yes and no. So if I'm in JD's spot, I'm probably not doing that this late in the game. However, it's what JD has decided is going to be his MO.
Mm-hmm.
It's you do want to mix things up, right? We've talked about that, but let's roll the tape back a little bit. You do want to come into any given tournament with a strategy, with a game plan in mind, and it's so easy to get knocked off of that plan because something happens.
Yeah.
And JD has decided to keep the same MO going forward.
Yeah, whether you agree with his strategy or not, he is definitely sticking to his game plan.
Also with small blind.
Right. You both are correct.
She's like, don't correct me.
Like I said, it's so important to come in. You can't just come in here playing street poker. You have to have some sort of strategy.
You do. Will we see a battle of the blinds? We do. King 5 versus King 7. Both of these players with pretty similar chip stacks. And Joe is going to hit his 7. And a check from Doug.
Joe's going to take it down.
Yeah, Flamingo, good point. Position, position, position. It's a key element to this game.
This puck is cool. And don't you forget it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd say it's the key position to the key to this game, other than maybe your chip stack. You know, like if I had to rank things in order of importance, I'd say position right after your stack.
So let's put this to the test now. JD with ace-10 of spades, and he's going to do the 5x again. Or is it 6x? Nope, 5x.
5x. Sticking with his number.
The other thing that happens, you know, if you're sitting at the table against JD and he continues to do this, eventually the thought that comes to your mind is, he can't have the goods every single time.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct. But I feel like the same could be accomplished at 250.
Yeah.
You know, 225 even.
How about 3 more likes up so we can get to 100? That would be terrific. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Down to 6 players here for our 40K in a day. Total prize pool, $59,000. First place, $11,150.
3 likes away, folks. Please help us out real quick. Back out of chat. Hit the thumbs up. Come right back. We'll still be here. Helps us out a ton. Hit the like and subscribe button while you're there. Hit the bell for notifications. Creeping up on 5,000 subscribers.
Now Eric just going to limp in here in the small blind with King 10, 6-4 for JD, and the flop comes out all spades.
Nobody holds one, but we'll see if someone... Nope. Eric going to take it down. Or, excuse me.
Yeah,
JD
takes that down. $4.4 million for Todd. Next nearest player is JD with 2.8, and then Joe 1.1. Blinds 50, 150.
Yep, we see 3 players right around that. Excuse me, 4 players right around that 10 big blind mark, and then JD and Todd kind of pulling away from the pack.
Under the gun for Todd, ace 10, 6-handed. That's a big, big hand right behind him. A short stack is Doug with King Jack of Hearts.
Let's see what Todd hasn't been doing too much opening. He's been calling more than opening, so let's see what he decides to open to here. 300.
There's the 3X. And there's the all-in from Doug.
Don't think he has much of a choice, really. JD has one of each of their outs. That's the Jack and the 10. He does have the chips to play if he wants to come along. It's only 300. He's in for 50. Not this time.
Yep, snap call there from Todd. Who said, oh shit? Was that Todd? Did he not expect the hand to be that strong? I'm not sure. Kara bringing us this flop.
Ooh, a Jack and a 10. JD would have flopped 2 pair here. Doug going to get the double up.
Hey, he's going to hit 2 pair and double up.
JD not feeling so bad now.
No.
I mean, I wasn't calling Jack with Jack 10, but I'm just saying, I'm like, what did you do?
He went from feeling bad about his fold to feeling great about his fold. Hey, we're at 99 likes. Who's going to be number 100? I know somebody's been holding out because they want to be that number 100. Who's it going to be? Hit that thumbs up. Doug Just took that pot down with a couple of hearts, king jack, and this time he's got a couple of hearts, ace 9. Different situation now that he's got 1.8 million. Really don't want to just limp in here.
No, 350.
Joe letting go of king 9. Not much else for anybody at this point.
That's gonna do it for Doug.
Yeah.
I think Todd, it's only 250, but 8 deuce just too low in your range. Shouldn't be in there. There you go. Doug's gonna take it down, and just like that, I mean, Doug is now 2 million.
Yeah.
Anybody's ball game, folks.
I love it, Buck. Buck says he was number 36, and we're now eclipsed 100. We're at 107, so thank you very much. Not only do we appreciate your likes, not only do we appreciate your subscribing, but your participation in the chat.
Yeah, all of that stuff, guys, it
Thank
drives
you.
us up in the YouTube algorithm, so helps us out a ton. We appreciate each and every one of you. Every comment, every like, every subscribe helps us out. JD, 500,000. Ace Queen. Todd and Doug both behind him with nothing.
JD sticking with the 5X. And he picks up 200,000 there.
So Smitty and Joe both pretty short. Eric as well. Sorry. Smitty, Eric, and Joe both. All three about 10 big blinds or less. Eric's all in for his 920 with ace jack. JD behind him with a suited ace.
I need a count, please.
So polite.
Okay.
Flamingo, come visit us.
Oh, Flamingo, you should check out our swag. We don't have it online, but we do have a whole wall. T-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-ups. Great stuff. So come make the trip. Particularly, we got that 1 million coming up.
Another dude was talking a lot, he was. I mean, but he, yeah.
You said 900,000, 920,000?
I don't mind people taking time to make a decision.
Yeah, but
when you're talking about something that happened in the World Series and it's your turn to play.
Yeah, I got you.
Something needs to be said.
And he lets it go. Smitty now 5-4 hearts, no thanks. 8-7, no thanks.
Uh-oh.
And now Joe, pocket tens.
Wow, and Joe, if just a few minutes ago Joe had 4 million. Now, now this is almost his whole stack to make this call.
If he loses, he's not out, but he has not much left.
He is ahead.
He is ahead right now. He's got to avoid an ace or a jack. We saw the ace folded.
Club now.
Clubs. Oh, and an ace on the river.
Eric survives.
Wow.
Joe is crippled. Going to be down then less than 2 big blinds. Oh, he's the small blind next hand.
And another situation here where JD is patting himself on the back for not calling.
Yeah, the only reason I was even considering it was because it was suited. The problem was the amount. For me.
What a reversal of fortunes here at this final table. Joe came in. I'm sure he had thoughts of that 11,000. And now he's going to be fighting to come back. 6 players remain. Almost half a stack, almost half of Joe's stack is committed blind here. JD with king 10. We've been seeing 500,000 as his standard open.
And there it is again.
Smitty and Todd both have queens. Got to get out of the way. Doug 6-4. Mike, I was thinking that myself. I don't think so. I was thinking that. I don't know where he's going to get his cheeseburger from.
He is going to push all in here with king 5 of clubs.
JD has them dominated. Tough
Queen
spot
6 of hearts
Joe.
for Eric. Needs 400 to make this call, but he lets it go. So JD's going to get a discount.
135 is the price. Joe is at risk here. Looking for a 5 or some clubs. Finds a 5.
Gets a 5.
Just needs to fade a 10. He does. So Joe's going to stay alive.
Yeah, the cheeseburger is going to have to wait.
That's what I get for targeting.
Put it underneath the lamp. Keep it warm.
I feel like Joe's whole demeanor has changed. He's just deflated from those couple beats. How quickly things change in tournament poker.
We talked earlier about fatigue being a factor. This game started almost 12 hours ago. And if I was going to look around the table, what I'm seeing is pretty much equal. I don't see anybody that's more tired than the other one, but I don't see anybody other than JD with a little hitch in their giddy up.
Yeah. Derek was about falling asleep while he was here.
Nikki, Wing Depot has burgers. How late are they open?
Yeah, I stepped out on the ledge a little bit.
Nikki, you're making me hungry now.
300,000 is the price from Todd with Ace Jack offsuit. See if Joe decides. Nope, we're gonna get out of the way. Eric with Queen 9. JD with 7-4. Looks like this will get through for Todd.
Did you raise my big boy?
Yes, sir.
What you going
First time today.
Yeah, I know. So you're trying to get in my head and make me think. The problem is, I don't have much to think about.
Yeah.
No, JD, you don't have much to think about there
Easy
with
decisions.
the 7-4.
All you can hope for.
Oh, shit, I
You hear the chime, folks. Blinds are about to go up.
You're welcome.
We're going to get one more hand in here at 500 and or 50 and 100.
If you're anonymous hand.
Oh, do we have a break coming up?
I think so. We might have a 10-minute break coming up. What's his name? Gio. Do we do any chip up here? But there is a break. Do they take the full 10 minutes? Okay. All right. Then I'll go see if there's any more coffee left out in the lobby.
Any payout over 5,000 is down payment required, and she just wants to get a head start on it.
Yeah, Mike D says the sidewalks are put away at 8 p.m. in New Hampshire. No burgers for you.
Give me them damn chips. Stop playing.
Spent 3 years in Londonderry, New Hampshire,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and the kids were little, so I do know what you're talking about.
Please. I've tried this before and it didn't work.
Joe's all in for 3 deuce. JD with Queen Jack. Smitty behind him with a hand too.
Yeah, Smitty's going to make this call, and regardless of what JD does,
Joe will be at
JD
risk,
might
yeah.
do a raise here to try to isolate, but Smitty's coming along.
Yeah, I think he has to.
He has to.
I don't get JD's posture in here. He has to call. It's 4 big blinds. Even Even with Smitty behind him, Smitty only has 5 big blinds. Get it in there.
And there's a call from JD. The only reason not to make this call is to move up
to try and
another
ladder up,
payout level.
I think that's what he's thinking about. He can fold and potentially make.
Now, he doesn't push all in. He keeps a little bit back and makes the call.
I think that's the right play. Actually.
So there is still going to be action on the side after the flop.
Wow, what a flop for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, except Joe.
Except for Joe.
Two pair for JD.
Check, check.
For Smitty.
Wow.
Now a pair for Smitty.
Free card.
We might see 2 players eliminated here. Joe cannot survive. It's only a matter of if we lose 1 or 2 players. We will lose at least 1 player here. Will it be 1 or 2? Smitty looking for an ace, looking for a 10, looking for an 8 or king. Can't find it. We're going to lose 2 players, folks.
2 players will be eliminated. And it will be pre-flop. The bigger stack was Smitty. So Smitty will take 5th.
6th.
And Joe will take 6th. Right?
Yep.
Because Smitty had the bigger. Yep. So anyway, we are on a break here. Don't go anywhere. It's only 6 minutes. Just enough time to...
we're going to stretch our legs real quick.
Stretch your legs, and that's it. And we'll be right back.
And we're going to come back 4-handed, folks. We're going to have a winner soon. Stick with us.
Back at the action. Back and four-handed here. Coming back to the action four-handed with the blinds at 65,000, 125,000, 65,000. We just saw Joe going out in 6th place for 3,740. Smitty taking 5th place, 43.55. Next payout, $5,025.
Hey, Gio, could you fix the player count in the top right for us, buddy?
Level 25.
4 players remain. $5,000 for 4th place.
$40K in a day, which turned out to be $59,000 total prize pool. $300 buy-in with re-entries, rebuys. Re-entries is the right word. Up until the start of level 9. And I think a pause here just to get the
got Todd open to 300. Eric and JD fold. Doug makes a call with his deuces, it looks like.
heads up action. And the deuces are still in the lead, but not a great flop for deuces.
4 king 5, 2 spades. Nobody holds a spade. See if Todd wants to take some aggression here. Check, check.
Buck, I'm going to answer that question to the best of my knowledge here in a minute.
All right, now Todd has to bet this card. He opened. Can't check all 3 streets. Can't win at showdown.
And if this wasn't a 15-minute delay, I say he heard you.
Yeah.
Loud and clear. JD is a Toledo guy. We saw Joe going out in 6th place. I believe he's from Michigan. Just Todd is, and these other 3 players are somewhat regional. So I do not have exact towns for these guys. But we're looking at basically Ohio and Michigan players right now, either Southeast Ohio or Southeast Michigan or Northwest Ohio. But JD is local. He is a Toledo guy. That's the best I can do for you.
Yeah, sorry, I just have no idea.
Here we go. Todd is from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Thank you, Karn. JD is from Detroit. Well, I think, yeah. I think you're right. I think of him as a Toledo guy because of how often we see him. But
Toledo, Detroit, same difference. From an Ohio guy's perspective, anyways.
Our next live stream is going to be Tuesday night. We're going to be back to our $1,000 to $3,000 buy-in. It is a 5, 10, 20 game. That is just great action every Tuesday night. 5-hour live stream starting at 6:15, going till 11:15.
Yeah, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger every week.
Yep.
And new faces too. Like that big of a game, you'd think you'd see the same people, but if you look, we get a pretty good.
We do. We get a pretty good
cycle
mix
of new players.
Yeah. The Tuesday, in terms of signing up for a live stream, is actually the most popular. That seems to be booked out at least 2 or 3 weeks at any given point.
Raise 300,000.
But if you are interested in playing in the cash game live streams, it's as simple as giving us a call. Just Todd's going to raise it up now to 300,000 with the Jack 8 of clubs.
JD with ace 5.
Just needs 175 to complete, and he does. So we're going to see a flop here, heads up. The 2 chip leaders.
Good flop for Todd's hand.
Yeah.
And not terrible for JD. He does flop a gut shot.
$250.
Todd's going to get after it here with 250.
JD looks him up. 7 of hearts pairing the board, bringing a flush draw. 8 of hearts does give JD the straight, but 4 hearts on board now. 4 to a straight flush.
JD doesn't seem to be phased by that.
Yeah, go for a large bet here. Looks like 800. That's big enough where Todd cannot really bluff at this pot. He either has it or he doesn't. As we can see, he does not. And JD gets the job done.
Thank you.
And with that, we have a new chip leader.
Yep, look at that. Yep. 4.4 now for Todd.
Raise 300,000.
Eric raises up ace 10 on the button. JD with a suited queen.
Needs 235 to complete in the small blind.
Just Todd with the nemesis. 175 to call. He does.
Heads up action. Young Patrick brings us his flop, and there's an ace right in the window.
And
the
a
10. Yeah. Gut shot for Just Todd.
300,000.
Eric's going to continue.
Did he price Todd into this?
Yeah, I think he did. It's just a gut shot, but it's a gut shot to the nuts, though.
And he makes the call.
Ooh, thought it was it.
So this could be a trouble card here for Todd. The king on the turn. Rainbow board. And he's going to push all in.
Really ties Todd's hands here. He can't make this call now. And Eric, 2.2 million in that pot now.
And the fortunes continue to change here.
Yeah, if you'd have told me when we started this final table that Joe would not be in the final four, I don't think I would have believed Joe.
Yeah. We are down to 4 players. 219 entries.
I mean, we're four-handed now, and still nobody has as much as Joe did.
Right.
When we started this table.
Yeah, very good point.
Walk for Doug.
Hey, Motor City Mike here, rooting on JD. Speaking of JD, under the gun, Queen 5.
Don't think he knows what's on him.
He might not.
I'm so sorry.
No,
Yep,
he
I think
didn't.
you're right there. No reason for him to make that long of a pause with the Queen 5 offsuit.
Doug and Eric, same hand. Red versus black.
300,000. Heads up.
So a raise there from Doug and a call from Eric. We're going to go heads up, and they each hit an ace.
300,000.
Doug, the only one that can win this pot outright. Does have a diamond.
Raise.
Got a raise from Eric and an all in from Doug.
1.250.
I thought.
Well, I think it was a bet from Doug,
Yep.
a
then
raise from Eric, and an all-in from Doug.
Yep. Bet, raise, all in.
And Eric asking for a count here.
390.
I wish I could tell. I wish I could tell Patrick, just keep it in front of him. Keep it in front
Yeah,
of him.
just keep it in front of him. He's going to see that any minute. Now, yep, he just keeps it there.
Oh, it didn't happen. Okay.
And, yep, chop, chop. Chop up that pot.
That was something I had to learn when I went out to Vegas. In split pot games, when it gets heads up, you just leave the bets in front of them.
Yeah.
You don't bring everything in.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Like, it makes logical sense, but
It does.
I didn't know that was a thing. Especially in the limit games, they'll just count the chips at the end. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, we should each have 16 out there. Yeah. I liked it. Makes it easy to quarter things too. You know, like, yeah, it's so much more convenient.
Yeah.
JD with the hand here.
Eric completes here on the small blind for 125,000. But I think we're getting a raise, and if it's true with his 5X, which it looks like it is, going to raise it up to 725 and a quick fold from Eric.
Doug first act with Jack 9. And these players are getting tired. I haven't heard any table talk.
No.
They're getting tired.
Even JD has cut down on his laughter and banter.
Eric raises it up to 300. Uh-oh, look at this. Todd with the black aces.
Pocket aces. After the raise to 300,000 from Eric.
Raise 800,000.
So here comes the 3-bet.
Gets Eric to fold the ace deuce. Todd takes down 365.
Tomorrow, which is today, at the Reserve is our Sunday fun day. It's a Sunday deep stack. And that's a $100 buy and $60,000 starting stack, 20-minute levels. There is a add-on at the break. Nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon. And then Tuesday night blast off. Talk about that in just a second. Now JD, King 7 offsuit on the button. There it is, that 5X.
5 times it is. I think
Gonna-
Tuesday night is the satellite, right?
Nope. Tuesday night, we do not have a satellite this Tuesday. It's not until the following Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
And a fold all the way around, so JD takes that down. So the Tuesday night blast-off, which we haven't had for a little while because of the satellites, is a $2,000 prize pool guarantee. You buy in for either 20, 40, or 60,000. 20 gets you 20, 40 gets you 40, 60 gets you 60,000 in starting stack. Anytime you're below 60,000 in chips, you may do a $20 ad for another 20,000 in chips. So it's an interesting tournament, one that we started a few months ago, and it's gained a lot of popularity.
Yeah, I have not been here for that one.
No, you have not.
Yeah.
That's right. We started that after you went out to Vegas to deal in the World Series of Poker. JD doing his 5X here.
Pocket nines.
Pocket nines. Just Todd gets rid of the what we call the moose, and Eric folds. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, Eric with Ace Jack. He's going to push all in here.
1.7 million.
JD asked for a count, but I believe
Yeah, you can't fold after.
You can't
raising
fold
the
this.
600 Not after raising the 600.
not when you're four-handed.
Yeah. 1.1 million to call.
690. 1.6. Yep. 1.69. 900,000. 1,690,000 total. 90. That's total. Yep. 90. So I'll let you do it. So I'm mad at this for
JD in a slight lead here.
Yeah,
Nick.
Yep, sure is. Eric's tournament life at risk here.
Oh, nine's treated you today.
Or
Okay.
Eric takes over as the chip leader.
Yes, sir.
JD needs to dodge an ace or a jack.
Does it on the flop. Does it on the turn. Ace or jack only. Oh, queen. No good.
And Eric is going to take fourth place here. Nice run, Eric. Going to the cage to collect $5,025.
And JD up over 6 million now. 6.5 million. 3 players left.
Big alone.
Okay, I'll move that.
And just to talk a little bit more about what's going on this week at the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. Wednesday night, $65 monster stack. That's a $65 buy-in, 80,000 starting stack.
Been a very popular tournament.
I'll be on the road, but typically on Wednesday nights on my night off, this is one of my favorite tournaments. I really enjoy this tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very successful. We've been getting 4 or 5 tables for a daily. That's just fantastic.
Yeah.
If you play our 10Ks on Saturdays, it follows the same structure, same starting stack, just in a daily format.
And just like that, we are three-handed.
Yep, so everyone guaranteed $5,900 now.
And then Thursday, we do have a satellite. It's a regular satellite, $65 buy-in. There's going to be a voucher awarded for every $600 in the prize pool. Last Thursday, 17 vouchers. 18th place took $90. Really good turnout last Thursday. I'm thinking at least that turnout, if not better, this Thursday.
I mean, traditionally, the closer we get, the bigger those satellites get.
That's true.
So, yeah, going to be busy.
So JD completes, and just Todd checks his option, so we go heads up. JD hits a 3, first to act, and he's going to bet $200,000 into a $315,000 pot. Not much there for Todd to hang his hat on, and so he lets it go. JD now has both of these players covered. 6.5 million in chips. Almost exactly half the amount of chips in play. Or no, better than that,
More
right?
than half, yep.
Yeah. And a dealer change. Here
Kara's
comes
back.
Kara.
Come on, let's not see all these terrible hands three-handed. Let's see some action.
Well, Buck, thanks for joining us tonight. Please take care of yourself.
Yeah, Buck. Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah. Kiwi Colleen asking what is the next fundraiser. And I don't see anything in the immediate future. There might be something for the fall series. But really our next focus in terms of charitable events is the fourth year in a row now we're going to be doing the Toys for Tots.
Oh, yeah.
And just a great, but that's ongoing for several weeks.
Always an awesome turnout for that. So we've got a suited ace here for Doug. Just limps in. JD checks his option. So we got ace 4 versus queen 3. 7, 4, 8. Doug takes the lead. Keeps the lead.
Check, free card. Oh, and now 2-pair here for Doug, but the flush draw for JD.
Yeah, he does have the queen high flush draw now. King would actually give him the nuts.
And Doug's going to make that affordable.
Yeah, and JD's definitely going to want to see this river card. Ooh, I thought that was...
I know.
I thought I called the king of hearts there. And nowadays JD could just get out of the way.
And if he's considering making a move here,
bad timing.
Bad timing.
Thought better of it.
So Doug now closes the gap a little bit between he and Todd.
Yeah, a little bit. Creeping back up there.
On the button. Ace, king. Blinds are 125, 65. Or I said that backwards, 65, 125. And he's going to make it
500.
500. Taking a page from JD's book.
Gonna take it down.
Or like my buttons. No.
It is, man. It's cool. No, it's simple, you know. Everybody else got the big white one and the bumper thing around it. That one is it's poker chip.
Yep.
I liked it from the first time I came in here.
JD
It's probably the fourth, fifth time I've been here.
on the button, King Deuce. And here comes a JD raise. 600,000
to go with King Deuce. Gonna use his chip stack to apply pressure.
Yeah, blinds are going up next hand. Here's another king for just Todd, King 6 of hearts. But he gets out of the way. Doug, Queen 9 of diamonds. So JD flexing his muscle with that big stack. Doug's coming in. He wants to see a flop with the Queen 9 of diamonds. So here we go. Heads up. And they both get a piece of this,
yes, they
Nick.
do. Doug's all in. JD, you can't raise King Deuce preflop just to fold when you hit a king. I don't think, anyway. Like if you're gonna raise King Deuce, when you hit the king, you can't shy away from it. 1.6 million. It's too late. I can't quite do the big blinds, but
50,000.
little over 10 big blinds. You got top pair.
How was the dice deal?
No, you're good.
So
You just, yeah.
I like to do it. Sorry.
Sure.
Wow. And he
it's
lets
right.
that go.
Wow, it's right.
Yeah.
See, like when that last time he cut it out, you gotta do it a certain way so it's easy to read.
Yeah.
Wow is right.
Yeah, that's really a kink in the armor here for JD's game. We saw a comment earlier that at this level you've got to watch out to not make mistakes. That was certainly a mistake because of your point about raising with a king, any king, and then hitting the king and not sticking around.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. The player, it's getting late. Players are bound to make a mistake now and then, and I think that's just all we saw there.
Yeah, fatigue.
Yep, absolutely. So we got King 6 versus 10-4, Queen 3 flop.
JD gets the best of it now with his 10-4. 4 comes on the turn. And a bet on that 4.
Gonna take it down.
Gonna take that down. So Alexander, yes, I'll take that cue to let you know that this is the SummerSlamm 40K. Turned out to be a $59,000 prize pool, $300 entry, re-entries until the start of level 9, 25-minute levels. We paid the top 22 places. We're down to 3 players. First place, $11,150. Next person out is going to collect $5,900. That's all I'm going to say about that for now.
That's all there is to say.
I was born in Detroit, but raised north of Detroit. Ferndale and then now Rochester for a while.
But in the meantime, Alexander, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Todd checks his option. Jack 4, 10-6.
Check.
Check.
Who wants it? Who's going to bet it?
First to bet wins, I
If
think.
you bet it, you win. And it was JD, so he takes down a profit of 225. And now Doug has eclipsed Todd, but they're very close in chip stack here.
Yep, both chasing JD.
On the button, 5-3 of hearts, chip leader. Will he flex his muscle here? We've been seeing 4 to 5x has been his MO. Blinds are now 75, 150, and he does continue with very consistent. Makes it $600,000 pre-flop. Ace-5 of diamonds, 450 to call in the big blind for Doug.
He's sticking with his strategy.
And there's a call.
Yep, 5-3, ace-5. Diamonds, hearts. There's the 3.
Hits a 3. Doug hits a gut shot.
All in.
And he pushes all in. He did this just moments ago against JD, putting the pressure on. This is what we're talking about, Nick. This is shorthanded play.
Yes, it is. And
you have to have this experience to play shorthanded.
how much experience shorthanded does JD have? Do you know? Like, is he one to chop?
I would say from my experience in the tournaments that I've seen JD play, he does have a tendency to chop. But then in his defense, he's coming in from Detroit. He typically has to get up in the morning and go to work. But he does chop. But he runs deep in a lot of tournaments that he comes to play. But again, this is a different situation, and I don't know really. You and I really don't know much about Doug.
No, I really don't.
But I would guess from Doug's demeanor in the last half hour that he's got some experience at this.
Yeah, definitely has played some shorthanded poker.
Narenda correcting me, and I'll appreciate your feedback saying that JD does not chop.
No? Okay.
Continuing on with this week's schedule here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, and you can find all of that on thereservepoker.com. But we mentioned Thursday being the satellite. And Friday, there's actually 2 tournaments, but 3 different events to choose from on Friday. Friday morning, 10:15.
We are busy on Friday, that's for sure.
And then at noon, there's the 08 PLO.
Yeah, 08 PLO.
PLO game.
Yep. It's been very successful.
Yeah, very successful cash game. And then Friday night, it's always a big night for us for the free roll. Doug now in the small blind with King, Queen of diamonds.
You make 6-6, I'll make it 6.
He says he makes it 6, so that's
Yeah.
what I'll do.
450 to call with the 2-5 of hearts. Still the chip leader, but the gap has been closing now between Doug and JD.
Yeah, I mean, one big pop between the two and roles are reversed.
So the Friday night free roll, I mean, every Friday night we get 100 or better entries. It's a $4,000 guarantee. You enter for free. There is an add-on, and then the rebuys are right at the table. $20 for 20,000 and $40 for 40,000. And it has become a big, big night for us here at the Reserve. Typically turns into or winds up having we wind up having a cash game, a 1-1 game, and sometimes that's 2, even 3 tables.
Yep, that's. I feel like it's one of the hottest low stakes game in town. It's everyone wants to play that game. Sometimes the only problem with that game is that it's hard to get a seat. It's so popular.
Yeah. $5-10 limit, 08 with a kill. Thanks, Gio. After being in the building for 12 hours, I was finding it hard to get my head around that one. But Gio set me straight as always. So glad he's got my back. JD, Queen 9, big hand when you're three-handed, in position on the button. Are we going to see the 5?
To see a raise.
The 4 to 5x.
Raise it 600,000.
600,000
on the nose.
4x. No thanks from Todd, and an ace here for Doug. Big blind, needs 450 to complete.
Ooh, lets it go.
He does let it go.
Was expecting a call that time.
There's the payouts at the bottom of the screen for the remaining 3 players. Pocket 2s here, small blind.
Suited ace for JD.
Just by one of them.
Yeah.
That's what threw me off.
Yep, I apologize. Reverse.
Raise 750 total. Yep.
Doug considering a squeeze here?
I think so. He's not considering folding.
He makes the call. 1.6 million in the pot. Heads up. Here comes the flop from Kara. 2s versus ace 7 of hearts and an ace.
Ooh,
2 aces right the window.
Check, check.
Do you like this bet?
How much is it? 800? Yeah. You know, you have to bet something.
Yeah, okay.
Check the flop, but you got to bet something or you risk getting no value at all. I would have gone a little smaller, but
Max rooting for JD, says let's get it. And what he's talking about in getting it is the first place of $11,150.
not a bad day at the office.
Required a little bit of overtime, but
It sure did.
still not a bad day. In the small blind, JD's going to pick up Queen 8 of clubs. I expect a raise here.
Yep, gonna be 600. Nope, just calls.
Oh, just a call.
Switching
and
it up.
Todd with 9-6. One of the few times that they, between Todd and Doug, that they have not seen JD make a raise pre-flop.
Yep.
So he checks it.
Ace, deuce, 3, 2 spades.
Check, check, free card. And it's a 9, and just Todd now takes over the lead here by hitting that 9.
JD's coming out firing 400,000, more than the size of the pot.
And a call there. Here comes the river.
2 pair for Todd now. JD loading the gun up. Spades did come in. Looks like 800.
800. All in.
Gonna have some posturing from JD here.
Yeah, Todd pushes all in. Unfortunately for Todd's situation, JD didn't really pick up any of this. He was just trying to put the pressure on, playing big stack poker.
Oh, come on, JD. There we go. Move on to the next one.
And now we've got a shift.
Yeah, Todd crawling up there. Just one average size pot away now.
When we got down to three-handed, JD was well over 6 million. Now he's below 5 million. Todd at one point was well above 4 million earlier in the evening. Was running well, playing well, and now is starting to make a comeback.
Yep.
JD pocket sixes.
For a while there, it really felt like momentum was on his side, and
yeah,
now it's starting to pick back up.
Really kind of, we're seeing the swings. We're seeing the ebbs and the tides.
Yes, sir.
600,000 here from JD with his sixes. And I take that back. I think it's 500. No, it's an odd number. 700,000. Oh, boy. Big hand alert, ladies and gentlemen. King, queen of clubs for just Todd. Looks like he's going to make this call. And Doug in the big blind looking down at ace 10 of hearts.
Gonna see a big one.
And he's just going to call. So we're going to see a flop with 2.2 million in the pot.
This is the
and
kind
the
of three-way
potential
pot
for
that
some
could-
big
yeah,
hands.
yep.
Yeah.
Todd flops the best of it. And
All in
ships
declared.
it.
And again, we're seeing a situation with two diamonds on the board where this could have the appearances of a flush draw.
Yep, yep.
If JD believes that, then JD will believe that he's still in the lead with his sixes.
Yeah, it's all a matter of how much, if that's what JD thinks, it's all a matter of how much he believes in his read. This would be a huge call.
It would be a huge call, and if the king holds up, it would not be JD's life at stake, tournament life, but he would be
crippled,
significantly crippled.
He's putting some serious thought in this. He must put him exactly on that flush draw.
Yeah. And he lays down the sixes, and now fortunes have changed back in just Todd's direction.
Yep,
he is now the chip leader. As Conan checks in. Thanks for coming on tonight, Conan. We appreciate it. Keeping us company here late at night. 12 and a half hours into this 40K in a day tournament. 219 entries, paid top 22. And we are down to 3 players, and it has been a battle royale.
Absolute roller coaster.
It's been a SummerSlamm with 2 M's.
Double M's.
Doug now, he's just going to make the call here with ace 10 of spades, almost like he's letting out a little bit of rope into what has been a very aggressive JD tonight. Not sure if Doug's going to live to regret this or not. Let's see what the flop says.
Check.
And sure enough,
does.
yeah, JD hits a jack.
300.
300. With the ace of backdoor spades, he has to come along.
6 is no help, nor is the heart. And JD's going to push all in, and Doug will fold.
Quickly get out of the way now.
And Doug now in that danger range of below 10 big blinds.
Yep, three-handed. Don't have much time to wait for a good hand. Just gotta kind of go with one.
Yeah, put my chips in the pot.
Doug lets go of Jack 6 on the button. King Queen now for JD. I'm predicting 700.
Yep. That has been his number. I think you nailed it, Vic.
700,000.
On the nose, buddy.
Huh. He's got a suited king for just Todd. King 3 of spades. He needs 550 here to complete on the big blind.
I think three-handed, that's the kind of hand you want to see typically. You want to see a flop with your suited hands. It's absolutely dominated here, but
And he's going to make the call. And Kara's going to bring us this flop.
king is trouble.
That king is trouble.
All in.
All in.
JD pushing all in.
This could be it for Todd. I don't see how he gets away from it.
But he does. He lets it go.
Good fold, Todd.
And now a slight shift. JD back in the lead. Doug now just at 10 big blinds, and he is the big blind on this hand.
Yep, he's gonna have to pick a spot. Ace suited ace for Todd. Broadways for JD. Queen Jack. See what Doug has here. Definitely gonna see a raise from Todd. I think we're definitely gonna see a call from JD.
Raise to 700,000.
JD pushing out his standard 700,000.
Yeah, I said that backwards. Sorry.
That's all right. I know what you meant. Ace 5 of diamonds. Waiting in the wings is the Dolly Parton for Doug, 9-5. All in here
All
from
in for
Todd with
Todd.
the Ace 5 of diamonds. This will probably be a quick fold here from Doug as he looks down at 9-5. He's in the small blind, or in the big blind. It was costly big blind for him.
Yes, it was.
And there
What a
is a
call.
call from JD.
Wow. This could be huge for Doug. I mean, it'd be huge for everybody, but look at this. Doug could ladder up here with just 9 big blinds left. Ace in the window.
A jack, so now he's got some outs.
Aces and 5s for Todd.
Don't be so sure. I think you should.
Oh, no, I mean.
So we need to get this chip count right because JD probably has $500,000 back.
Probably, you don't
I don't
want
think
to
you're
Yeah,
supposed to
don't-
touch
yeah,
other people's
don't-
chips,
yeah.
but
Yep, let the dealer
Yeah,
do
that
that.
was-
Kara's got it.
she's a stickler.
That's why she makes the big bucks.
Yeah, I understand it's late and you want to get things moving, but can't be doing that.
No. I actually had that situation 2 days in a row. Friday night in the free roll. And,
I don't think I've ever seen that before, actually,
well,
just like that. Like
somebody, a typical thing was somebody tried to make their own change.
Oh, yeah.
I
thought you were saying that.
out of the pot. And
yeah, I'm not a fan of
and
that.
it was a young man, so he was coming from his game in the garage in the basement.
Right.
And I said, please don't do that. Always let the dealer do that. And
2, 3,
he said, I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's tough to get upset with them because I know they're trying to help, but still, you're not helping.
Their perspective is that they're trying to help. Yeah. And the buzzer goes off in the background. As soon as Kara's got this straightened out, the blinds will be going up.
4,475 or 80. Yep. 2.
Well, Buddha playing banker and somebody grabbing the chips when you're three-handed in a tournament. Two different things. Buddha is the official assistant to the dealer, not the assistant dealer, but the assistant to the dealer.
Yeah, much different to sell someone chips than just break down their chips at the final table three-handed.
Yeah. Nice job, Kara. Taking the time. Do it right. But what a swing, and the momentum as it was earlier for Just Todd has returned in his direction.
Yep, he has 90% of the chips in play now.
And we've got a dealer change coming in. Here comes young Patrick.
We're at 200,000.
Yep, 1 and 200.
100, 200 with a $100,000 ante. So just about JD's, half of JD's stack or better, just to get the big blind out there.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's very surprised that JD called that off with Queen Jack. If we've seen him fold much better hands, I'm very surprised about that one.
All in here from Just Todd with the Ace Jack. And this is probably going to be an all-in moment here for JD with pocket eights.
Yep, JD will be happy to get it in here.
Eights
versus Ace Jack. A flip of the coin. Who's going to come out ahead? JD's tournament life at stake here. Needs to avoid an ace or a jack.
He does it on the flop. Picks up a gut shot, though. 9. Diamonds now. Lots of options. And that's the diamond.
Wow.
Todd's going to pick it up.
JD, nothing to be ashamed about,
man,
buddy.
awesome
you did a great job tonight.
$6,000 for you almost.
Great run, JD.
All right, fellas. Probably see you tomorrow. I'll be off my
$5,900 for JD. Well done, buddy.
Damn late to drive down to Shelbyville. Nice little ladder up for you.
Yeah.
And we're heads up for the title.
Yep, now we are heads up.
So
that means you'll
Todd, 9-1 in chips over Doug. I know that Gio is talking to Patrick just to get
So he'd be the big.
the chip count right.
He'd be dead for small this one time or no? 'Cause that was a small.
Always an issue of who's the big, who's the small.
Yeah, if Doug was just the small, then he is the button, which means he is the small blind. The button moves, but in heads-up action, the button is the small blind. And just a reminder about our satellites coming up for our Millie. $1 million prize pool guarantee. this Thursday will be a $65 buy-in. 1 seat for every 600 in the prize pool this last Thursday. 17 vouchers. Mike D, I completely agree with you. JD, I think, did a great job.
He sure did. He sure did. I think he's going to be a little upset about how he went out, but yeah, absolutely great run. $6,000 almost, $5,900. 12 hours of play.
You want to just, I'll just say, I'm going all in. No?
And that's what we're talking about here, starting on August 15th. Joint venture between ourselves and our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio, Mad River Poker Club. Go to thereservepoker.com and also check out Mad River's Facebook page, and you can get all of this information about the day ones and the satellites. But $600 with the opportunity, if you bag for in day one, you'll immediately receive $1,000. If you double bag, you're going to receive $3,000. And we're talking life-changing money here. Our very first Millie with Mad River well exceeded the $1 million prize pool, and we wound up with a first place of $274,000.
Just amazing, life-changing money.
And Nick, MGM Bob said he went out to Vegas and he had the reserve stuff on, and he noticed there were a number of people that were saying, hey, I've heard about that place. Yeah. And my point about the very first Millie was that there were people around the country keeping a close eye on that first one just to see how it was going to go. And as successful as it was, we're going to see people from all over the country.
We could hit. We're definitely, in my opinion, no promises, of course. We're definitely going to hit the 2 million mark this time. I mean, it's just a matter of if we hit 2.2, 2.3. It's just, we're going to double this guarantee, I think. Like you said, we're still, like, in the grand scheme of things, we're still brand new. $1 million, you put $1 million guarantee out there, a lot of people are going to say, new, small club. We crushed it the first time. No complaints whatsoever.
Yeah.
Everyone loved it. This time they're going to show up.
Yeah.
I was out there for 2 months, and the amount of times people would say, "Oh, where you're from?" And I tell, it's crazy how many people have heard about our little room in Toledo, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
So can't wait.
So Gio, I think we've got some action here, which might be the conclusion of tonight's tournament, and it is. Oh no, it's not.
No.
I take that back. Actually, we took that little bit of time there so that we could do some chip-ups, get some of the smaller chips out. In the meantime, we did have an all-in from Doug, and he hit, so he improves the situation. But Todd's now with 4-1 in chips. So it ain't over.
No way, Jose.
It ain't over till it's over.
Blinds at 100, 200 now. Just Todd with Queen 8. Doug behind with Jack 8. Remember, the button does act first pre-flop.
And all in, Jack 8 versus Queen 8.
Oh, and Todd lets it go. So.
Oh! Oh! Oh, I didn't see that coming.
No,
Huh.
Yeah. Let's
Interesting.
We got a heads up battle, folks. We're going to see a flop. King 8, 10-7.
That's it.
7 for Doug. Nothing for Todd.
Check. 400,000.
Doug slowly closing this gap. Double up here, and they're just about even. Thanks for everyone that's sticking it out with us tonight. We are coming up on the 13-hour mark here. Ace for Doug.
Call.
I think we'll likely see an all-in from Doug here.
Raise.
Just a raise. Fold from Doug. Fold from Todd. Little by little.
Look at this. All right, we're going to see a flop. Queen 8 versus King 7.
10, 5, deuce, 2 diamonds. They both do have big diamonds. Diamond on the turn would be interesting.
200.
200 from Doug. And Doug just, what, 4 pots in a row now?
He's inching his way closer and closer.
There are no small pots at this stage.
No.
$2.5 big blinds up for grabs at least every time they see a flop. Four deuce, 7-5. Think I would have, me personally, if I'm Todd there, I think I just fold. I don't like the momentum Doug's picking up here.
Right.
I think I just fold and kind of reset.
However,
yeah.
200,000.
Call.
Yeah, I don't say I fold because of my cards or anything. I just it's just kind of want to reset. Don't like the momentum he's building.
Raise. 600.
raising it up to 600,000. Second pair.
And a call. Queen of clubs doesn't change anything.
500.
Todd gonna bet his 7, 500,000. 500 into 1.7. All in. And a fold. See?
Wow.
This momentum going Doug's way.
This is quite a match. Heads up, ladies and gentlemen. We went from 9.8 million for Todd and 1.6 or something. Anyway, it was a huge gap, and that gap is closing quickly.
Yeah, I mean, all practical purposes here, they're dead even. I mean, 1 million at this stage is 5 big blinds. Oh, I'm 2 big hands here.
Doug first to act on the button. Small blind.
400.
He's going to raise it up to 400,000. Ace queen now for just Todd.
Super strong hand, heads up, but I hate all. If I'm Todd, I hate all the momentum going Doug's way right now. I want to do something to stop that. Don't want to call and just miss the flop.
Raise 1 million.
Yep, gotta raise, exactly. It's a very small raise. It's only 1 million now. 600 for Doug. So we got 2.1 in the middle. Ace queen versus king 10. Winner of this pot will be our chip leader. 2, 3, 6, both miss.
Not only is Todd in the lead with his ace, but he was the pre-flop aggressor And he's
Todd
going
is
to go
all
ahead
in.
and push all in.
This is exactly what Todd needs to do. He needs to change up this momentum.
And Doug folds. And you're right, Todd picks up back, starts to pick up that gap that he had before. But to your point, more importantly, he is
Stop the bleeding a little bit.
stop the bleeding and changing that momentum. Second place, 7,650. First place, 11,150. Just Todd on the button. Small blind, ace 3 of clubs. Raises it up to 600,000. King 9 now for Doug.
It's definitely a hand you can defend with. He does.
And he makes the call.
1.3 in the middle. 10. King 10. Huge flop for Doug. No clubs for Todd.
450 is the bet.
Now, does Doug go for a check raise here? Check raise? Or does he continue to set the trap? Heads up, top pair is so strong. I think I like a trap here. Doug disagrees.
Yep, going to raise it up. Take it up to 1 million. And Todd lets it go.
Back at almost dead even again.
Yes.
5 big blinds is the only difference between them. He's 10 for Todd here.
Doug's first act on the button. It's going to complete from the small blind. Expect a raise here from Todd.
I think the only question is how much. He went 600 last time.
I think it's going to be
1 million? 1 million and
1 million and a quick fold.
Chips look cooler on TV. So what these ones right here, if you look at them, they look, I mean, they look the same, but they look a little different. They look cooler on the TV.
Doug first with the queen 4.
You know, Todd first here with the jack 9.
Oh, my bad.
Yep.
Nope.
500.
Raises it up and a quick fold there from Doug.
Oh, sorry. What are we? I'm working on getting the blinds. Come on.
And while Doug has just done a great job here, running well in the last half hour, closing that gap between he and Todd, he still has not quite eclipsed him.
No, it hasn't got there
That's
yet.
what I
But
heard.
They're action packed.
That's what I heard.
definitely making headway.
I don't play there that much, do I?
Doug just going to fold his jack 4.
I was going down there.
Move on to the next one.
Spent money sometimes before I was able to make it back to fire keepers. There's an overnight loan, but sometimes I was able to get back to fire keepers sometimes. So that worked out pretty well a few times.
These are the previous hands.
Yeah, those are the previous hands. Got to wipe those clean and start over. Let's get the graphics caught up here in a minute.
No option.
There's always an option.
There's an option.
Or are they? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we were wrong the last time.
Check. Check, sir. Check. Check, sir. Check. Shut off.
By virtue of his king, and it goes to showdown. Todd takes that one down. I think. No.
No. Yeah, we must have been one behind there.
We're a hand behind here, so.
Hope we don't stay one hand behind.
Anthony Holt,
Not even that
at this time of the night, I kind of like the way you're thinking.
Uh-oh.
It's on me, huh? Okay. I'll pick up on this. I have a very famous hand here.
It's 500.
Yeah, we're all messed up here.
Yeah, Gio, we need some help here. Not sure we know what we're looking at. Okay.
So
But in this hand, does Todd have the aces? Okay.
Okay.
So we got that clarified. Oh, open-ended
Oh, yeah.
for Doug. And aces here for Todd. Todd pushing all in.
Does Doug want to call with his open ender?
I'm not saying this, but I'm going to probably call you.
He says, I'm not saying I am, but he says, I'm probably going to call because he wants to go look, double check,
Yeah.
make sure his position.
This could be it, folks. This could be final hand of our SummerSlamm. 2 M's.
I had glass.
Call.
Calls.
All right, here we go. We've got aces against open-ender.
Or a 9.
Doug at risk here.
Doug says, what a night. Doug, I'm hoping you're saying that because,
Ooh, right
oh
on
my
the-
goodness.
That was luck.
And Doug hits that. Now he eclipses Todd in chips.
8.4 million now.
And in a big way. That's right, Trevor. Oh my God is right. What a big turn of events.
Almost 10 to 1.
In a short amount of time.
Yeah, almost 10 to 1 to start this heads-up battle.
Yeah.
I think it was 9.9 to 1.1, right?
Yeah. Exactly. That was almost exactly that.
9
yeah.
to 1 to start this heads-up battle. And less than a level later, we have almost the exact opposite.
Yeah. Chaldean aces.
God, he just peeled that right off on the turn. No sweat at all. Had the aces drawing dead on the turn. Six outer. Could end up being an $11,000 hand. Could only win with a 9 or an ace. Todd, of course, had 2 aces.
Yeah, Mike D, you're right. That's a $3,500 hand right there. If things continue to go Doug's way.
I'm not going to even look.
Big blind.
Action's on Doug. Queen 7. Blinds at 100, 200. Todd gets his ante in there.
10 big blinds for Todd. Doug makes the call. Todd wants to see a flop. Ace 3 versus Queen 7. No help for either.
Check.
Doug does have the chip stack and position here.
And check, check, free card. Here comes the 8 of hearts.
Check.
Now Doug with the gut shot. And really nothing at all there for Todd.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the
And check, check to another free card.
Todd does have the winner. Only way he can lose is if he folds.
Check.
Only way Doug can win is if he bets.
Queen high.
He checks. Todd gonna take one down. 500K going Todd's way.
Okay, what we got?
Sounds like the blinds are up.
125 and 250 now.
125 and 250 new blinds.
Mike D, thank you very much for that comment. Appreciate that. It's been a pleasure chatting with you as well as all of our listeners, followers, subscribers.
25 more for the
Big hand for Todd.
Yeah. Pocket queens. I think he makes it. Well, he can't make it a million. He's not going to put half his stack in there.
Yeah, it's. Unfortunately, his stack is kind of handcuffing him here.
700,000.
700. Leaves him with 2 million behind.
And in that case, with the queen deuce, just about any raise. And Doug's going to let that go, and he does. And what a roller coaster here for both of these players, but the last 4 players, man.
Yeah, I mean, at any given time today, I'd say we've had 4 or 5 different favorites.
Yeah.
You know, Joe has to be the favorite coming into the final table. JD had to be the favorite halfway through. Todd, of course, had a 10-1 chip lead heads up, and now Doug, of course, the favorite. Been an absolute roller coaster.
There's a raise from Doug with a queen 4 suited and an all-in from
All
Todd.
in a call here.
And now a snap call from Doug.
Snap call with the queen 4. They're gambling now.
They are.
Ace 5 6. Deuce
Queen
of diamonds.
still in the lead.
Jacker of 10. Can't find it. We're gonna have our champion.
And we have a champion. Doug. And early on in the day, we had a little technical difficulty, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason you haven't seen our smiling faces on the screen. So we will not be doing a post-tournament interview here tonight. Our camera in this room.
Little technical issue.
Technical. I think we were both just smiling too much, and the camera didn't know how to take that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to sign off tonight by saying thank you very, very much. We greatly appreciate it. I'm over here shaking my buddy's hand. We're going to see more and more of Nick now that he's back from Las Vegas. We want to thank you very much for watching. Nick, it was a great one, wasn't it?
Hey, absolute pleasure, man.
Yeah.
What a roller coaster. What a tournament.
And as always, everybody, please be safe.
Thanks so much, everybody.